TARDIS. New to Doctor Who or returning after a break? Check out our guides designed to help you find your way. TARDIS. Explore. TARDIS Community. TV. Other media. Characters. Fandom. Fan Central Bitagam Saname Movieist Video. Wikis. Start a wiki. AD. Advertisement. Sign in register. The Doctor Who Wiki. 109,032 pages. Explore. TARDIS Community. TV. Other media. Characters. In, The Enemy, Daleks, The Alliance. And 18 more. English. Dalek. Sign in to edit. Dalek Gallery Appearances Talk. This article needs to be updated. Information from Dalek, the astounding untold history of the greatest enemies of the universe, plus, and Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus, needs to be added. These omissions are so great that the article's factual accuracy has been compromised. Check out the discussion page and revision history for further clues about what needs to be updated in this article. Dalek. Main aliases. Mark III travel machines, enemy Daleks, Ironsides. Biological type. Dalek mutants. Affiliated with Davros, Dalek Empire, Cult of Skaro, New Dalek Empire, Ironside Project, New Dalek. Paradigm, Padorica Alliance, Resurrected Dalek Empire, Parliament of the Daleks. Place of origin. Skaro, Amaran, Necros, Surfia Galaxy, New Skaro, M1. Notable individuals. Dalek Prime, Black Dalek Leader, Gold Dalek, Metaltron, Dalek Sec, Dalek Khan, Dalek X, Dalek. Time Controller, Dalek Time Strategist, Supreme Dalek, Eternal Dalek, Prime Minister of the Daleks, Rusty, Emperor of the Restoration, Dalek Prime Strategist. First appearance. The Daleks. Appearances. See list. Memorable moment. Another memorable moment. One more memorable moment. Behind the scenes video. You may be looking for the 2005 TV episode. Alternate counterparts of the Daleks. The Doctor's Universe Earth 33 Barussa's Universe The Mentor's Universe Ald. Mortality's Universe Unbound Universe Daft Dimension The Warrior's Universe. The Daleks were a warrior race, TV, The Witch is Familiar, plus, Hellbent, plus, made up of genetically engineered mutants, TV, The Daleks, plus, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, belonging to fundamental DNA type 467 to 989. TV, Daleks in Manhattan, plus, by most accounts they were originally from the planet Skaro. TV, The Daleks, plus, the mutants were encased inside an armored travel machine built from polycarbide, TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, and the metal Dalekanium. TV, The Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus, comic, The Humanoids, plus. On many occasions, the Daleks openly acknowledged a single Time Lord, the Doctor, as their greatest enemy. TV, The Chase, plus, the Doctor described them likewise, comic, defender of the Daleks, plus, TV, Victory of the Daleks, plus, and, in their 10th incarnation, stated that a Dalek was not just metal, it was alive, that inside that shell, there was a creature born to hate, whose only thought was to destroy everything and everyone that wasn't a Dalek. 2. TV, Daleks in Manhattan, plus, the 10th Doctor also noted that from birth, the Daleks were encased in a cold metal shell unable to feel anything, claiming that was why they scream, ed. TV, Doomsday, plus. The War Doctor also said that Daleks were not robots, but savage, incredibly intelligent, living, breathing creatures housed inside a war tank. Pros, The Stranger, plus. The Daleks fought the Time Lords in the last Great Time War, ending in the near-total destruction of the Dalek race, TV, Dalek, plus, until they rebuilt and restored their empire. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, intensely xenophobic and bent on universal domination, the Daleks were hated and feared throughout time and space. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, their goal was to eradicate all non-Dalek life. TV, Victory of the Daleks, plus, as programmed by their creator. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus. Contents: 1. Biology. 2. Anatomy. 02.1 Casing. Small black square 2.1.1 Exterior battle armor. Small black square 2.1.2 Power sources. Small black square 2.1.3 Speech. 02.2 Interior. 02.3 Mutant. 02.4 Vulnerabilities. 3. History. 03.1 Description of the Dalek timeline. 03.2 Origins on Skaro. 03.3 Rise of the Daleks on Amaran. 03.4 on Skaro. 03.5 Space Travel. Small black square 3.5.1 Rise of the Dalek Empire. Small black square 3.5.2 Targeting Earth. Small black square 3.5.2.1 The Recon Scouts Campaign. Small black square 3.5.2.2 Full-scale invasions. Small black square 3.5.3 Other wars with humanity. 03.6 The Second Dalek War. Small black square 3.6.1 Rearmament. Small black square 3.6.2 Operation Divide and Conquer. Small black square 3.6.3 The Archean Threshold. Small black square 3.6.4 Further strengthening of the Dalek Empire. 03.7 Time travel. Small black square 3.7.1 Early days of Dalek time travel. Small black square 3.7.2 Conflict with the Space Security Service. Small black square 3.7.3 Vulcan plot. Small black square 3.7.4 The Great Dalek Civil War. Small black square 3.7.5 Restructuring of the Empire. Small black square 3.7.6 Return to power. Small black square 3.7.7 Further battles. 03.8 Dalek Move Ellen War. 03.9 Imperial Renegade Dalek War. Small black square 3.9.1 The virus spreads, the schism begins. Small black square 3.9.2 Necros and the trial. Small black square 3.9.3 Open warfare. 03.10 A new empire. Small black square 3.10.1 From the ashes of the Civil War. Small black square 3.10.2 The Dalek Hive. Small black square 3.10.3 Renewal of the Dalek Empire. Small black square 3.10.4 Second Great Dalek Occupation. Small black square 3.10.5 War with the Mentor. Small black square 3.10.6 Revival of the Dalek Empire. Small black square 3.10.7 Conflict with the Time Lords. Small black square 3.10.7.1 Role in the War in Heaven. Small black square 3.10.7.2 shift in the timelines. Small black square 3.10.7.2.1 investigating the truth. Small black square 3.10.7.2.2 locating the doctors. Small black square 3.10.7.2.3 into the dark times. Small black square 3.10.7.3 road to the time war. 03.11 The last great time war. 03.12 surviving the time war. Small black square 3.12.1 runaways. Small black square 3.12.2 scattered survivors. Small black square 3.12.3 The Dalek Emperor's long game. Small black square 3.12.4 schemes of the cult of Skaro. 03.13 Creation and destruction of the new Dalek Empire. 03.14 The new Dalek paradigm. Small black square 3.14.1 The restoration of the Daleks. Small black square 3.14.2 Plaguing the universe once more. Small black square 3.14.3 A new emperor. Small black square 3.14.4 The cradle of the gods. Small black square 3.14.5 Fall of the paradigm. Small black square 3.14.6 Forgetting the Doctor. Small black square 3.14.7 Siege of Trenzalore. Small black square 3.14.8 Resistance from within. 03.15 Return to Skaro and beyond. 03.16 Enemies of the 13th Doctor. 03.17 Facing the Flux. 03.18 Alliance with the Master and Cyberman. 03.19 Hypothesized Final Defeat. 03.20 Undated Events. Small black square 3.20.1 War with the Galactic Resistance. Small black square 3.20.2 Other events. 03.21 Alternate timelines. 03.22 Alternate universes. 4 Society and culture. 04.1 Overview. 04.2 Appreciation of beauty. 04.3 The Doctor. 04.4 Psychology. 04.5 Children of Davros. 04.6 Religion. 04.7 Legal system. 04.8 Dalek hierarchy. 04.9 Dalek writings. 04.10 Names. 04.11 Cultural effect. 5 Dalek technology. 05.1 Overview. 05.2 Dalek weaponry. 6 Other references. 7 Behind the scenes. 07.1 Other appearances. 07.2 Story titles. 07.3 Anatsi by any other name. 07.4 The catchphrase. 07.5 Design. 07.6 Music. 07.7 Cameos. 07.8 Invalid sources. 07.9 Other matters. 8 External links. AD. Biology. Although the Daleks looked entirely robotic, they were, in fact, cyborgs, with a living body. Encased in and supported by an armed and mobile outer shell. Of Dalekanium and polycarbide protective metal armor. These were Mark III travel machines. Designed to carry their mutant forms, and they were not truly integrated biomechanoids. Audio, the 4 Doctors, plus, in this respect, they were somewhat similar to a Cyberman, unlike them, however, the Daleks' bodies had mutated so drastically from their Kaled ancestors they had lost all humanoid appearance, save for one eye, see below. TV, the Daleks, plus, evolution of the Daleks, plus, the Daleks transmitted information using a sort of artificial telepathic network. Known as the Pathweb, TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, which the 12th Doctor would later state to be the biggest database he knew. TV, Twice Upon a Time, plus. Daleks did not die naturally, every cell being genetically hardwired with an impulse to keep on living. TV, The Witch is Familiar, plus, even if they were chopped to pieces and left buried for centuries away from their casings. TV, Resolution, plus, however, they did age, the body decaying further and further, eventually reaching a point where it was little more than mewling, hateful sludge of dark brownish color. Incapable of steering their armor, such decayed Daleks would exit them and confine themselves to the sewers of Dalek cities, for which reason the Dalek word for sewer was also their word for graveyard. TV, The Witch is Familiar, plus, one Dalek creature remained alive even as it was dissected by the scientist Bryant Anderson. Prose, We are the Daleks. Plus. The Daleks had a strong association with static electricity, not only were their casings powered by it at some points in their history. TV, The Daleks, plus, the Dalek invasion of Earth, plus, but newly bred Kaled mutants were brought to life by a static shock before they were put into their casings. And the second Doctor once explained that static was like blood to the Daleks. TV, The Power of the Daleks, plus, Theodore Maxtable's attempts to involve static electricity in his experimental time travel resulted in his time machine prototype summoning Daleks across time. TV, The Evil of the Daleks, plus. During the Dalek-Movellen War, the Daleks, to better understand the Movellans, briefly re-engineered themselves into quasi-robotic creatures, dispensing entirely with organic matter. Prose, Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus, after this led to a centuries-long stalemate. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus, the Daleks returned to their organic roots. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus. During the last Great Time War, the Daleks discovered the ability to use Ultron energy leached from other time travelers to enact a similar process of regeneration to the Time Lords. This would allow the Dalek to repair its casing as well as heal its inner organic body. However, this process was still primitive by the time the destruction of Gallifrey by the Doctor. Prose, Dalek, plus, it also caused the Dalek to absorb DNA from the time traveler it had used to power its regeneration, beginning to mutate and thus deviated from the Dalek baseline, which was unacceptable for a Dalek. TV, Dalek, plus, Davros later organized an experiment whereby he siphoned huge amounts of actual regeneration energy and transmitted it to every Dalek on Skaro. Immediately after their collective regeneration, the Daleks acknowledged that they were now more powerful, deeming the experiment a success. TV, The Witch is Familiar, plus. Anatomy. Casing. Main article, Casing. Exterior battle armor. The Dalek casing could be separated into three sections. The top was the Dalek's means of vision and communication, a dome with a set of twin speaker lights, referred to as a luminosity. Discharges, Prose, Prisoner of the Daleks, plus, on the upper part of the sides, and a periscope like eye stalk in the middle. This was attached to the midsection by a neck, the grating section. Prose, Prisoner of the Daleks, plus, the Dalek casings invented by Davros were originally called Mark III travel machines. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, Prose, still need a title. Plus. Dalek casings varied in color and exact appearance. TV, The Magician's Apprentice, plus, it al. With different colors often signifying different ranks within Dalek hierarchy. Pros, War of the Daleks, plus, over the Daleks' history. The basic Dalek was first slatless and silver-white when using Dalek war machines. TV, The Daleks, plus, comic, Genesis of Evil, plus, then given sensor plate slats to become the Silver Daleks. TV, The Daleks Master Plan, plus, later replaced by Grey Daleks. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus, and finally Bronze Daleks. TV, Dalek, plus. On the Daleks midsection, the weapons platform. Pros, Prisoner of the Daleks, plus. The gunstick and manipulator arm were attached. These provided the Daleks means of offense and operating capabilities. In later models, the midsection was capable of swiveling. Most of the mass of the Dalek mutant was located inside the midsection. The lower section, the base unit. Pros, Prisoner of the Daleks, plus, was the Daleks' means of mobility, consisting of a sturdy base with a skirt-like structure of plates studded with sense globes. This allowed movement and, in later models, flight. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus. At very bottom of the base unit was the Dalek fender. Pros, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus, which the Dalek Survival Guide believed acted like the bumpers of cars, protecting Daleks from collisions. Pros, Dalek Survival Guide, plus. The interdependence of biological and mechanical components made the Daleks a type of cyborg. The Imperial Daleks created by Davros during the Imperial Renegade Dalek Civil War were true cyborgs, surgically connected to their shells. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus. Externally, the Daleks resembled human-sized pepper shakers, with a single mechanical eye stalk in a rotating dome, a gunstick and a manipulator arm. The casings were made of both polycarbide and dalekanium. WC, Monster File, Daleks, plus. The lower portion of the casing was studded with 56 partially embedded spherical protrusions. TV, Dalek, plus, or sense globes. Comic, City of the Daleks, plus, which could serve as a self-destruct system. TV, Dalek, plus. The casing was booby-trapped. When Yevgeny Kandinsky touched even the damaged Meltron Dalek in Utah, the Dalek made his hand stick onto its casing and, with him stuck, made the man combust into flames. However, when the time traveler Rose Tyler touched the Dalek, the Meltron extracted her DNA and used that to regenerate it itself. TV, Dalek, plus, pros, Dalek, plus. The 10th Doctor once implied that anyone, even non-time travelers, could end up reviving a Dalek by touching its casing, as it gave the casing a chance to extract their DNA. Pros, Prisoner of the Daleks, plus, even dead Daleks could prove a dangerous foe. They were frequently equipped with virus transmitters on the casing, which worked automatically. Pros, I am a Dalek, plus, trying to crack open a casing would more likely than not trigger self-destruct mechanisms due to its anti-handling devices and booby traps. Pros, Prisoner of the Daleks, plus. The Dalek's eyepiece was its most vulnerable spot as there was no backup system if this was obscured, damaged or destroyed, and impairing its vision often led to the Dalek panicking and firing its main weapon indiscriminately in a panic. Game, City of the Daleks, plus, it was, however, a sensitive instrument, which allowed the Daleks to see in infrared, among other wavelengths. Pros, Legacy of the Daleks, plus, the Dalek casing also functioned as a fully sealed environment suit, allowing travel through the vacuum of space or underwater without the need for additional life support equipment. TV, the Dalek invasion of Earth, plus, the parting of the ways, plus, comic, the Dalek project, plus, a Dalek's eyepiece could be connected to other Dalek vision centers. Game, City of the Daleks, plus, TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus. A Dalek was connected to its casing through a positronic link. The mutant itself accessed nutrient feeders and control mechanisms inside its internal chamber. Audio, the time of the Daleks, plus, the 12th Doctor once said that a Dalek was not a machine, but a perfect analog of a living being. TV, Into the Dalek, plus, indeed, a Dalek could be hurt even when the non-biological part of it was attacked. TV, Dalek, plus, Into the Dalek, plus. A Dalek hovers above stairs. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus. Due to their gliding motion, earlier models of Dalek were baffled by stairs, which made them easy to overcome under the right circumstances. One time the Fourth Doctor and his companions escaped from Dalek pursuers by climbing into a ceiling duct. The Doctor even taunted a single Dalek before disappearing. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus, some models were able to hover, or fly under their own power like small spacecraft and travel up the stairs, ending the original weakness. TV, Revelation of the Daleks, plus, Dalek, plus, Resolution, plus, ITAL. The original defense drone, derived from a reconnaissance Dalek, was capable of simple spatial shifts. TV, Revolution of the Daleks, plus, the armor of the cult of Skaro had temporal shift capacity, seemingly the only users of such technology during the Battle of Canary Wharf. TV, Doomsday, plus, Daleks in Manhattan, plus. Power sources. The power source of the Dalek casing also changed several times during his first encounter with them on Skaro. The First Doctor learned that the casing was externally powered by static electricity transmitted through the metal floors of the Dalek city. Isolating a Dalek from the floor using a non-conductive material shut down the casing, although it was not immediately fatal to the occupant. TV, The Escape. The Daleks initially overcame this weakness by adding dishes to their casing to receive power. TV, The Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus, although even these were ultimately replaced by vertical rectangular slats around the midsection which absorbed other sources of power. TV, The Chase, plus. Even quite late into their history, some Daleks originating on Skaro itself remained powered by static electricity. This was the case with the Daleks from the ship that crashed on Vulcan. TV, The Power of the Daleks, plus, although their home time post-dated the Imperial Renegade. Dalek Civil War. Pros, War of the Daleks, plus, even Daleks who did not visibly draw their power supply from static electricity retained some sort of association with it, as it was by involving static electricity in his experimental time machine that Theodore Maxtable accidentally summoned into his home Daleks who nevertheless could move freely along its wooden floors. TV, The Evil of the Daleks, plus. by the beginning of the last Great Time War, the Daleks had adapted their technology to use a type of energy apparently linked to the process of time travel. On more than one occasion, Daleks and their devices were seen to leech this energy from time travelers in order to power themselves. TV, Dalek, plus, Doomsday, plus. Whatever the power source the Daleks used in the interim, it was, apparently uniquely, immune to being drained by the great city of the Exilons. Strangely, the Daleks retained motive power and the ability to speak even though their weaponry was shut down, which suggests the weapon systems had a separate power supply. The Third Doctor indicated that this was because the Daleks were psychokinetic and moved around through the power of thought alone, and the city was unable to absorb psychic energy. TV, Death to the Daleks, plus, other references to the Daleks having psychic potential are scarce, but Rusty could telekinetically recall his gunstick if it was detached from his casing. Prose, Twice Upon a Time, plus, and, on the planet Kirol, the 8th Doctor discovered an enclave of humanized Daleks who had, through years of meditation, developed psychokinesis to a remarkable degree. Comic, Children of the Revolution, plus. Additionally, Daleks from the last Great Time War era were surrounded by force fields that prevented bullets and energy weapons from making contact with their casings. TV, Dalek, plus, The Parting of the Ways, plus, Doomsday, plus, Daleks in Manhattan, plus, The Big Bang, plus. Speech. According to certain accounts, the Dalek creature had no visible vocal apparatus as such, and their voices were electronic, as the mutant inside could barely utter a squeak. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus, audio, Jubilee, plus. In contradiction to these accounts, Daleks stripped of their casings were heard to speak in the familiar Dalek voice on several occasions, including but not limited to Dalek Khan after his casing had been ruined by exposure to the whole of time and space. TV, Journey's End, plus, a black Dalek whose shell had been entirely consumed by the Kaiserbeer. Audio, Enemy of the Daleks, plus, and a stranded Dalek reconnaissance scout who reached Earth in the 9th century and was stripped of its casing by human warriors. TV, Resolution, plus, one incident showed that a human voice spoken from within a Dalek casing would gain the typical Dalek voice's metallic quality. TV, The Daleks, plus. In the case of the Metaltron, the Dalek mutant began its life with vocal cords, but they were quickly cut out of it to make room for metal synth replacements that the Dalek Empire deemed to be more reliable. Prose, Dalek, plus, at any rate, Daleks spoke in high-pitched, stilted, robotic voices that were easy for others to mimic. TV, The Evil of the Daleks, plus, Dalek, plus, it al. Their most infamous battle cry was exterminate, each syllable screeched in a frantic-sounding electronic scream, the last two syllables together. Other common utterances included I, or we, obey to any command from a superior. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus, Dalek, plus, The Parting of the Ways, plus, it al. Daleks also had communicators built into their shells to emit an alarm to summon other Daleks if the casing was opened from outside. TV, Planet of the Daleks, plus. At least in the case of non-Daleks who tried to countermand their casings, the communication devices present within limited Dalek speech attempts to state their identity emerged as I am a Dalek and emotional statements or you are different from me came out as exterminate. Saying I am your friend came out as I am your enemy. Contractions were also eliminated, with statements such as I don't understand and what's happening, translating to I do not understand and what is happening. TV, the which is familiar, plus, however, these speech restrictions were not present when Dalek themselves piloted their casings, being able to speak of concepts such as friendship, mercy and servitude, often to effect cunning deceptions, set traps and manipulate others to their will. TV, the Daleks, plus, the power of the Daleks, plus, the evil of the Daleks, plus, Dalek, plus, victory of the Daleks, plus, or on rare occasions when genuinely begging for other beings' mercy. TV, Dalek, plus, audio, enemy of the Daleks, plus. While the Daleks are limited in speech and tone of voice, certain Daleks, especially those of a high rank, have a wider vocabulary and different manners of speaking. Dalek Khan, in his insanity, was able to speak near fluently, speaking with an unusual tone and even managing to laugh. Supreme Daleks after the new Dalek Empire were observed speaking in a deeper and more commanding tone of voice, with fewer of the inflections of pitch often heard when Daleks spoke. TV, Journey's End, plus. Interior. The inner casing, in which the actual Dalek mutant resided, also held a life support system and a battle computer for strategic and tactical knowledge. The Dalek mutant operated the casings manually. Once removed, other life forms could pilot one if they could fit within. TV, the Daleks, plus, the Space Museum, plus, the which is familiar, plus. A mutant is placed inside a Dalek. TV, the power of the Daleks, plus. If the interior of the Dalek sustained damage, floating eyeball-like Dalek antibodies would explore the damaged area and eliminate the threat by reducing it to a fine powder. The antibodies would then harvest the ashen remains of the threat, and send them into a feeding tube for the creature to feed off their protein. TV, into the Dalek, plus. Inside a Dalek was an artificial cortex vault, a memory bank that kept the Daleks' hatred pure. According to the 12th Doctor, the cortex vault extinguished the tiniest glimmer of kindness and compassion. The Dalekanium transport shell did this to all the Daleks on purpose, suppressing any memories that might lead the Daleks away from the purity that Davros had envisioned for them. If the cortex vault was broken, it was believed the Dalek could in fact learn positive emotions like friendship and kindness. However, Rusty, a Dalek the Doctor, tried to save from the hate-filled ideology, did not grow to have kindness. Instead, Rusty simply embraced hating the Daleks after seeing the Time Lords hate. TV, into the Dalek, plus, when they reunited, Rusty still showed no signs of compassion and only helped the Doctor after learning it could hurt the Daleks. TV, Twice Upon a Time, plus. Mutant. The creatures inside true Daleks were Dalek mutants. In the first appearance of the mutant form, TV, the Daleks, plus, they were shown to have small hands that somewhat resembled the claws of a lizard, though the entire form was never shown. Later appearances of the mutants were very different, with the 7th Doctor once describing them as little green blobs. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, according to one account, the creatures inside the Dalek casing were originally known as Dals, TV, the ambush, though Dal may have simply been another name for the Kaelds. Prose, the history of the Daleks, plus. The living Dalek mutant possessed numerous tentacles, and either a central, single eye, or a normal right eye and a left eye so reduced in size as to be easily missed, overall resembling what Lucy Miller described as if someone threw up a squid dinner. Audio, Blood of the Daleks, plus, despite their apparent lack of mobility, they were capable of defending themselves, as demonstrated when a Dalek attacked and killed a soldier. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus. Daleks also had some form of telekinesis. TV, Death to the Daleks, plus. Prose, Twice Upon a Time, plus. A Kaeld mutant attacks a soldier. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus. When referring to Dalek Khan, Davros, the very creator of the Dalek race, used male pronouns. TV, Journey's End, plus, however, the Ninth Doctor had used it to refer to the Metaltron Dalek. TV, Dalek, plus, the 12th Doctor referred to Rusty by saying it, TV, Twice Upon a Time, plus, but also referred to the Daleks as Davos's boys. Missy referred to a Supreme Dalek by using male pronouns. TV, the Witch is familiar, plus, the Dalek ambassador was referred to with singular they pronouns. Game, Worlds Apart, plus, at least one member of the species, Dalek Sec, possessed a sac-like membrane large enough to engulf an adult human male in preparation for his final experiment. It was this membrane that he used to absorb Mr. Diagoras and transform into a human Dalek. TV, Daleks in Manhattan, plus. All Daleks tended to think in the same way, meaning conferences between different Daleks were more akin to chorus of different Daleks agreeing with each other. Prose, Doctor Who and The Day of the Daleks, plus, some mutants had enhanced abilities. The mutant of a reconnaissance scout Dalek could possess and control other life forms, regenerate energy using ultraviolet light, and was capable of surviving without a casing. TV, Resolution, plus, Dalek. Mutants contained Dalek consciousness within even small organic remnants, or even a few pieces of DNA, from which a new Dalek could be grown. TV, Revolution of the Daleks, plus. Heavily mutated members of other species, including humans, also occupied the casings on certain rare occasions. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, Revelation of the Daleks, plus, The Parting of the Ways, plus, Asylum of the Daleks, plus. Main article, Dalek of human origin. Vulnerabilities. K9 Mark II destroys a Dalek. Comic, Doctor Who and the Dogs of Doom, plus. Although they were nearly invulnerable, Daleks had several exploitable weaknesses. Though these varied from type to type, their consistently biggest weakness was their eye stalk, which if damaged enough would leave a Dalek completely blinded. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus, Revelation of the Daleks, plus, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, Dalek, plus, The Parting of the Ways, plus, merely covering it rather than destroying it could sometimes work. For example, the Fourth Doctor once blinded a Dalek by throwing his fedora over its eye stalk. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus, but Wilfred Mart attempted to blind a Dalek by firing a paintball at it, only for it to melt the paint away almost instantly. TV, the stolen Earth, plus, the 11th Doctor could also create a device using a gunstick and a Dalek eye stalk that could blind an entire platoon of Daleks completely. Game, City of the Daleks, plus, a secondary weakness of the eye stalk was its lack of peripheral vision, making the Daleks very easy to hide from or sneak up on. TV, the Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus, Daleks in Manhattan, plus, Game, City of the Daleks, plus, Audio, Out of Time, plus. While the initial energy blasters from Pete's world could barely damage a Dalek beyond momentarily disabling its weapons and impairing their casing, TV, Doomsday, plus, the advanced version used by Rose Tyler could outright destroy a Dalek with a direct hit. TV, the stolen Earth, plus, the War Doctor's TARDIS was capable of smashing the Dalek casing if it was rammed into them. TV, the Day of the Doctor, plus, a Dalek is exterminated. TV, Revelation of the Daleks, plus. The vast majority of projectile weapons were near useless against them, however basic bullets. TV, Revelation of the Daleks, plus, high explosives such as dynamite. Game, City of the Daleks, plus, and Nitro 9. TV, Planet of the Daleks, plus, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, and weapons upgraded by the Hand of Omega. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, have been known to damage and or destroy them. Most weapons capable of destroying Daleks are energy-based weaponry, such as the energy blasters from Pete's world used in 2009 and the Daleks' own weaponry. TV, The Evil of the Daleks, plus, Planet of the Daleks, plus, The Five Doctors, plus, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus, Revelation of the Daleks, plus, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, Evolution of the Daleks, plus, The Stolen Earth, plus, Journey's End, plus, Victory of the Daleks, plus, Into the Dalek, plus, Prose, Legacy of the Daleks, plus, Comic, The Threat from Beneath, plus, The Dalek Revenge, plus. Daleks were also highly arrogant, allowing them to make mistakes that would lead to their defeat, one notable example being Daleks Just and Tai battling their hybrid army when they had a means of instantly killing them the whole time without any risk to themselves, leading to their destruction and leaving Dalek Khan the sole survivor. TV, Evolution of the Daleks, plus, they were also highly reliant on logic and had no imagination, leaving them in a stalemate with the Movellans, ended only when a virus was introduced against the Daleks. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus, even the new Dalek paradigm was noted to have relied more on recycling old ideas, either from their past or others, than creating new innovations. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus. The 11th Doctor noted that, as a result, Daleks were easy to predict and manipulate. Prose, Father of the Daleks, plus, an alternate Davros had similar thoughts, noting that the Daleks had limited potential for growth and development if left to their own devices. Audio, a genius for war, plus. The Daleks were also vulnerable to viruses and sickness such as light wave sickness. TV, Planet of the Daleks, plus, Audio, Return of the Daleks, plus, the Movellan virus, TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus, and Vaga plant virus. Audio, Masters of Earth, plus. If the pathway were to be hacked into, an enemy could delete all record of themselves, which would result in every Dalek forgetting them. However, this was known to be extremely difficult, the Doctor remarking he once tried but was unsuccessful. Oswin Oswald once deleted all records of the Doctor, having access due to her conversion into a Dalek. However, their knowledge of him was later restored by extracting it from the corpse of Tasha Lem. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus the time of the Doctor, plus they were also vulnerable to the 11th Doctor's regeneration energy, the Time Lord being able to use such to outright destroy them. TV, the time of the Doctor, plus they could also be absorbed by sentient oil. TV, the pilot, plus as historically, most Dalek casings were incapable of flight, obstructions in their path, or vertical shafts, served to delay them. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus historical records noted that rough terrain had been a legitimate obstacle in the Dalek Empire's early expansion. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus Movellan spacecraft possessed force fields that could destroy a Dalek in seconds. Audio, The Triumph of Davros, plus during the planetary relocation incident, Donna Noble managed to hack into the casings of the new Dalek Empire, disabling their weapons and overriding their motor control. TV, Journey's End, plus history. Description of the Dalek timeline. Main article, Dalek's timeline. Based on the Fifth Doctor's definition of a generation as 25 years, TV, 4-2. Doomsday, plus Dalek history, according to the Fourth Doctor, spanned 1,000 generations. 25,000 years. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, however, the Doctor went on to have more encounters with the exterminators, implying their history stretched beyond that limit. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus, et al. Indeed, the Fourth Doctor had also stated the Daleks had expanded throughout all eternity. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus the Eighth Doctor found Dalek history a difficult thing to remember because it was always changing. Prose, Alien Bodies, plus a member of Faction Paradox thought that this was because the Doctor tricked the Dalek Empire into tangling their timelines so bad that their history collapsed under the weight of the paradoxes. Prose, Unnatural History, plus historians who studied the Daleks noted the Daleks themselves often dipped back into their own past in their attempts to rewrite past failures. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus, and not even the Time Lords could organize all accounts of Dalek history together. Prose, Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus, the 10th Doctor reflected that Dalek history was confusing enough before the Time War. Prose, Prisoner of the Daleks, plus further complicating Dalek history was the species' frequent bouts of apparent extinction. Prose, The Last Dodo, plus the final end of the Daleks. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus it al. Was something that seemed to occur several times, but always ended up not being true. Eve, who was obsessed with collecting the last members of species, recorded the Daleks as enduring numerous mass extinction events, only for the exterminators to always return. Prose, The Last Dodo, plus, indeed, the 10th Doctor, TV, Daleks in Manhattan, plus, and an anti-Dalek group noted that the Daleks seemed to Always survive, no matter what was thrown at them. Pros, wanted. Daleks, plus, Eve. Specifically thought about how the Daleks would wink out in the far distant past, only to then emerge again as if from nowhere. In the end, she stopped trying to keep track of the Daleks. Supposed extinctions. Pros, The Last Dodo, plus. Origins on Skaro. Main article, Creation of the Daleks. The sentient, ancient Gallifreyan weapon known as the Moment once stated that the universe didn't have Daleks in my day. Pros, The Day of the Doctor, plus. The Daleks were, by most accounts, native to the planet Skaro. TV, The Daleks, plus, et al., prior to the Daleks' emergence, Davros found a prophecy in the Forbidden Book of Predictions, written in the extinct language of the Dals, which stated, "And on that day, men will become as gods." In the original language, the final word was pronounced Dalek. Audio, guilt, plus, meanwhile. Another account stated that Davros heard the word in the proposed Dalek solution, presented to him by assistant Shan, and that he soon stole her idea, adapting it into what would become the creation of the Daleks. Audio, Davros, plus, however, Ronson, a member of the scientific elite under the command of Davros, had never heard the word Dalek before the fourth Doctor used it. Hours later, Davros himself was first heard to publicly utter it in reference to his creations. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus. Another account held that the name Dalek came late into Dalek development and as a result of a bootstrap paradox, when Davros showcased a Dalek prototype to Mr. Castavilion, he briefly departed, only for the 14th Doctor to crash into the room, recognize the prototype as a Dalek and rush to depart the Genesis of the Daleks after giving it a plunger to replace the multidextrous claw severed in his crash. Castavilion, who had been looking for an anagram of Kale to serve as the new creature's name, loved the sound of Dalek and also picked up on the word exterminate used by the Doctor in reference to its attacks. Returning to the room, Davros quickly fell in love with the plunger design. TV, Destination, Skaro, plus, other accounts still suggested that the race from whom the modern Daleks mutated were already known as Daleks. TV, The Daleks, plus, comic, Genesis of Evil, plus. Whatever the origin of their name, there were several conflicting accounts over how the Daleks actually came to be. They were at any rate mutants, the descendants of a rival race to the Thars who had once had humanoid form. TV, The Daleks, plus, while most accounts stated this race was a species of black-haired fair-skinned humanoids known as Kales. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, it al. Dissenting accounts that later historians ignored. Pros, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus, held that this race may have been blue-skinned humanoids already known as Daleks. Comic, Genesis of Evil, plus, or even humans. Pros, We Are the Daleks, plus. The first Dalek mutant to bond with one of Yarveling's war machines confronts the last two members of the humanoid Dalek species. Comic, Genesis of Evil, plus. Some accounts held that the mutants within the shells had come to be through unguided mutation following the neutron bomb detonation that destroyed both the Thars and the Daleks. Forefathers Civilizations, TV, The Daleks, plus, comic, Genesis of Evil, plus, the metallic Dalek war machine having either been developed as an originally unrelated weapon of war, comic, Genesis of Evil, plus, or as an armor to protect the weak Dalek mutants from the background radiation still infusing their planet even long after the end of the war. TV, the Daleks, plus. However, according to most accounts, the eventual mutation of the Kaleds into the blobby, impotent Daleks had been foreseen by the Kaled scientific elite before it actually came to pass. And the mad genius Davros, seeking to protect the Kaled race in any way possible, set about intentionally accelerating this process. The mad scientist made his own alterations to the Daleks' genome to make them into heartless warriors who would harbor innate hatred for all other living things, and similarly designing the Dalek travel machine as an impregnable minitank, even as he led his superiors to believe it was only to be used as a life support system for the Kaled's sickened, radiation-poisoned descendants. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, the Witches. Familiar, plus, it al. Davros also later stated he made the Daleks, including their belief in their superiority, in his own image. Audio, Innocence, plus, Davros altered the Kaled genetic code to create the Daleks, changing it to fundamental DNA type 467 to 989 to make sure his creations believed in their own superiority. WC, Monster File, Davros, plus, human historians came to the belief that the events involving Davros and the Kaleds were the correct telling of history, with the other accounts being creation myths other species had created. Only the last great time war could have altered their history to briefly make the other accounts true. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus, with it being known that Yarveling's church existed during the conflict. Prose, Doctor Who and the Time War, plus, accounts from after the war continued to regard the story of Davros as the actual origin of the Dalek species. TV, The Magician's Apprentice, plus, it al. Seeking to prevent a possible future where the Daleks had succeeded in their goal of exterminating all other life, the Time Lords sent the Fourth Doctor back through time to interfere with the Daleks' creation. However, because of his personal morals, the traveler found himself unable to do much, only delaying the Daleks, by his guess, for around 1,000 years. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, though one account held it to be a later creation who traveled back in time to take over earlier versions of the Daleks. Audio, The Four Doctors, plus, several sources agreed that the Dalek Prime was the first ever Dalek. Prose, The Evil of the Daleks, plus, War of the Daleks, plus, and the one who had made the decision to exterminate the Dalek's own creator Davros due to his being genetically impure by the very standards he had programmed into the Dalek's worldview. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, the first Dalek then set itself up as Emperor of the Daleks. Comic, Genesis of Evil, plus, prose, The Evil of the Daleks, plus, and continued to experiment on its kin, further mutating them to its own designs. Prose, The Evil of the Daleks, plus, War of the Daleks, plus. The Doctor's actions nevertheless sealed the Prime and the other early Daleks away in the blocked-off Kaled bunker, but the Prime declared that the Daleks would emerge one day to become the masters of the universe. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, according to one historical text, the surviving Kael'ds above ground mutated into Daleks themselves and retreated into Darvroz's Mark II travel machines, while the Daleks in Mark III machines remained trapped for some time. Prose, The History of the Daleks, plus, while a different history book suggested the Daleks present in the Dalek city were the same ones who the Doctor had trapped underground. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus. Indeed, the Prime had declared the Daleks would construct their own city once they returned to the surface. Prose, Doctor Who and the Genesis of the Daleks. According to one account, the purported two origins were actually distinct events within a single history. After Darvroz's Daleks were buried for 1,000 years by the Doctor's efforts, the Kael'ds evolved into the humanoid Daleks, with the 1,000-year war having come to an end. However, after the neutronic exchange that wiped out the humanoid Dalek, or Dal, civilization, the Dalek Prime created by Davroz re-emerged from underground, and, passing itself off as a new mutation, directed the new, natural mutant Daleks to climb into Dalek casings, seeing it as an easy way to expand its fledgling race. It then set itself up as the new race's leader. The Dal descended Daleks remained subservient to the Dalek Prime and the other few Daleks made directly by Davroz, as programming within the casings directed them to act so. Prose, The History of the Daleks, plus. Rise of the Daleks on Amaran. According to one dissenting account, the Daleks' home planet was Amaran. It had been the stage of an experiment by the Haldens, who transplanted a population of Earth humans there, and used their advanced technology to accelerate the humans' evolution. Within 200 years, the Amaran humans had developed technology that frightened even the Haldens, including fearsome weapons. Realizing the experiment had gone too far, the Haldens attempted to exterminate their test subjects, but the accelerated humans refused to bow down and destroyed their creators instead before continuing to evolve both in body and in technology at an accelerated rate, soon surpassing their earthly brothers by millions of years. According to the scientist Bryant Anderson, who was later able to confirm via dissection that, to his great distress, the Dalek creatures were indeed a future form of Homo sapiens, the Daleks' great technology had only allowed them to express the true nature of humanity, the most destructive force in the universe. Prose, We Are the Daleks. Plus. Later scholars did not confirm or deny Anderson's claims, but some simply viewed his claim as a myth, while others suggested the Thars and Kael'ds were a result of proto-humans brought to Skaro by the Halden. This was like Andron's account of humans on Amaran, implying the possibility of parallel evolution playing a role in the development of the Daleks. Prose, Dalek. The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus, additionally, another account, which did in fact reference the Fourth Doctor's adventure against Davroz and his development of the Daleks, confirmed the existence of the Halden, revealing they were powerful enough to fight a time war against the Eternals. Prose, Meet the Doctor. On Skaro. This section's awfully stubby. The Curse of the Daleks, audio story. After their emergence, the earliest Daleks were directed by their first emperor to build a city for themselves, which they achieved within 2 months. As a safety precaution, the Daleks also magnetized the metallic sand surrounding the city, allowing them to pull it towards the city at will. covering it in a large dune that concealed it from unwanted visitors. Comic, Power Play, Plus. Centuries before the Daleks turned their minds to universal conquest, their city on Skaro was, most of all, a storehouse of inventions. The Daleks received a mysterious transmission which they feared might be a declaration of war. Shortly thereafter, Susan, having borrowed the Doctor's TARDIS and tried to make her way to Venus, happened to instead land in the petrified jungle on Skaro. Thinking she might be responsible for the message, or, at any rate, be able to decode it for them, the Daleks took Susan prisoner and brought her back to the city. As she stalled for time and food by decoding the message very slowly, one of the Daleks grew uncharacteristically fond of her, and even the others came to have a measure of respect for her. Eventually, Susan realized the meaning of this message which had the Daleks so terrified. Peace and goodwill for all. She burst out laughing, startling and even terrifying many of the Daleks, who had never heard laughter in their lives. In the confusion, Susan took her chance to run off back to the TARDIS, and, despite the pleas of the lone Dalek she had befriended, she fled Skaro. The Daleks remained on a war footing for a while before finding the translation Susan had left behind and realizing their error. Comic, The Message of Mystery. In the 21st century, according to the Eighth Doctor, the Daleks on Skaro entered the static electricity phase of their development. Pros, alien bodies, plus. The Daleks had been experimenting with weird sex. Pros, bafflement and devotion, plus. The Time Lords knew of alternate accounts surrounding the Dalek battle, though they were unsure of the accuracy of the claims. Pros, Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus, Renegade Time. Lord Iris Wildtime, who was known for living through the Doctor's past, had once stopped herself from telling the Eighth Doctor that when she had visited Skaro in her Jane Fonda incarnation, she had found that the petrified forest had been overrun by recalcitrant Aryans in savage blue eyeshadow. She had been the one who had led the attack on the electrified city. Only it had been more terrifying due to the Daleks' experiments with hallucinogens and weird sex. She later likened it to something out of the 1960s, specifically something by Philip K. Dick. Pros, bafflement and devotion, plus. Another account showed that the incarnation contemporary to Panda had found herself on a dead planet for a bring a bottle party. She had stumbled through the petrified forest, clutching her bag from the offie, falling over a horrid, dusty lizard thing. When she arrived at her destination, she had found that all the doors were closed tight and the lights were off, and she was unable to get the attention of the inhabitants inside. She decided to get drunk, and she left empty bottles around the entrance. She then ran into a bunch of blonde fellas, who helped her find her way back to her bus. Pros, From Wild Time with Love, plus. One another occasion, her companion Panda once had noted that they had lived through events multiple times, often going back to with gusto, then with ennui, erased from history, reinstated, improved upon, and then lived through once more for good measure. Pros, Enter Wild Time. A Dalek guarding prisoners Susan, Ian Chesterton, Barbara Wright and the Doctor inside the Dalek City. TV, The Daleks, plus. When the Doctor first encountered them, the Daleks were stranded in their city on Skaro, as their casings were powered by static electricity channeled by the metal floors of the city. preventing them from leaving it. They eventually found that the Thars had also survived what was known as the Neutronic War. After discovering that they had become dependent on the background radiation to the point of the anti-radiation drugs that Susan Foreman gave them being lethal to them, the Daleks attempted to vent radiation from their nuclear reactors into the atmosphere, which would have left them as the only living species on Skaro. The first Doctor and his companions led a lethal assault and deactivated their power, believing that he had wiped out the Daleks altogether in the process, the necessity of which crime he lamented, though he saw no other way. TV, The Daleks, plus, one account suggested that this Dalek battle had taken place 18 months prior to the 31st of July, 2065, or in early 2064. Prose, peaceful. Thars ambushed. Plus, the Doctor later theorized that they were able to return because the Daleks had other colonies on Skaro, which they did indeed. Prose, Doctor Who and the Dalek invasion of Earth. Plus, although he had also temporarily believed the Daleks he encountered on 22nd century Earth were from a point in history prior to the supposed destruction of the city's Daleks. TV, The Dalek invasion of Earth, plus, through Ace's improper usage of an Omega device. However, the very Daleks who had faced the Doctor were briefly resurrected, and, having learned of the existence of life on other planets from the Visitor, they vowed to conquer the universe and master time travel in order to regain their power. When Bernice Summerfield and the Seventh Doctor restored Skaro's history to its proper course, the latter noted that someone would soon breach the city and reactivate it. Audio, The Lights of Skaro, plus, that someone was the scientist Triana who, in the decades after the Dalek battle, found the Dalek Supreme, who had survived in the city's incubation level thanks to its emergency protocols. Manipulating Triana, the Supreme was able to raise a new generation of Daleks, whom the Supreme eventually intended to lead to the conquest of other worlds, only for the return of the Doctor and his companions to see the destruction of the Dalek city. The Thars, however, were confident that this had not been the end of the Daleks. Audio, Return to Skaro, plus. Although account 1 depicted the city already existing centuries before the Daleks turned their minds to universal conquest, comic, The Message of Mystery, another account stated that it was a short time after the construction of the Dalek city that Skaro was visited by a Craterian spacecraft piloted by the slave trader Kest. Comic, Power Play, plus, the entry of the Craterian spacecraft in Skaro's atmosphere was detected by the space agency, who reported upon it on the 13th of February, 2065. Prose, Fireball surrenders, the Space News Agency would release more information on the confused Craterian/Dalek conflict on Skaro 7 days later. Prose, Titan declares war. As Kest was there to mine the metallic sand, he soon uncovered the hidden Dalek city, and the Daleks decided to take advantage of this to steal the secrets of space travel from him. Though the ship managed to escape Skaro, the Daleks were undeterred and, in possession of its schematics, set about crafting spaceships of their own. Comic, Power Play, plus. The work was delayed by the lack of available materials, as space travel demanded that the ships withstand heat greater than what ordinary Dalekanium could bear. A scientist, Dalek Zeg, accidentally discovered a new and stronger Dalekanium alloy, Metalurt, which could withstand a sun's heat, as his casing had been the first thing transmuted to metalert, he became immune to other Daleks' death rays, and, boasting that he was invincible, demanded to be made Emperor. The Emperor tried to have Zeg destroyed by the Black Dalek leader's superior firepower, but as the scientist rebellious survived even that, they went to the Brain Machine, who ordered that the Golden Emperor and Zeg duel for the title. After numerous failed attempts, the Emperor succeeded in killing Zeg using liquid air, which was 312 degrees below freezing. From the ruins of Zeg's casing, the Emperor acquired the secrets of metalert, but later declared that it was still flawed and they were not ready to build flying machines. Comic, Duel of the Daleks, plus Space Travel. This section's awfully stubby. More information from the Dalek annuals needs to be added. Rise of the Dalek Empire. A Dalek is torn apart, from the inside out, by the Amaryl. Comic, The Amaryl Challenge, plus. Still led by the Golden Emperor alongside the Dalek Council, the Daleks finally perfected the Dalek Flying Saucer, comic, The Amaryl Challenge, plus, and forged an interstellar, and later intergalactic, Dalek Empire, TV, the Daleks' Master Plan, plus, their first target being Alvega, the planet closest to Skaro. There, they faced opposition from its plant-like inhabitants, the Amaryls. In the end, a scouting party of Daleks had to be sent to the planet's core to destroy it, which led to the explosion of the entire planet, with the Emperor observing that what we cannot conquer, we destroy. Comic, The Amaryl Challenge, plus. A report regarding the Daleks' invasion of Solturies. TV, The Man from Me.5, plus. Next, a Dalek invasion fleet, comic, The Amaryl Challenge, plus, headed to the planet Solturies, where the peaceful ruler Redlin the Wise ignored the warnings of the Prophet Lur about the danger presented by the Daleks. As the Solturians possessed a dangerous weapon known as the Pentare, which posed a threat even to them, the Daleks initially posed as friendly explorers of space who detest war to gain their future victims' trust and thereby learn about the full extent of their arsenal. Despite the Daleks' well-laid plans, the Prince Jereth succeeded in regaining the Pentare just in time to annihilate the Dalek forces who had landed. The Daleks, still in orbit, were recalled to Skaro before they could foil this counterattack, making Solturies the first planet the Daleks failed to vanquish. Comic, The Pentare Factor, Captain Blacker, an MI5 agent, was in possession of a report regarding this invasion by January 1965, which he kept aboard his yacht. TV, The Man from Me.5, plus. The Golden Emperor and the rest of his attack fleet returned to Skaro only to find the Dalek city plunged into chaos by a plague of rust that destroyed Dalek's casing within minutes of their catching it, usually killing the mutant in the process. It eventually surfaced that the rust germ was being carried solely by the Black Dalek leader. Initially resigned to his fate, the Black Dalek was repaired by the Golden Emperor, who could not afford to lose him. Comic, Plague of Death. Whilst the Emperor was distracted by the matter of the plague, a warrior race known as the Monstrans attempted to take over Skaro using their robotic soldiers, the Enger Brains. Though they succeeded in destroying the Dalek city, they were unable to permanently subdue the Daleks, and were themselves exterminated when a Dalek sacrificed itself to set off the volcano in which the Monstrans had landed their spacecraft. The Daleks then set about rebuilding their city once more. Comic, The Menace of the Monstrons. Shortly after completing the repair work on the city, the Daleks attempted to take over another planet, Auric, which they intended to mine for metals. However, as they were building a space station in orbit around Auric, the Daleks were attacked by the mechanoids, who first tried to defeat the Daleks covertly by turning them on each other with suspicion rays before being discovered. The mechanoids proceeded to wage war on the Daleks at full force, declaring themselves supreme and pledging to come to Skaro and destroy it. Comic, Eve of War, Plus. Desperate for any edge against the mechanoids, the Daleks scoured the skies with renewed fervor for any weapons or inventions to use to defeat their enemies if and when they finally came to Skaro. Thus they attempted to rob Fryn of its secrets of invisibility, though they were unsuccessful, only managing to subjugate the planet but losing the secret in the process. Comic, The Archives of Fryn, Plus. Shortly thereafter, they had to deal with the threat of the rogue planet Skardal, a seemingly indestructible astral body set on a collision course for Skaro itself. Choosing to kill two birds with one stone, the Golden Emperor found a way to divert the planet's course and send it in the direction of the mechanoids' home planet. Comic, The Rogue Planet, Plus. However, while trying to disintegrate a dangerous warhead before it landed on their planet, the Daleks ended up accidentally destroying Skardal before it hit the mechanoids. By then, the android 2K had been sent by the Zerovians to avert a war between the Daleks and the mechanoids, which the Zerovians believed would be disastrous for them in the long run, as whichever of the two powers survived would be able to turn its unmitigated attention towards the conquest of Zeros. The robot managed to trick the mechanoids into believing that destroying the rogue planet had been an intentional declaration of non-aggression from the Daleks, thus averting the war. Comic, Impasse, Plus. The launch of the missiles disturbed a nearby Terrorcon, which broke through an electric barrier and destroyed several Daleks before trying to eat one of the missiles, which it found to be inedible and tossed away, inadvertently arming it. The Daleks managed to deactivate the missile, and the Terrorcon was attacked by a giant electric eel before it could strike again. Comic, The Terrorcon Harvest, Plus. At one point the Daleks established a colony on Titan. This colony was eventually destroyed when the Daleks drilled too deep and ignited flammable gases beneath Titan's surface. This explosion destroyed the colony and created the Rings of Saturn. Prose, Dalek Saturn Probe, Plus. Targeting Earth. The Recon Scouts Campaign. Main article, Battle of Hope Valley. Main article, Recon Scout Incident. Main article, 2021 Dalek Civil War. The Reconnaissance Dalek in its rebuild casing. TV, Resolution, Plus. At some point in early Dalek history, reconnaissance scouts more advanced than the regular Kaled mutants were bred, and subsequently sent out into the universe to, as their name implied, scout ahead of the main invasion force. One of the scouts found its way to Earth during the 9th century, possibly becoming, by the Doctor, TV, Resolution, Plus, and Yasmin Khan's later reckoning, WC, Case File 11, Plus, the first Dalek to ever do so. However, it was, after much effort and bloodshed, defeated by the natives, who destroyed its casing and hacked the mutant apart in 3 pieces in what was remembered as the Battle of Hope Valley. This Dalek would only be awakened on January 1, 2019, at which point it rebuilt itself by using a human as puppet. TV, resolution, plus. During the Recon Scout incident, Pros, Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus, it tried to fulfill its goal by beaming the coordinates of Earth to the Dalek fleet, attacking GCHQ. It was, however, unsuccessful, thanks to the effort of the 13th Doctor and her companions who destroyed its makeshift casing. The mutant escaped and puppeted Aaron, using his life as leverage to demand the Doctor take it to the fleet. She used the TARDIS to dump it in a supernova instead. TV, resolution, plus. The remains of its casing were salvaged and fell into the hands of one of Jack Robertson's technology companies. Working with Joe Patterson, Robertson had the casing's technology used as the basis of security drones. One of his employees, Leo, discovered remnants of organic material in the casing and used it to clone a Dalek mutant, which retained the memories of the original scout. The mutant secretly infiltrated the company to create a breeding farm for a new race of Daleks and puppeted Leo when he attempted to kill it. As these Daleks attempted a takeover of Earth, the 13th Doctor summoned a death squad from a later point in a Dalek history who exterminated them all, deeming them impure. TV, Revolution of the Daleks, plus. Full-scale invasions. Main article, 2060's Dalek Invasion of Earth. Main article, 2150's Dalek Invasion of Earth. Main article, 2180's Dalek Invasion of Earth. Main article, 2223 Dalek Invasion of Earth. Some time later, mining operations on Skaro led to the release of 3 of the Daleks' humanoid forebears, the last 3 in existence, Ivrik, Logian and Zet, who had survived frozen in the mountains in life support machines. Though mistakenly believing the metal beings now in possession of the planet to be the original robots built by Yarveling, rather than the similarly designed travel machines of the modern Daleks, the humanoids realized that the Daleks were devoid of a conscience and, if not stopped, would eventually destroy every planet in the universe in their lust for conquest. Ivrik tried to join forces with the metal Daleks, offering to tell them a great secret, the location of the planet Earth, which he and Logian had discovered before they were frozen, though he never got to reveal it, as the Daleks, not recognizing their own ancestors, mistook him for an invading android and obliterated him. Zet, having learned the secret of Earth from Logian, tried the same thing and was met with more success, as the Golden Emperor had by then realized the truth. Before Zet could tell the metal Daleks how to get to Earth, however, Logian caused an explosion which killed both himself and Zet, burying the secret. Comic, Legacy of Yesteryear. By the end of the 21st century, the Daleks were scattered around the edges of Mutter's spiral, working on building a stable galactic power base. The ones left on Skaro, meanwhile, had attempted to create an independent empire of their own, pros, alien bodies, plus, this faction, known as the Exterminator Daleks, had an emperor of their own, who resided in the Dalek city, of which they had taken control. The exterminators believed the Daleks should devote their attention to the extermination of surviving Thars. They had some early successes which made them grow complacent, and were ultimately wiped out by a small but well-prepared Dal Commando. Pros: the Dalek problem, plus. A Dalek who saw value in beauty also briefly tried to seize power. This revolution was short-lived, however, as the Golden Emperor defeated the renegade and convinced his followers that beauty's short-lived nature meant that it was inimical to the Dalek ideal of everlasting power. Comic: Shadow of Humanity, plus. The Golden Emperor was later tricked by a Jvan space crew into letting the Jvan ship leave Skaro. Upon realizing they had been tricked, the Daleks swore to wage war on humanoids like never before. Comic: The emissaries of Jvo, and paid particular attention to a human spaceship that crashed on their planet. Though 3 of the humans managed to make it back home alive, they left behind a scrap of paper with Earth's coordinates, leading the Daleks to decide to conquer the planet Earth. Comic: The Road to Conflict. A Dalek patrols London. TV: The Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus. Although the initial Dalek invasion force was easily repelled, comic: Return of the Elders, the Daleks did eventually conquer and occupy the Earth in 22nd century after unleashing a plague on the planet. TV: The Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus. Audio: Masters of Earth, plus, and easily defeating the Terran security forces. Pros: The final sanction: the Dalek invasion force was led by a Black Dalek, known as the Supreme Controller, and each saucer was under the command of a Dalek saucer commander. They used Robomin for patrols and overseeing slaves. TV: The Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus. Audio: Masters of Earth, plus. A Red Dalek also served as a commander. In London. TV: Susan and the Daleks, plus. A city which would survive the invasion, but it suffered some of the greatest attacks since the Blitz. Pros: Illegal Alien, plus. New York City was totally destroyed. TV: The Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus. While Time once led her friends against a Dalek saucer in the Putney Common. Pros: From While Time with Love, plus. In 2163, the Sixth Doctor foiled the Daleks' plan to unleash a Vaga plant virus and new Robomin elite in 2163 and erased any record of his involvement afterwards. But the invasion continued. Audio: Masters of Earth, plus. Traveling in the Doctor's TARDIS, an older Susan Foreman accidentally arrived in the midst of the Dalek occupation in Trafalgar Square. She escaped aboard the TARDIS, but the Red Dalek, having failed to catch her aboard a hoverboat, dispatched a blue Chrono Dalek after her. After Susan thought she was safe in a new time zone, the Dalek entered the TARDIS and confronted her and a boy within the time machine, proclaiming that it now belonged to the Dalek Empire. TV: Susan and the Daleks, plus. Back in the 22nd century, the Daleks commenced a mining operation in Bedfordshire in order to reach the Earth's magnetic core, replace it with a propulsion system, and turn the whole planet into a massive spacecraft. Some time after their takeover of Earth, however, the first Doctor foiled the plan before its completion. The pit they had dug turned into an active volcano, the eruption of which killed the remaining Daleks and destroyed their base. TV: The Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus. A Dalek research facility, the 17, remained intact. The 8th Doctor and his granddaughter Susan Foreman were trapped along with the Master, and new Daleks were produced by the hatchery. They attempted to conquer England but were destroyed when the 17 exploded. Pros: Legacy of the Daleks, plus. Later in the 22nd century, the Dalek time controller was retrieved by the Daleks, though it was decaying from having been thrown through time. As this era's Daleks were unable to repair it, they sent a distress call which attracted the monk, who was able to repair it. The Dalek time controller took control over Dalek operation and orchestrated a second Dalek invasion of Earth, forcing the monk to release another plague to weaken humanity. It planned to use Earth as a space-time vessel containing the viruses scattered across time from the destruction of the Amethyst Viral Containment Station, having seen where they would end up while it was in the vortex and installing a time engine into Earth to travel to this point. The plague planet could then be piloted through the universe, infecting entire planets. The Daleks worked with the monk to maintain control of Earth whilst installing the time engine, allowing him to collect artifacts of human civilization. Ultimately, the time controller, and all Daleks on Earth, were dragged into a time warp thanks to the sacrifice of Lucy Miller crashing a Dalek saucer containing a bomb into the mine. Audio, Lucy Miller, // to the death, +. According to another account, Susan instead met the 13th Doctor, who, walking with her through the ruins of the 22nd century Earth, showed her granddaughter a dead Dalek she could take her anger out on. Prose, fellow traveler. In 2223, the Daleks launched a new invasion of Earth, with a black Dalek acting as Dalek Supreme. The Supreme led a single saucer to London to establish a base for the invasion, with the Dalek litigator accompanying as it was using the invasion to hunt down the Bruce Master. The Supreme wasted resources fighting the Master, who massacred the Daleks, leading to the litigator contacting the Dalek Parliament, who ordered the invasion be abandoned. The Master confronted the Daleks at their saucer, torturing and killing the Supreme and forcing the litigator to flee by temporal shift. Audio, Vengeance, + Other wars with humanity. The Daleks continued to improve their technology. They developed factory ships for conquest. TV, the power of the Daleks, + and the radio dishes which had originally been required to allow them to travel on surfaces without a static charge. TV, the Dalek invasion of Earth, + also vanished, enabling Daleks to move under their own power on any planet. Daleks hear Davrose's address before the 2254 invasion, game, Dalek Attack, + the 7th Doctor once foiled a Dalek invasion of Earth in Earth's year 2254, which had been planned out by Davrose and a Dalek Emperor different from the Golden Emperor on Skaro. Davrose had stolen a time ring, for which crime he was tracked down by the Time Lords and frozen in time soon after the Doctor caused the destruction of the Davrose-friendly Emperor on Skaro. During these events, large numbers of Dalek variants existed, both on Skaro and as part of the Earth invasion force. Among them were redesigned Daleks with radically different casings, who, for example, had no eye stalk but instead two large round eye holes. Game, Dalek Attack, + during this war, the Daleks obliterated the human colony of Phobos and experimented with human drones before exterminating them when Davrose failed to suppress their emotions. Prose, an incident concerning the continual bombardment of the Phobos colony, + in 2400, the Emperor gave an address at the Great Council Chamber, ordering a Dalek invasion of the solar system, with Earth as their prime target. This was because, as the humans had created colonies on Mars and Venus. The Emperor was worried that they might try to land on Skaro someday soon and wanted to preempt such an attack. They were able to conquer Mars, Venus, Jupiter and Saturn and captured mineralogist Jeff Stone, comic, Invasion of the Daleks, who they set to work concocting paint that would protect their casings from rusting on Venus. Instead, Jeff used lead-azide paint to incapacitate the Daleks before escaping with help from his brother Andy and going to find their sister Mary, who was also captured. Pros, read. For danger, they tracked Mary to a Venusian slave camp, where the Daleks were harvesting oil to give them enough fuel to invade Earth. Mary successfully negotiated an agreement which led to an increase in productivity, causing her to be placed in charge of all the oil mines on Venus. Her brothers meanwhile infiltrated the camp she was stationed at, blew up the oil well and armed the slaves to kill the surviving Daleks only to find Mary had been transferred to New Paris. Comic, the oil well. They later located Mary in the Daleks' Venusian headquarters inside the Churchill Mountains. In order to rescue her, Jeff caused a power cut in the Dalek base, forcing them to evacuate and allowing the Space Army to attack suddenly, destroying the entire fleet and liberating Venus. Pros, The Secret of the Mountain. The war against the Daleks continued, with Jeff going undercover in the Dalek city and discovering key information about Dalek technology. He also saw the Daleks taking control of humans using a Skaro mesmerista, creating drones which they termed humanoids. One Dalek detected Jeff and raised the alarm, but he escaped with the information. Comic, City of the Daleks. Plus, armed with new information on the Daleks, the Stones proceeded to Mars, where humanoids were sent to destroy their ship's spectroscanner so the Daleks could ambush them. They succeeded in this task but were captured, allowing the Stones to discover the impending Dalek attack and repel them with their ship's weaponry before escaping. Comic, The Humanoids, Plus. An advance party of Daleks landed in Kent and attempted to lay a liquid metal runway to prepare for an impending invasion. Their attempts were derailed when a mole burrowing nearby damaged the liquid metal sprayer, causing it to spray the Daleks and freeze them in place. Pros, The Small Defender. Andy and Mary Stone were captured on Gurnion by a Marsh Dalek patrol, who attempted to kill them by forcing them into the swamp where the Horrorcons lived. They figured out that the Horrorcons ate metal and used some to lure them out of the swamp, causing them to attack and eat the Daleks while Andy and Mary escaped in their ship. Comic, Monsters of Gurnion. Eventually the Daleks were completely driven out of the solar system and Skaro was blockaded by the Space Army, in a military action led by the Stones and Vel Karnine. The Daleks set up a magnetic field around Skaro to keep the humans out, but the Space Army were able to close off one of the two access openings and prepared to use the other to draw out the planet's atmosphere, forcing the Daleks to surrender. Pros, Breakthrough. With no other options, the Daleks agreed to a peace agreement forbidding them from ever leaving Skaro again and completely disarming them. One group of Daleks refused to this agreement and hid on Earth's moon, where they planned to detonate a cache of nuclear weapons to create millions of tons of debris which they would slam into Earth using a Mgla ray. Mary Stone sabotaged the weapons so they detonated an hour early before the Daleks had time to evacuate, destroying them. Comic, Battle for the Moon. The Second Dalek War. Main article, Second Dalek War. Rearmament. By one account 200 years of peace between the Daleks and humanity passed, with the Daleks disarmed, until a mysterious mechanical planet came which threatened both Skaro and Earth. The Emperor landed on Earth and made an offer to eliminate the threat in exchange for the return of confiscated Dalek weaponry, which the humans grudgingly accepted. Ultimately, the Daleks destroyed the mechanical planet and, with their weapons and power restored, the Emperor vowed to conquer all the planets in every sky. Comic, The Mechanical Planet. The Daleks later discovered the mechanoids had created the planet, and invaded Mechanus, where they wreaked revenge on the mechanoids by destroying their city with an atom divider. Comic, The World That Waits. Soon after, the Daleks abducted Defense Minister Talyok and his family and replaced them with humanoids in order to have the humanoid York undermine Earth's war effort by damaging critical alliances. However, Unispace security agent Marek Scrivener discovered the plot and assassinated the robot York before burning down York's residence, killing the replacements of his family. Agent Arthur Lippert pursued Scrivener, but was kidnapped by a humanoid duplicate of journalist Tom Litton and several enslaved humans and taken to the Octagon, where the Dalek overseeing the operation attempted to replace him with a humanoid. Scrivener arrived and shot the Dalek, killing it. The remaining humanoids were then arrested and deactivated. Prose, The Secret Struggle. Two men, Borg and Zemmer, kidnapped security agent Brit and took her to Skaro, where they attempted to rob the Dalek treasure house and leave her as the scapegoat. However, Brit managed to escape, leaving Borg and Zemmer, who were exterminated. Responding to the break-in, the Daleks re-inventoried their treasure house but found nothing missing except a diamond stolen by Brit during her escape. Comic, Treasure of the Daleks. Having given him a tour of the Dalek city, the Emperor personally interrogated Irishman Pat Kelly, who had arrived on Skaro in the spaceship Emerald Isle. Believing him to be a spy, the Emperor ordered all the Dalek inventions and technology, which Kelly had praised, to be screened for flaws. Interpreting Kelly's advisement for the Daleks to grow out their 5-leaf clovers as an attempt at sabotage, the Emperor had his ship refitted before sending Kelly back to Earth with the clovers, believing that it would bring Earth to ruin. Little did he realize, however, Kelly had in fact been playing an elaborate ruse to acquire the clovers all along. Prose, The 5-leaf clover. When the Skaro water plant was sabotaged, the Emperor initially believed that human slaves were responsible. Soon after, however, the Daleks caught an alien spy whom the Emperor ordered to be brought to him. The spy proved to be scout for an army of birdmen that invaded Skaro. Though the invaders were ultimately exterminated, the Emperor lamented that their ability of invisibility, a potential asset to the Daleks, was lost with them. Comic, The Invisible Invaders. A Dalek squadron began the construction of interferer beams on the planet Esmera in order to block all radio signals on Earth before abandoning the planet, leaving behind an orbitus to finish the construction. The beams were completed, but the orbitus was found by Rod Marlowe, who reprogrammed it to destroy them. Prose, The Log of the Gypsy Joe. A group of Daleks established an underwater base on an uncharted planet and abducted Unispace security agent Brit, hypnotizing her into helping them construct duplicates of Marek Scrivener and the 5 presidents of Earth in order to replace them and disarm humanity. This failed as the real Scrivener infiltrated the base, shot the Daleks guarding Brit and flooded the base. Comic, Masters of the World. Space pilot Commander Don Moraes and his co-pilot Zik were abducted by Daleks while on a reconnaissance mission and forced to search for the rare mineral Doranium in order to power Dalek missiles. They found a Doranium vein in the Valley of Rocks directly beneath the Dalek space station and managed to trigger an electrical explosion which destroyed the Doranium and the space station. Comic, The Dalek Trap. Scientist Jim Hardwick, creator of the Hardwick elixir, was kidnapped by the Daleks and forced to produce his elixir for them in order to render all of humanity unconscious. Jim provided the Daleks with a weakened version which only lasted a few weeks, after which the humans awoke and repelled the Dalek invasion. The Daleks managed to get Jim to produce a perfect version of the elixir only for him to drink it, rendering himself permanently unconscious and preventing the Daleks from ever using his formula. Prose, The Living Death. Operation Divide and Conquer. By another account, the Daleks sought renewed war against humanity as early as 2540, when they allied with the Master to undermine the Earth and Draconian empires and set them against each other and then take over with a huge army assembled on Spiridon. TV, Frontier in Space, Plus, this was known as Operation Divide and Conquer. Audio, The Dalek Conquests, Plus. Despite the Master's failure to cause war, the army was prepared and the Daleks looked toward utilizing the invisibility properties of Spiridon's inhabitants as a means of developing stealth technology. However, all of these plans were foiled when the Dalek army was frozen by the Third Doctor and a task force of Thars. TV, Planet of the Daleks, Plus. Once the Earth and Draconian empires learned it was the Daleks disturbing the peace, war was declared on the Dalek Empire. Prose, Prisoner of the Daleks, Plus. However, a journalist, understanding that a direct chronology of Dalek history was very hard to piece together thanks to Dalek time travel, speculated that the Daleks that fought this conflict were not actually from the 26th century. Audio, The Dalek Conquests, Plus. A Dalek force led by a Black Dalek destroyed a fleet of civilian transporters and allowed a ship piloted by Lieutenant Beth Stokes and Sergeant Tahira Khan to escape so that they could follow them to the planet Bliss where Orc 279 research facility was located. The Daleks encountered the 7th Doctor and his companions Ace and Hex. Professor Tosho Shimura created the parasitic creatures the Kaiserbeer, and these creatures attacked the Daleks, tearing through a Dalek platoon, leaving the Black Dalek, now infested with Kaiserbeer eggs as the only survivor when the Doctor arrived. The remaining Daleks on the planet ordered their ship to depart to prevent the Kaiserbeer spreading before exterminating themselves. The Doctor departed the base before the Black Dalek exploded, destroying the facility and the Kaiserbeer, the very atrocity that history recorded would take place. Audio, Enemy of the Daleks, Plus. The 10th Doctor and 4th Doctor are faced with the attack on the Cathedral of Contemplation. Audio, Out of Time, Plus. During the Second Dalek War, a Dalek Supreme, who reported to Skaro Command, led a force to capture the Cathedral of Contemplation after intercepting one of its doors, planning to use it to open a link to Earth to attack without warning. They sent through a Dalek duplicate to ensure the door remained open to gain access and then invaded. They exterminated the abbess and claimed the control room but found themselves unable to operate the cathedral. The Daleks captured the 10th and 4th Doctors, who had been aboard the cathedral, and connected their minds to the cathedral. The Doctors opened a door to Earth and the Supreme ordered the Daleks through. The Daleks were destroyed, however, as the Doctors had actually opened a door to the final destruction of Earth in 5.5/Apple/26. They abandoned the Supreme inside the cathedral as it collapsed, unable to survive without the abbess. Audio, Out of Time, plus the Archean Threshold. During the Second Dalek War, the Daleks used more advanced casings. Despite their efforts, after decades of fighting, the Daleks found they were losing. They tried to use the Archean Threshold, a rift in time above a planet they had destroyed decades earlier, planning to use the rift to wipe out humanity throughout time so that the human race would have never existed. They used human prisoners to dig through the crust of the planet to reach the threshold. The 10th Doctor joined forces with a crew of Dalek bounty hunters aboard a spaceship called the Wayfarer. About the same time, the people of the planet Eros learned of an approaching Dalek fleet, and the population fled before the Daleks arrived. Meanwhile, the Daleks waited for the refugee fleet to come to them, and the Dalek Inquisitor General, Dalek X, ordered the citizens sent to work in the Archean mines. The crew and the Doctor were taken prisoner on Archean, and the Doctor was forced to reveal his identity. Dalek X arrived to subject the Doctor to torture and extract Bowman's brain to learn how to bypass Earth's defense systems. The Doctor explained that the Daleks did not have the technology to use the threshold, but Dalek X thought the Doctor's TARDIS would allow their plan to succeed. The Doctor used his TARDIS as a lure to take Dalek X to Hurula, where Bowman, Coral and he escaped due to cutting-edge attacking a Dalek and being exterminated. The Doctor detonated the abandoned fueling station on Hurula, destroying all the Daleks as well as Dalek X's flagship, the Exterminator. The loss put a huge dent in the Dalek war machine. Earth pushed back their fleet and the Dalek Empire surrendered shortly after. Dalek X was knocked down by a gantry and survived the explosion, though was badly damaged and unable to escape. Pros: prisoner of the Daleks, plus further strengthening of the Dalek Empire. The final action of the Third Dalek War came with the Exilon Gambit. Pros: the secret lives of monsters, plus it started when a Dalek saucer traveled to the planet Exilon in search of Paranium, where all of its power was taken by the Exilon city. The Dalek Task Force encountered the Third Doctor and his companion Sarah Jane Smith along with a human expedition. They attempted to gun down the humans, but discovered that the Exilon city had also drained their power supplies, rendering their gunsticks useless and forcing the Daleks to form an unholy alliance with the humans. While their gunsticks didn't work, the Daleks replaced them with machine guns and enslaved the Exilons in search for Paranium. When their power was restored, the Daleks revealed they were the cause of the space plague and were about to fire plague missiles to kill the Exilons and the Doctor as they made their getaway in their ship. However, it and its crew were destroyed by Dan Galloway, who had stowed away on the ship with a Dalek bomb, which he detonated. TV, Death to the Daleks, plus. The second Doctor is confronted by the Daleks. Comic, the Triodos ambush, plus. At some point, the Daleks invaded Triodos and nearly wiped out the Trods. They were defeated by the second Doctor. Comic, the Triodos ambush, plus, a group of asymmetrical Daleks targeted the planet Zeus to serve as a beachhead for a subsequent invasion of Earth. However, the second Doctor arrived and allied with the Nativesans to fight them off. Prose, Daleks invade Zeus. A Dalek outpost was located on an Earth-like planet. The planet was rich in the materials the Daleks needed to construct more Daleks. In 2135, the second Doctor arrived on the planet, intent on fighting the Daleks' power. Using a homemade Dalek casing for a disguise, he infiltrated the outpost, leaving John and Gillian who in the TARDIS, and learned that the Dalek Supreme was on his way to supervise the production of thousands of Daleks. He went to the mine to sabotage it, but was spotted leaving his casing and was forced to flee. The Daleks searched for him and, unable to tell which one was the imposter, began destroying each other. The Dalek Supreme contacted them from his ship and ordered them to stop, but the Doctor then impersonated the Dalek Supreme and ordered the Daleks to destroy themselves. The Doctor escaped in the TARDIS just before the Dalek Supreme arrived, having struck a devastating blow against the Daleks. Comic, the Doctor strikes back. The Daleks established a base on a Earth-like planet and constructed the giant exterminator which they intended to use to destroy the Earth. The second Doctor, John and Gillian arrived on the planet and learned what the Daleks were up to. To defeat them, they derailed the train carrying the Daleks who had been trained to operate the exterminator, and stole the weapon's instructions so the Doctor could learn to operate it himself. He then used the weapon to destroy all the Daleks on the planet. Comic, the exterminator. The Daleks invaded an unnamed planet, where they attempted to construct tracks they could use to travel. The second Doctor, John and Gillian arrived just as they were building the tracks, and managed to escape before sending out an electrical current which destroyed the Daleks and their tracks. Comic, Jungle Adventure. On an unnamed planet, the second Doctor, John and Gillian tested the Doctor's pedalcopter, which crashed. When they got up, they ran into a group of Daleks, who chased them. They managed to keep them back by pelting them with rocks, then threw a boulder in the Daleks' way, before escaping in the TARDIS. Comic, Attack of the Daleks. The Daleks led by a Dalek saucer commander used a saucer to destroy Earth satellites during the Cold War, hoping the Americans and the Russians would blame each other and the conflict would escalate. The saucer landed at the bottom of the ocean, sealed within a pressure dome, where it was to wait until the Daleks saw the perfect moment to strike. However, it was infiltrated by the third Doctor who contacted a submarine, the HMS Pandora, and ordered it to fire on the ship. The Daleks died as the ship flooded. Comic, The Threat from Beneath. The Daleks invaded Urkos and enslaved the Klims to test the Dalek driller in order to destroy both Ekros and Earth. The fourth Doctor and Sarah Jane Smith foiled the Daleks' plans. Comic, The Dalek Revenge, sometime prior to 3985, Prose, Legacy, plus, Theatre of War. The Daleks destroyed New Mundus by intercepting the 7th Cyber Fleet and installing Oblivion. continuums into newly converted Cybermen, which they detonated inside Cyber Control on New Mondas. Comic, Cyber Crisis. The Daleks invaded the New Earth system with warlock henchmen they brought to the 25th century from many years ago and planned to destroy the system with neutron fire so that they could turn the system into a breeding ground for cloning Daleks by isolating the qualities of various creatures throughout Mutter's spiral and breeding it into the new Daleks. The fourth Doctor froze the Dalek battlecraft in one moment in time and space forever when he disconnected the time-space rationalizer of the Dalek's time transporter. Comic, Doctor Who. And the Dogs of Doom, plus. The Fifth Doctor took Tegan and Nyssa to Florana early in its history, when it was a barren planet. He found that a Dalek had crashed and taken control of the planet, pretending to be its god. It was destroyed by Thane, who attempted to take over himself. This resulted in the killing of many of the inhabitants, and the flowers Florana was named after grew from their ashes. Audio, The Elite. By 5124, a Luna University student River Song had repeatedly asked for funding requests for a university expedition into Dalek-controlled space, stating that they should see what the Daleks were currently doing. Pros, student bodies. Time travel. Early days of Dalek time travel. Thirsting for time travel which would finally even the odds between them and the Doctor, as well as generally enabling wider Dalek conquest of the universe. The Daleks allied themselves with the renegade Time Lord Shazer. Shazer gave them the knowledge and the means to build a fleet of TARDICes to conquer the galaxy. The Fourth Doctor and Sarah Jane Smith foiled the plan by having the Daleks damage their space station's cooling system, as it was very close to a sun. The Daleks escaped with their TARDIS fleet, but all ships exploded by Sirenium, destroying them. Comic, Return of the Daleks. The Seventh Doctor reflected that the Daleks had trouble with time travel because the Timewim, who they called Gullion Actina, the twister of paths, changed the possibilities all the time. The Daleks sent a task force against the Timewim, but she consumed them. Pros, Timewim, Revelation, plus. According to the Daleks themselves, they made a treaty with early Time Lords that allowed them to develop simple time travel, while also keeping them from being scooped out of time for entertainment. Pros, Dead Romance, plus, in the game of Rassilon TV, The Five Doctors, plus. When the treaty was updated at a much later point in history, Chris Quedge told Christine Summerfield about this original treaty, but by the time she wrote Dead Romance, she couldn't remember what the Daleks had promised the Time Lords in return. According to what the Daleks had told Quedge, the original treaty had been broken when the Time Lords tried to wipe out their species. Pros, Dead Romance, plus, by sending the Fourth Doctor to Scaro's past. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus. Early Dalek time travelers on the hunt for the First Doctor. TV, The Chase, plus. The Daleks managed to develop primitive time travel in the form of terranium-powered Dalek time machines of their own, which resembled cruder version of the Time Lord's own timeships. Under orders from the Dalek Prime, the Black Dalek leader sent an execution squad. Pros, The Chase, plus, of Pursuer Daleks, audio, the Daleks, plus, in a Dalek time machine to pursue the TARDIS throughout history and kill the First Doctor and his companions, seeking revenge for the liberation of Earth in the 22nd century. Pros, The Chase, after deciding the Doctor was their greatest enemy. After the Doctor and his companions left the Space Museum of Zeros, the Daleks readied their time machine to exterminate their greatest foes. TV, the Space Museum, The squad chased them to the planet of Aridius, New York City in 1966, the Mary Celeste, the Festival of Ghana, and, finally, to Mechanus. The Daleks created a robot version of the Doctor to infiltrate and kill the real Doctor and his companions, but it was destroyed. Trying to hunt down the Doctor themselves, the squad ended up attacking the mechanoids in their mechanoid city, TV, the chase, kicking off a long-standing rivalry between the mechanoids and Daleks. Comic, The World That Waits. During the ensuing mechanoid incident, the Dalek leader slipped away from the battle with the mechanoids after it realized that the assassination squad had no chance of winning. As the last surviving Dalek and in an act of self-sacrifice, it hacked into the city's computer systems and set the whole place to self-destruct, hoping to kill the Doctor and his companions in the blast. However, the Dalek squad had thus failed in its mission, as the Doctor and his friends escaped from the chaos. Two of the Doctor's companions, Ian Chesterton and Barbara Wright, used the Dalek time machine to travel back to their own time before destroying it. TV, the chase, prose, the chase, thus crippling the Dalek time researches until the time Destructor incident. Prose, mission to the unknown, some human historians believed this mission had been launched later in Dalek history, claiming that the Black Dalek leader had launched this operation after the Third Doctor destroyed a gold Dalek. Prose, Dalek, the astounding untold history of the greatest enemies of the universe, At some point, the Daleks attacked the Earth in the year 2000. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, At some point, Time squad of Grey Daleks were sent to exterminate the human race before they could challenge the Daleks by channeling an excess of energy into the receivers on Earth in 2025. This would lead to the formation of a giant force field around Earth, which would counteract the effect of gravity. The Moon would be forced out of Earth orbit. This would in turn cause the Earth to shift on its axis of rotation, leading to highly destructive floods, earthquakes and tectonic events which would eventually wipe out all life on the planet. The Fourth Doctor and Leela stopped them by redirecting the energy transfer to their ship as they fled. Audio, Energy of the Daleks, conflict with the Space Security Service. Main article, War, the only good Dalek. Main article, Great War, the evil of the Daleks. As they had several times before. Prose, mission to the unknown, it was said the Daleks invaded Earth 1,000 years before the Time Destructor incident. TV, mission to the unknown, of the year 4000. TV, the Daleks master plan, prose, Dalek combat training manual, like before, were beaten back in the end. Prose, mission to the unknown, instead of focusing on the Mutter's spiral, the Daleks focused on conquests throughout the outer galaxies with the intention to one day return to Earth. TV, mission to the unknown, the Daleks attacked the world Mark 7 and Hera lived on. They exterminated Hera, inspiring Mark to join the Space Security Service to fight back against them. Audio, cycle of destruction. A Dalek force on the way to invade the Big Four were diverted to the radioactive planet Barzilla after Sara Kingdom spread a rumor that a huge vein of gold had been discovered. Upon arriving, the force was ambushed and destroyed by the Earth fleet. Pros: the outlaw planet. Sara Kingdom is chased by Dalek humanoids. Comic: Sara Kingdom, Space Security Agent, Plus. Daleks abducted Professor Lomurg and imprisoned him in a slave camp on Vara. The Daleks wanted Lomurg to create an indestructible casing for them. Sara Kingdom rescued Lomurg and provided the Daleks with an unstable formula that led to the destruction of the camp. Comic: Sara Kingdom, Space Security Agent, Plus. The Daleks attacked Explorer Base 1 on M5, capturing David Kingdom. Audio: The Destroyers. In the year 4000, the Daleks formed an alliance with powers from the outer galaxies in the first stage of a plan to invade Earth's solar system. Space Security Service Agent Mark Corey discovered the alliance's formation on Kembel. However, the Daleks exterminated him before he could send word to Earth. TV, Mission to the Unknown, Plus, the Guardian of the Solar System, Mavic Chen, joined the Daleks alliance and supplied them with an M of terranium, which was vital to the Time Destructor, which the Daleks planned to use to wipe out the solar system. However, the First Doctor, allied with Sara Kingdom, escaped with the terranium, and the Daleks pursued him until he apparently surrendered it to them. The Black Dalek leader attends a meeting of the Galactic Council, TV, the Daleks' master plan, Plus. This turned out to be a fake, however, so a Dalek task force, with the Red Dalek leader, sent from Skaro in another time machine by the Dalek Prime, pursued him and his companions through time until the core was finally recovered in ancient Egypt. They successfully recovered the core, although the Red Dalek was killed by rocks during the battle with the Egyptians. The Doctor activated the Time Destructor, which destroyed the Daleks, their invasion fleet, and left Kembel a wasteland. TV, the Daleks' master plan, Plus. Pros: the mutation of time. With the Dalek plans exposed, the exact situation the Daleks had wanted to avoid by taking out the heart of human space occurred. Several powers declared war against the Dalek Empire over the following millennium, beginning the Great War. Pros: the evil of the Daleks, Plus. During the Great War. Pros: the Universe, Plus. In the space year 17,000 according to the Fourth Doctor, the world of Hyperon deployed war rockets against a Dalek invasion of Venus. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, Plus. During the 41st century, the Daleks fought the SSS in a war. Audio, the House of Kingdom. The Daleks also invaded the Galactic Federation in the 4010s. Pros: Legacy, Plus. Vulcan plot. Main article: Vulcan incident. We are the new race of Daleks. The Daleks created on the Vulcan factory ship, SRC. At some point, a Dalek factory ship crashed on Vulcan, where it lay for 200 years until a human scientist named Lesterson recovered and penetrated the capsule. Once activated, the surviving Daleks in the capsule decided to pose as obedient robotic servant drones, claiming to be the colonists' willing servants. The Daleks took advantage of the colonists' naive trust to establish a reproduction plant on a conveyor belt system, with which to increase their numbers, with the newly bred mutants declaring themselves the new race of Daleks. The second Doctor eventually destroyed the Daleks by turning the colony's power source against them, but not before the Daleks killed a vast number of the colony's inhabitants. TV, The Power of the Daleks, plus, additionally, several Daleks survived. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, with one raising its eye stalk as the Doctor's TARDIS departed. TV, The Power of the Daleks, plus. The second Doctor discovers the Daleks. TV, The Power of the Daleks, plus. Nevertheless, survivors of the engagement were driven insane by their encounter with the Doctor, so, though they were reunited with the rest of the Dalek race, they were banished to intensive care in the Dalek Asylum. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus. According to several accounts, this battle on Vulcan occurred early in overall Dalek history. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus, A Brief History of the Daleks, plus, indeed, the Time Lords dated this Vulcan incident to be after the Time Destructor incident. Prose, Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus, by another account, it occurred after the Imperial Renegade Dalek Civil War. Prose, War of the Daleks, plus. The Great Dalek Civil War. Main article, Dalek Civil War. Though it pained him to admit it, the Dalek Prime eventually realized that the Daleks were slowly and steadily losing their Great War. 200 saucers were lost to the Thars in the 7th sector, half of the Dalek fleet had been annihilated on the Draconian frontier, and 6 planets had been won back from the Daleks' control by the Terran Federation. Faced with the computer prediction that the Daleks would be utterly defeated within 80 years if things went on this way, the Emperor took the decision to resort to time travel more fully than ever before, as the Doctor's interference had always been what threw a spanner in the Daleks' schemes. He reasoned that not only preparing for the Doctor's involvement, but drawing him out outright, might be the Daleks' path to victory. Prose, The Evil of the Daleks, plus. The Emperor's personal guard try to protect him. TV, The Evil of the Daleks, plus. Hence, after Daleks under the leadership of the Emperor were eventually summoned to 19th century Earth by the human businessman and amateur alchemist Theodore Maxtable, who had devised a new form of time travel involving mirrors and static electricity, they took over Maxtable's techniques for themselves. Armed with this venue for time-space travel, they used it to trick the second Doctor into a trap. They asked him to implant the human factor into 3 Daleks, claiming that they desired to become humanized Daleks allying the best of mankind and Dalek kind. In truth, the Emperor's design was that the Doctor's experiment would, by contrast, also identify the Dalek factor, which they would then spread through Earth's history, thus preventing their Great War with Earth from happening. However, having realized the Daleks' plan, the Doctor encouraged the 3 humanized Daleks, Alpha, Beta and Omega, to defend themselves. Fearful of the implications, the Emperor ordered many Daleks through an archway that would re-implant the Dalek factor. However, the Doctor switched factors so that all Daleks through the archway were humanized. A conflict between the normal and humanized Daleks inevitably broke out across Skaro, apparently ending the Daleks. TV, The Evil of the Daleks, plus. Prose, The Evil of the Daleks, plus. According to one dissenting account, the Dalek Prime's human factor gambit and the subsequent near destruction of the Dalek Empire actually occurred at a later point in Dalek history, Post-dating the revival of Davros and the Dalek-Movellen War. Prose, the history of the Daleks, plus restructuring of the Empire. The Dalek Civil War did not end the Daleks as the Doctor predicted it would. The humanized Daleks were defeated and the Emperor's forces began rebuilding. Prose, Doctor Who and the Day of the Daleks, plus Jamie McCrimmon and Victoria Waterfield later returned to the Dalek city, entering in the Great Hall and realizing that the Emperor had in fact survived. As for Silver Daleks closed in, they realized even more Daleks were present in the room. Though these Daleks had captured the Doctor's TARDIS, Homevid, Emperor of the Daleks, one account claimed the Doctor, in his personal timeline, would not confront the Daleks again until they had created a new command structure, involving Grey Dalek drones and Gold Supreme Daleks. Now, in their third incarnation, the Doctor reflected on how he was wrong to believe that the Daleks had been utterly defeated. TV, Day of the Daleks, plus, by another account, the Doctor was still in their second incarnation upon learning the Daleks and their Emperor had survived the Civil War. Comic, Bringer of Darkness, plus the Daleks led by a Gold Dalek, invaded Earth in an alternate 22nd century after the World Peace Conference was destroyed by Shura from the future. World War III started as various global factions accused each other of having done so. They used Ogrons as enforcers. The third Doctor and Joe Grant traveled to 1970s and undid that alternate timeline. Shura used the bomb to destroy the Daleks and Ogrons in the orderly house. TV, Day of the Daleks, plus, one account claims a Black Dalek was present as a second-in-command and was responsible for much of the Gold Dalek's tasks while the Gold Dalek acted as an overseer. Prose, Doctor Who and the Day of the Daleks, plus, a group of human researchers also knew of a Dalek assault on the home counties, during which Ogrons were deployed as the vanguard of the invasion. Unit troops defended Britain against the Daleks. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus. Even though the Daleks involved in the invasion had failed to recognize the Third Doctor until confirming his identity, TV, Day of the Daleks, plus, the same group of human researchers claimed these events had occurred after the eve of the Second Dalek War from the Daleks' perspective. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus. Meanwhile, the surviving humanized rebels, led by Alpha, were forced to flee Skaro in a captured saucer. Alpha had a vision of a world where they could live in peace and seclusion, knowing the rest of their species would never stop hunting them. They settled on Kirol in a subterranean city, Azrakor, beneath the seabed. Here they created their own culture, making art, meditating, and developing the psychic abilities latent in all Daleks. The Eighth Doctor and his companion Izzy Sinclair helped the humanized Daleks defeat the Cataphobos, the last Kirolian. The Kirolian race became extinct when Alpha and the other Daleks self-destructed. Comic, Children of the Revolution, plus. Return to power. A small group of Daleks spent 300 years hiding beneath an Antarctic glacier waiting for humans to advance to a stage where the Daleks could use their technology against them to invade Earth. This eventually happened when a nuclear submarine, the USS Jefferson, entered the cavern and the Daleks enslaved its crew through mind control. They launched Proton missiles into Sydney Harbour, and invaded Sydney. They planned to use factories to turn humans into Daleks and take over Earth. Discovering the third Doctor, the Daleks chased him in the Jefferson to Sydney Harbour Bridge, where Lieutenant Davis destroyed the Daleks by dropping a live cable on the submarine from above. Comic, *Sub-Zero. The Daleks, having observed the destruction of their forces on Earth, used a time vector to transport the TARDIS to Skaro, where they planned to perform an operation on the Doctor which would mentally turn him into a Dalek. The Doctor and his companion Finney escaped into the jungle, where they used a herd of dinosaur-like creatures to destroy the Daleks. Comic, The Planet of the Daleks. Further battles. The Daleks took over the home planet of the Antioch, forcing them to move to the Minerva system and begin a military-focused culture. Prose, The Fall of Yucatán, plus. At some point, a Dalek ship was shot down in a war, crash landing on the planet Red Rocket. Rising. The Eighth Doctor deduced that Professor Martez had turned human beings into mutant Daleks in his experiments to make humans more like Daleks using deceased but intact Daleks and technology taken from the ship. Years afterwards, a group of Daleks with short supplies and badly damaged from fighting were under the leadership of a Dalek Supreme, and responded to a signal sent by Professor Martez, pretending to take the survivors of the asteroid-stricken world Red Rocket rising to another planet. In reality, the Daleks deflected the asteroid to destroy Martez's experiments, whom had deviated from the idea of Dalek blood purity, and failed. They planned to detonate their command ship to destroy the mutant Dalek base to ensure that the blood of the Daleks remained pure, and after that they would exterminate all humans on the planet. An explosion inside the command ship cancelled the detonation, causing the ship to go off course, saving Eileen Clint's people thanks to Tom Cardwell. Despite this, the Daleks decided to destroy the mutants personally. A full-scale Dalek battle followed, with both Dalek groups determined to completely wipe out the other. With the help of the humans, both groups of Daleks wiped each other out. Audio, Blood of the Daleks, plus. In 45th century Stockbridge, a rain was mutating the villagers into zombie slaves of the Daleks. They tried to turn the Doctor into a Dalek and use his TARDIS to help conquer the universe, but failed and they were defeated. Audio, Plague of the Daleks, plus. Dalek Movellen War. Main article, Dalek Movellen War. This section's awfully stubby. Series 3, TNCM. Bomber Daleks on the March, TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus. According to the Celestial Intervention Agency's research, during a time when the Dalek Empire was divided under the control of two emperors, the Daleks were attacked by the Movellans. One emperor was killed by the Movellans, leaving the other, who had been based on Skaro, in charge of the entire empire. This hampered the Daleks' tactics, as the emperor was unable to keep track of forces that had been under the other's control. Prose, The Dalek Problem, plus. During Boris's quest for immortality, a grey Dalek was time-scooped into the game of Rassilon and set against the First Doctor and Susan. The two managed to trick the Dalek into the ricochet of its own gunstick, killing it. TV, The Five Doctors, plus. The Time Lords later deduced that the abducted unit had come from the 46th century, during the Dalek Movellen War, and that its abduction had been one of the acts of aggression that had triggered the last great time war. Pros. Dalek Combat Training Manual, Plus. Just as how the Daleks used both bronze and grey casings in their war with the Movellans. TV, The Pilot, Plus, Destiny of the Daleks, Plus, a bronze Dalek and 2 grey Daleks chased Walter the Worm in an attempt to exterminate him, only to fail. WC, The Daleks Chase Walter the Worm. The 12th Doctor once arrived in a war zone during the Dalek-Movellan conflict with Nardole and Bill Potts. TV, The Pilot, Plus, during the conflict, the Daleks made themselves into robots to try to better understand the Movellans. Pros. Dalek Combat Training Manual, Plus. A faction of Daleks returned to Kembel seeking to regain lost knowledge of time travel. They used a time bubble to send a Dalek back in time to attempt to assassinate the first Movellan. Audio, The Triumph of Davros, Plus, however it only succeeded in destroying the space security services time machine. Audio, The Wrong Woman, the Kembel faction did succeed in recreating a Dalek time machine. Audio, The Triumph of Davros, Plus, the war indeed was fought throughout time. Audio, The Dalek Gambit, the Daleks mainly used time corridors to travel through time. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, Plus, whereas Movellan ships used time warps. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, Plus. The conflict soon resulted in a centuries-long stalemate, with each side's purely logical battle computer keeping them in deadlock. To circumvent this stalemate, the Daleks returned to Skaro, which had been abandoned, to find Davros so his biological mind could reprogram their battle computers to win the war, being followed by a rival Movellan expedition. The 4th Doctor saw to the defeat of both factions, destroying the majority of the Dalek force after they made into bomber Daleks sent against the Movellan vessel. Davros was taken by the Daleks. Liberated slaves to stand trial. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, Plus. The Daleks attempted to recapture Davros whilst he was being transported by an Earth Protection Corps vessel, also carrying the 10th Doctor. However, interference by Movellan forces resulted in the Earthship crashing on Kembel. There the Movellans captured the Doctor and Davros whilst the Kembel Daleks caught his companion Anya Kingdom and Earth Protection. Major Keelan. Audio, The Dalek Defense, the pair were attached to bombs and sent to infiltrate the Movellan vessel but were quickly exposed and thrown out along with the Doctor, so the Daleks recaptured them. After Davros announced an alliance between Daleks and Movellans against Earth via the Pathweb, the Kembel Supreme decided to work with the Doctor against Davros. However, Davros eventually revealed the alliance was just a front to attempt to infect the first Movellan with a virus. The Doctor prevented the virus spreading into the Movellans beyond Kembel whilst Earth Protection forces summoned by Keelan overwhelmed the Daleks on Kembel and recaptured Davros. The Doctor subsequently stole the Kembel Daleks' time machine, and Anya destroyed the Supreme when it tried to stop him. Audio, The Triumph of Davros, Plus, the war continued for another 90 years, until the Movellans developed a Movellan virus to defeat the Daleks. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, Plus, who had returned to their organic states. Pros, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, Plus. Imperial Renegade Dalek War. The virus spreads, the schism begins. A Dalek drone is brainwashed by one of Davros' agents. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus. In 4590, prose, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus, with more and more Daleks dying from the Movellan virus, prose, The Secret Lives of Monsters, plus, a detachment of Daleks and troopers led by the Supreme Dalek embarked on a rescue mission in hopes of their creator to find a cure for the virus. They also used a time corridor and a Dalek duplicate called Stian to trap the Fifth Doctor to duplicate him and his companions to assassinate the Time Lord High Council. However, the Doctor broke free of the duplication apparatus and turned Stian to his cause. Meanwhile, Davros turned several Dalek troopers and 2 Daleks to his cause through mind control, only for the Supreme's Daleks to destroy the rebels. Both Davros and the Doctor unleashed the virus and the Dalek ship was destroyed by Stian. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus. Nevertheless, Davros' work on analyzing the virus had already been sent to Dalek Supreme Command, allowing the Daleks to quickly develop a cure. Prose, The Secret Lives of Monsters, plus, both Davros and the Supreme Dalek also survived the event. TV, Revelation of the Daleks, plus, prose, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus, however, to avoid the virus, the Daleks had dispersed across the cosmos. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus, which led to increased factionalism amongst the Dalek Empire. After Davros' actions officially opened up a schism. Prose, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, the divide amongst the Daleks left their never-ending war effort in ruins, with invasions and wars failing. The Daleks grew concerned at the growing divide amongst their kind, with the Daleks on Skaro, despite continuing to claim that they did not need humanoid life forms, coming to believe that they needed to rescue Davros so their creator could provide them direction. Audio, Innocence, plus. Necros and the Trial. Daleks from Necros. TV, Revelation of the Daleks, plus. Davros escaped to Necros and began to turn intelligent cryogenically frozen people into Imperial Daleks to conquer the universe. However, Takis called the Daleks to take Davros to stand trial. The Grey Daleks fought their way past the Imperials to take Davros. He tried to get them to take the Sixth Doctor, but they didn't recognize him. The Daleks' attempt to recondition the Imperials failed because of the Imperials' destruction by the Doctor and Orsini. TV, Revelation of the Daleks, plus, however, the Time Lords did later ponder if some Necros Daleks survived and helped their creator cement his control on Skaro during his trial. Prose, Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus. According to one account, en route to Skaro the ship carrying Davros crashed on the planet Lethe. Davros was rescued, and he set himself up as Professor Vazo and attempted to create a new machine, a juggernaut based on a mechanoid design. Lethe's atmosphere prevented the Supreme Dalek retrieving Davros directly, but its forces intercepted the Sixth Doctor's TARDIS, forcing him to serve as an agent of the Daleks and stop Davros' researches and manipulations. The Doctor discovered 2 of Davros' Necros Daleks had survived the crash, but were destroyed following Davros' final gambit on the colony and the Supreme Daleks' intervention. Audio, The Juggernauts. One account claimed that Davros was brought to Skaro for a trial but learned of a Thal spy named Lerine who had snuck aboard their ship. She tried to convince Davros to destroy his creations with a more powerful strain of the Muvellan virus the Thals had developed, but, upon reaching Skaro, Davros denounced her and revealed the existence of the virus. Surprised that Davros had not unleashed the virus and believing he was worthy of becoming the Emperor, the Daleks of Skaro proclaimed Davros to be their leader and exterminated Lerine. Before Davros arrived and was gifted the rank, the Dalek Supreme was planning to take on the role of Emperor. Audio, the Davros mission, yet other accounts suggested there already of an Emperor on Skaro during this time. Grey Daleks chasing after Davros on Spiridon, comic, Emperor of the Daleks. Plus, that account claimed that Davros was put on trial for his life before the Emperor on Skaro. As part of a scheme with his future self, the Sixth Doctor rescued Davros just before the Daleks carried out their sentence of death. The Doctor took Davros to Spiridon, where he could lick his wounds and bide his time. The Doctor intended to lay the groundwork for a Dalek civil war and spoke to Davros of his future destiny as Emperor Dalek. When Daleks led by the Supreme Dalek landed on Spiridon with the Seventh Doctor, Davros set his new army of Imperial Daleks against them, along with a special weapons Dalek. The Supreme Dalek was killed. The Imperials then took over Skaro, seemingly exterminating the Emperor, and Davros was instated as Emperor of the Daleks. Comic, Emperor of the Daleks. Plus, a third account claimed there was no legal trial. Instead, the Daleks of Skaro brought Davros to them to see if he was able to solve the schism, audio, innocence, plus, that had developed after the Muvellan War. Pros, remembrance of the Daleks, plus, disgusted that the Daleks were seemingly scared and had failed their potential, Davros nonetheless agreed to offer them direction. Firstly, he reflected on his childhood and the creation of the Daleks to teach the Daleks of their earliest days. The Daleks who had brought Davros to Skaro to provide them direction claimed to be working under the command of the Dalek Supreme. Audio, innocence, plus, yet the Black Dalek leader, by most accounts, was opposed to the idea of Davros having any command over the Empire. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, et al. Open Warfare. Main article, Imperial Renegade Dalek Civil War. Renegade Daleks who served the Supreme, TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus. No matter what account of Davros' trial was true, the Dalek Empire was eventually divided into two camps. With Davros as its emperor, one faction developed into an imperium of Daleks. Given white casings and mechanical upgrades, yet these imperial Daleks were seen as impure by the Black Dalek leader, which led a faction of grey Daleks that came to be known as the Renegade faction, TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, et al. On Davros's order, he decried the separatists under the Supreme as renegades for refusing to bow before him. Pros, Dalek. The astounding untold history of the greatest enemies of the universe, plus, these two sides clashed in what became known as the Imperial Renegade Dalek Civil War. The Imperium secured control over Skaro, TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, et al., though the Renegades later claimed the world controlled by Davros was not the original Skaro. Pros, War of the Daleks, plus, At some point, the Grey Daleks encountered the Sixth Doctor and Peary Brown on the planet Omnia, which they had conquered after the Battle of Destiny. The Doctor made it his mission to free the planet from Dalek control, which was being supported by their puppet leader, Carmen Rigger. The occupation was commanded by a Dalek Supreme and aided by a special weapons Dalek. Audio, emissary of the Daleks, plus Davros and his Imperial Daleks traveled back to the Battle of Waterloo in an attempt to change history but were thwarted by the Sixth Doctor. Audio, the Curse of Davros, plus serving under the command of the Dalek Prime, which held the title of Emperor for the Renegade Daleks. Prose, War of the Daleks, plus the Black Dalek leader continued to lead the Renegade faction as the Supreme Dalek. However, the factionalism that had started after the Movellen War continued to divide the Dalek race, as the Renegade faction was not a united force, with some pockets of the faction not even declaring hostilities against Davros. During the war against Davros faction, the Supreme hoped to find a way to unite its faction, eventually deciding it would need to kill the Doctor to bring about such a future. Prose, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus an Imperial Dalek shuttle landing in 1963, TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus during the war, the Imperial and Renegade Daleks both headed to Earth in 1963 to claim the Hand of Omega. The Imperials controlled H. Parson, while the Renegades used Judith Winters as their battle computer and allied with the Association. The two factions waged a lengthy battle at Shoreditch. Aided by the Special Weapons Dalek, the Imperial Daleks won, almost wiping out the Renegades aside from the Supreme. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus during the battle, one Imperial Dalek was transported to 2016 by a rift in time at Coal Hill School. It learned of the outcome of the battle and attempted to travel back to forewarn its comrades. It was stopped by the efforts of Ace and Quill. Audio, in remembrance. The Imperial Daleks took the Hand of Omega, as the Seventh Doctor had planned all along. Davros plotted to TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus detonate the second son of the Daleks. Homeworld Skaro with the Hand, Prose, the Stranger, plus giving the Daleks the power of unlimited time travel. In the Imperial Daleks time zone, he did so, causing it to go supernova. This action, however, destroyed the planet and the Imperial fleet, as the Doctor had programmed the Hand to do. On Earth, the Doctor talked the last Renegade Dalek, the Black Supreme Dalek, into self-destructing. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, he did think to himself that, in reality, the Supreme was not the last of its kind and merely said that to convince the Dalek into destroying itself. Prose, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus a New Empire. From the ashes of the Civil War. Following the destruction of Skaro, Dalek battle cruisers continued to protect the area of the galaxy where Skaro used to be, even though it was now desolate. The Doctor briefly visited this part of space after encountering peace-loving Daleks in an alternate universe. Prose, the Ripple Effect. The Dalek Prime, comic, Shadow of Humanity, plus, who was credited to be the leader of the Renegade Daleks and winner of the Civil War in one account of history. Prose, War of the Daleks, plus. According to some accounts, the Dalek Prime's Renegade Daleks emerged victorious, now referring to themselves as the true Imperials. Davro's escape pod was acquired by a garbage ship, the Quetzal, which the Eighth Doctor and Sam Jones also ended up on. A group of Thars arrived, with the intention of using Davros to effectively turn them into Daleks so they could fight the Daleks better. A Dalek force arrived and took the Quetzal to a planet called Skaro. The Dalek Prime claimed that this was the original Skaro, and that the planet the Doctor had destroyed was a decoy called Antalan. The Dalek Prime knew that some of its own Daleks were loyal to Davros and put Davros on trial to flush them out. A battle ensued and the Dalek Prime emerged victorious. A Dalek factory ship was lost to the time vortex. Prose, War of the Daleks, plus, with the Doctor believing it was the ship that would crash on Vulcan and be dealt with by his second incarnation. Prose, War of the Daleks, plus, TV, The Power of the Daleks, plus, Davros was apparently executed, though a spider Dalek loyal to him had promised to pose as his executioner and teleport him to safety. Prose, War of the Daleks, plus, which Davros's later survival would appear to confirm. TV, Journey's End, plus, it al. According to one dissenting account, it was also around this point post-Civil War point in Dalek history. Prose, The History of the Daleks, plus, rather than prior to the Dalek Movellen War and revival of Davros as most accounts tended to hold. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus, comic, Bringer of Darkness, plus, etc., that the Dalek Emperor's human factor gambit occurred, backfiring into a final end for the Dalek race, as it became engulfed in the original Dalek Civil War arranged by the Second Doctor. Prose, The History of the Daleks, plus, although the Doctor thought it plausible that some Daleks would survive the cataclysm and rebuild, he was hopeful that they would never again reach the same heights as before. He further believed that the Dalek Prime was finally dead. Prose, The Evil of the Daleks, plus, unaware that its backup systems had kicked on and the lights of the Emperor still shined through the night of Skaro. TV, The Evil of the Daleks, plus. Another account of the end of the Imperial Renegade Civil War held that Davro's escape pod entered the time vortex and was found by a Nekistni ship. The Eighth Doctor, Samson Griffin and Gemma Griffin found the Nekistni ship in the vortex and the Griffins boarded the ship to investigate. Davros exacted his revenge by sending them back to Earth, wiping the Doctor's memory of them and operating on the TARDIS. Samson was sent home and Gemma became part of the resistance to the new race of Daleks Davros made on Earth. They conquered the planet, leaving only the area where Samson lived free from Dalek control. When the Doctor, Charlie Pollard and series returned from the Divergent Universe, Davros was waiting for them. Davros' mind had become fractured between his own personality and that of the Emperor. A series of events led to the Doctor actually giving the Daleks their Emperor and letting them leave Earth. Davros left Earth with his Daleks, the Emperor personality dominant. Audio, Terra Firma. A Black Dalek officer on Azimuth. Audio, Daleks Among Us, plus. A third account stated that Davros' escape pod crash-landed on Azimuth, which the Seventh Doctor and Ace had, at least seemingly, liberated from Dalek occupation 20 local years prior. In truth, a Dalek force under a Black Dalek remained hidden on the world. After Davros landed and attempted to make contact with other Daleks in the universe, he encountered the Seventh Doctor again. He contacted Daleks that took over planet and created a clone of his younger self Falkus as Davro's son. When learned about the persuasion machine from Will Arrowsmith, Davros wanted it to reassert his control over the Daleks. However, the machine was destroyed by Elizabeth Klein. Audio, Daleks Among Us, plus a fourth account, which may have been a result of the changes to history caused during the Kotara crisis, suggested that after Davros fled the war, one Dalek Supreme exterminated all other members of the Dalek Council, pros, the Restoration Empire, plus, and was elected the new Dalek Emperor of the Imperial Daleks. Pros, Dalek, the astounding untold history of the greatest enemies of the universe, plus, he founded the Restoration Empire and modeled himself on a former emperor, building a gold casing which augmented his brain capacity. Under his command, the Daleks remade Skaro. To further harken back to the old empire, he brought back the Silver Daleks as drones. Pros, the Restoration Empire, plus, this emperor was advised by the Dalek Prime Strategist, which claimed to be the oldest Dalek alive. Comic, Defender of the Daleks, plus the Dalek Hive. Main article, Dalek Hive. The Daleks of the Dalek Hive. Comic, Fire and Brimstone, plus. According to another account, after the destruction of Skaro, the last surviving Daleks reorganized themselves into a mobile Dalek hive led by a gigantic Dalek Supreme. While sailing past the Magellan Cluster, the Dalek hive was attacked by a ship which had fallen through a rift from another universe. After wiping out all of its aggressive inhabitants save one, the Daleks were horrified to discover the insectoid mutants were the Daleks of this other universe. Becoming paranoid about being invaded en masse by unilike Daleks from parallel realities, they threw their all into the idea of a preemptive strike against the rest of the Omniverse. To do so, they had their android Marquez interfere with humanity in the 51st century, who were creating an engineered sun called Crivello's Cauldron similar to the Eye of Harmony. He ensured that the Eighth Doctor got involved, thereby making sure that the biodata of an individual time-sensitive would become bonded to the cauldron. When the Doctor and Izzy visited the cauldron at a later date, the Daleks took control of Icarus Falling, one of the artificial worlds now orbiting the cauldron, and used the Doctor as a conduct to take control of the cauldron and make it collapse into a black hole which could then be turned into an interdimensional gateway. They had failed to realize that various forces from other universes were waiting for just such an opportunity to swarm in, including the spider-like Daleks as well as the great vampires. The Dalek hive and its fleet were attacked as they began to cross through the wormhole, quickly proving no match for their enemies, with the Dalek Supreme being destroyed by the alternative Daleks. Ultimately, the Doctor got Ptolemy Mutton Chops, an avatar of the cauldron, to take conscious control of the cauldron's power and cause it to go supernova, destroying the Daleks entirely. He discovered that Rassilon had orchestrated this entire sequence of events, paying the Threshold an unknown prize for them to embed an operative on Icarus Falling and ensure that those events would come to pass, wiping out the Daleks once and for all. Comic, Fire and Brimstone, plus Renewal of the Dalek Empire. This section's awfully stubby. Their cameo in Seasons of Fear, which is explained in The Time of the Daleks, plus, needs to be added. The Supreme on Kasharat. Audio, The Genocide Machine, plus. On the first stage of their new empire, the Daleks invaded Kasharat to gain knowledge data from the library on Kasharat with their test subjects. They created the first test subject, but it went insane. However, the second test subject was able to gain knowledge from the Wetworks facility and gained a respect for non-Dalek life and refused to obey orders to kill and destroy. It was destroyed by the Special Weapons Dalek. The Daleks were stopped by the Seventh Doctor and his companion Ace, who planted explosives which killed the Daleks and destroyed the Wetworks facility, freeing the Kasharatans. However, the Dalek Supreme retreated to its mothership and reported failure to the Emperor Dalek, who was infuriated and ordered it to self-destruct. It did, and the Emperor decided another plan would be completed. Audio, The Genocide Machine, plus, unknown to the Doctor, the Daleks gained information which they would use in their invasions, including about the human mind and Project Infinity. Audio, Invasion of the Daleks, plus, Project Infinity. The second stage of the Dalek Empire was to take control of Gallifrey. The Daleks, led by the Black Dalek, removed the Itra Prime from time and space so that they could mine the Apocalypse element from the planet, kidnapping a Monon and Time Lord delegation, including Lady President Romana Dvoratrelunda. 20 years later, the Daleks sent Itra Prime on a collision course with the planet Architrix, which was hosting a temporal treaty attended by 20 of the temporal powers. The Dalek force invaded Gallifrey and added their own mental energy to the Eye, which did contain the element. The Daleks were defeated by the Sixth Doctor. Despite that defeat, the Daleks detonated the element in the Seraphia galaxy, destroying everything within it, and allowed the Daleks to establish a power base and to control over 1,000,000 Scarabs for their new empire. Audio, The Apocalypse element, plus. During the early days of the Dalek invasion and occupation of Earth in 22nd century alone, Dalek in 2158 Kansas had been damaged by weapon fire which penetrated its casing, allowing for a parasitic wasp to enter the body. Once the Dalek returned to base, it was deemed damaged and sent to the repair bay where its genetic material was to be analyzed. This was part of the Daleks' standard practice of taking the DNA to the reproductive factories for the breeding of more Daleks. It was at this point that the Dalek Emperor from an alternate future arrived and informed them of a great catastrophe that would befall them and provided them a cure, an insecticide that would prevent a so-called mutant phase from occurring. The Fifth Doctor and Nyssa arrived to help Athel Professor Tollum and his friend Ganatus for the research over the mutant phase. This had caused the Daleks' transformation into nearly indestructible creatures. The Dalek Emperor forced the Doctor to return to the 22nd century to stop the mutant phase's origins and destroyed Skaro by exploding the planet in the 43rd century when it came under attack by the mutant phase. The Emperor implanted his mind into Ganatus to make sure Tollum and the Doctor did their work. It was the Emperor who was the cause of implementing an ineffective pesticide paradox. The Doctor convinced him not to change the past. The Emperor listened and negated the alternate timeline and the mutant phase, and the Emperor was erased from existence. Audio, The Mutant Phase, plus. The final stage of the Empire began when the Daleks launched over 1,000 Dalek saucers into the time vortex. A temporal extinction device was deployed in a time fissure by a Dalek vessel within the time vortex. This caused instability. The Dalek time ship was swamped by a tidal wave of temporal energy. They were trapped in a time loop. However, one pilot and two strategists arrived to General Maria Learman after using an escape time corridor. The Daleks injected her with drugs and transformed her into a Dalek. They invaded Earth in the 17th century. These forces were stopped by the Doctor, who left them trapped in the vortex. Audio: the time of the Daleks, plus, the Time Lords later made a deal with the Daleks that allowed them to leave the time vortex. Audio: Neverland. Second Great Dalek Occupation. Main article: Second Great Dalek Occupation. Having learned of Project Infinity from the library on Kasharat, the Emperor planned to hijack it and bring forth an army of alternate Daleks who had conquered their own universe. Audio: Project Infinity, plus, to this end, he ordered the conquest of Mutter's Spiral, beginning with the invasion of Vega 6, from which he mined Veganit. Audio: Invasion of the Daleks, plus, to boost the power of Project Infinity when the time came. Audio: Project Infinity, plus, the Daleks invasion was opposed by the Earth Alliance, resulting in a massive war. Audio: Invasion of the Daleks, plus, the Human Factor, plus, the Fearless, Part 1, plus, Part 2, plus, Part 3, plus, Part 4, plus. This period was known as the Second Great Dalek Occupation. Audio: Return of the Daleks, plus, the Daleks Attack. Audio: Project Infinity, plus, the Emperor and the Dalek Supreme used Susan Mendez to give the new human slaves hope and increase their productivity, with her becoming known as the Angel of Mercy. Among the slaves, audio: Invasion of the Daleks, plus, although they were suspicious of he and her friend Kalendorf, and suspected some deception. Audio: Project Infinity, plus, the Daleks duplicated Susan to divert Alliance assassins. Audio: The Fearless, Part 3, plus, on Zaleria. The Dalek Scientific Division attempted to reverse engineer the Zalerians' invisibility and awaken the Dalek army on their planet. On his and Such's visit to Zaleria, Kalendorf discovered the army and attempted to destroy it with the Seventh Doctor. However, the Daleks surrounded them and the Doctor surrendered to save Kalendorf, promising to help the scientific divisions research. Audio: Return of the Daleks, plus, despite the failure of their first invasion attempt. Audio: The Fearless, Part 4, plus, Earth eventually fell to the Daleks once more. Audio: Death to the Daleks, plus. After 10 years, Susan instigated a huge rebellion by the slaves across the Empire. This had been organized by Susan and Kalendorf via his telepathy, and had been anticipated by the Emperor. Audio: Death to the Daleks, plus, who used to the cover of the rebellion to travel with the Dalek Supreme to La Minor with their supply of Veganit to make contact with another universe. Susan was stunned and placed in suspended animation aboard the Emperor's vessel. Audio: Project Infinity, plus, after hearing word of the rebellion, the Doctor realized history was playing out as it should and released a virus on Zaleria, which infected all the Daleks there with light wave sickness and restored the natives' invisibility. Audio: Return of the Daleks, plus, the Earth Alliance, revived by the rebellion, attempted to defend Project Infinity but ultimately failed. The Emperor made contact with the Mentor's Daleks. However, the alternate Daleks judged the Daleks as evil and attacked Audio, Project Infinity, Plus, and the Emperor entered a state of inertia to keep himself from being interrogated, leaving the Dalek Supreme to lead the Dalek Empire. Audio, Dalek War, Chapter 1, Plus. War with the Mentor. Main article, Enemy Alliance Dalek War. The Mentor allied her Daleks with the Earth Alliance and together their forces pushed back the Daleks. After 6 years, the Daleks had fallen back to Earth's solar system. Kalendorf, now commander of the Earth Alliance, became uncomfortable with the Mentor's Daleks, believing they'd merely swapped one dictatorship for another, albeit a more outwardly benevolent one. Audio, Dalek War, Chapter 1, Plus. Kalendorf made a deal with the Daleks for a truce and to turn on the Mentor, in return for which he arranged the retrieval of Susan Mendez, whose body the Emperor had transferred its mind to. As Alliance forces were about to engage the Daleks in the solar system, he had Susan declare that the Angel of Mercy had returned and order the Earth Alliance to turn on the Mentors. Daleks. Audio, Dalek War, Chapter 1, Plus, Chapter 2, Plus, Chapter 3, Plus. Kalendorf then surrendered Susan to the Daleks, so they could retrieve the Emperor's mind. Years of war ensued, with the Daleks and Earth Alliance slowly forcing the Mentor's forces back into their own universe. Eventually the Mentor herself summoned Kalendorf to her universe, where she conceded defeat, deciding that the war was pointless, and withdrew her forces back to her universe. The war over, an uneasy truce remained between the Daleks and Earth Alliance. Kalendorf traveled to Dalek-occupied Earth to confront the Emperor. He discovered that it had chosen to remain in Susan's body permanently and had fully possessed her. Kalendorf grabbed her, telepathically reawakening Susan's mind and triggering a command he'd implanted in her before surrendering her, victory or death. This triggered a signal across the entire Dalek command net, ordering all Dalek technology to self-destruct. This devastated the Daleks, killing the Emperor and Supreme, and much of the galaxy, becoming known as the Great Catastrophe. Kalendorf survived, believing the Daleks were defeated for good. Audio, Dalek War, Chapter 4, Plus. Many years later, he and the 8th Doctor encountered a surviving Dalek in a museum on Vega 6 dedicated to the Second Great Dalek Occupation. Prose, Museum. Peace. Revival of the Dalek Empire. In the Sophia Galaxy, a Dalek outpost survived the catastrophe by containing the signal to a single Dalek drone. This resulted in the Dalek's mind absorbing the Emperor and Susan's minds. It was declared the new Dalek Supreme. Audio, the Demons, Plus. Approximately 2,000 years after the catastrophe, the Daleks had rebuilt and were plotting their return to Mutter's Spiral. Audio, Dalek War, Chapter 4, Plus. The Daleks triggered a crisis in the Galactic Union by spreading the NFS plague in the border worlds. The border worlds eventually seceded from the Union to form their own confederation, and the Daleks approached them offering help with the plague. Audio, the Exterminators, Plus. The Daleks arranged the reforming of the Graxis system for treatment facilities, bringing them into conflict with the Graxis Wardens. Audio, the Healers, Plus. In truth, the Daleks' NFS treatment, Variant 7, Mutated humans into Daleks to replenish the Daleks' forces. Audio, the Warriors, plus, as the Daleks tightened their hold over the Confederation, the surviving Wardens worked with Galactic Union agents Sai Tarkov and Galena to gather evidence to warn the Union about the Daleks. Audio, the Survivors, plus, the Demons, plus, the Warriors, plus. They eventually traveled to Valishar to gather Kalendorf's psychic recordings, which Sai had previously witnessed, to evidence the Daleks' past conquests. The Supreme personally led forces to stop them, having been alerted by a traitor in the group, though they managed to transmit their evidence to Georgi Slistru, a sympathetic Union security commander who they hoped could convince the Union to act. Audio, the Future, plus, the Daleks eventually outright occupied the border worlds entirely, leading to a Cold War between the new Dalek Empire and the Galactic Union. Pros: mutually assured survival. Conflict with the Time Lords. Role in the War in Heaven. During the War in Heaven, the Daleks were invited to Chixotl's auction for the relic, but the Crotons overpowered their representatives to take their place. Pros: alien bodies, plus. The Eighth Doctor and Sam Jones stopped the Daleks' invasion of Tuvalu. Pros: unnatural history, plus. The Daleks took part in the war in the Enclave, with it being predicted they would be the first new arrivals to enter that conflict. Pros: the Blue Angel, plus. Although Homuncult's thoughts showed otherwise. Pros: alien bodies, plus, and various other identities were posited by other accounts. Pros: Cobweb and Ivory, etc. One possible identity of the enemy was in fact the Daleks. Pros: the Quantum Archangel, plus, the taking of Planet 5. One history of the Daleks written after the last Great Time War claimed that the Time Lords had first decided to take action against the Daleks because they believed the coming of the Daleks represented the emergence of the enemy they had long prophesied. Pros: Dalek, the astounding untold history of the greatest enemies of the universe, plus. However, one briefing described xenophobic mutants traveling in their own personal war machines as one of the several groups that some considered the enemy, but who were in reality just one of the groups trying to take advantage of the war in heaven for their own ends. Pros: pre-narrative briefings. In the post-war universe, Angie Kapoor saw a Dalek in the time vortex. Pros: the last resort, and one account implied the Great Black Eye to be the eye stalk of a Dalek. Pros: sometime never. Plus. Asking to see his future while looking into a tomorrow window. One of the sights the Eighth Doctor saw was a city in ruins with a Dalek flying saucer above. Below, Daleks scanned the ruins. Pros: the tomorrow windows, plus, with the Time Lords no longer present to quell time travel development in the lesser species, the Daleks had begun greatly growing in prominence. Pros: the Gallifrey Chronicles, although the Time Lords were eventually restored to power. Pros: the Tomorrow Windows, plus. Shift in the timelines. Main article, Kotara Crisis. Investigating the truth. When the 10th Doctor began rewriting history by poisoning the Kotara in the Dark Times. Pros: the Knight, the Fool and the Dead, plus, he caused temporal fluctuations which rewrote timelines across the universe. Pros: the Guide to the Dark Times, plus, as a result of this, the Restoration Empire, presided over by the Emperor of the Restoration and the Prime Strategist, and still utilizing the silver Dalek design for drones, did not appear to have fought the last great Time War yet. The 10th Doctor, upon encountering the Restoration Empire, would identify its continued existence, and its emperors, as a paradox, taking special note of the fact that this version of Dalek history seemed not to contain the Time War comic, Defender of the Daleks, plus. Though it later became clear that the Restoration Empire predated the Time War. Prose, exit. Strategy, plus. After receiving a message from an ancient Dalek drone, which he deduced was a survivor of a time squad that had yet to travel back in time, the Emperor of the Restoration became aware of fluctuations in time involving the Doctor. He decided that he needed more information and thought of the archive of Islos as a place to acquire it. Prose, the last message, plus, the Emperor personally led the invasion of Islos, alongside the strategist, several commanders and a Dalek executioner. However, the chief Archivian made a deal for the archive's rescue, promising their rescuers the Daleks. Upon entering the archive, the Emperor, strategist, executioner and 2 commanders found it empty save the Archivians, who revealed their deal. As an entity emerged through a portal. WC, the archive of Islos. The Daleks fled the entity and returned to Skaro to call upon the forces there. Their attacks proved ineffective, forcing the Emperor to order Skaro's evacuation. The Daleks withdrew, having lost their home planet, and sought reinforcements from the Sentinel of the 5th Galaxy. The strategist activated the Sentinel and was escorted to a dormant army of 10,000 Daleks. However, the Sentinel had fallen under the entity's influence, which had preempted the Daleks by its time sensitivity, and compromised the army. The strategist self-destructed the facility and the executioner led Daleks against the compromised Daleks that escaped. The strategist advised another withdrawal, as the Daleks couldn't sustain further losses. WC, the Sentinel of the 5th Galaxy. The Emperor of the Restoration and Meccanoid Queen. WC, Planet of the Meccanoids, plus. The entity continued to tear through the Daleks, so the strategist plotted to play it against the Meccanoid Empire, appearing as though his empire had been destroyed, when in reality his forces were safe. WC, Day of Reckoning, plus, the Emperor traveled to Mechanus, claiming to want the aid of the Meccanoids, accompanied by the strategist. In truth, they were luring the entity there deliberately. WC, Planet of the Meccanoids, plus, the Prime Strategist and Meccanoid. 2150 managed to send the entity back to its own dimension, though many Meccanoids were killed during the battle. The Meccanoid Queen told the Emperor and strategist to flee, informing them that the might of the Meccanoid Empire would be coming after them. WC, the Deadly Ally. After the Emperor and strategist returned to Skaro, the Meccanoids arrived, believing they were the last 2 survivors of the Dalek race. The Emperor revealed that his forces were in fact alive, and the Daleks he'd recalled to Skaro and awoken from underground bunkers began to overwhelm the Meccanoids. The Queen and Unit 2150 attempted to turn the strategist against the Emperor, but he used 2150 to improve a Dalek beam projector. Thus, instead of sending the Emperor to the entity's dimension like 2150 thought he would, the strategist sent the entire Meccanoid army there, bringing about a Dalek victory. However, the entity then managed to possess a ruined mechanoid, telling the Emperor and strategist that another threat was coming. WC, Day of Reckoning, plus locating the doctors. Accordingly, the Daleks were attacked by the Hond after a failed attempt to ally with them. With Skaro itself in danger of falling to the Hond, the strategist suggested the recruitment of the Doctor, comic, defender of the Daleks, plus, also planning to use him to help transport the Daleks back to the Dark Times, where their own time ships could not go, having discovered them as the source of the alterations to history. Pros: the Restoration Empire, plus, exit strategy, plus. The Daleks captured the 10th Doctor and brought him to Skaro. Reluctantly convinced by the Emperor, the Doctor worked with the strategist and identified a way to pacify the Hond. Once he was done, some Daleks, led by a grey Dalek, turned on him, yet he escaped with the help of the 13th Doctor. With the Emperor demanding the strategist to explain the Doctor's early escape, the strategist suggested the Daleks use a different incarnation of the Doctor for the next part of their plan, such as the 8th Doctor, comic, defender of the Daleks, plus. The Emperor created a time squad, led by the Dalek Time Commander and including the strategist, an executioner and a scientist, whose main mission was to investigate the fluctuations in time and rectify them to the Daleks' benefit. Pros: the Guide to the Dark Times, plus, the Daleks captured the 8th Doctor's TARDIS from Athana, bringing him to them. Audio: he kills me not, in order to manipulate him into offering his help to transport them to the Dark Times. Pros: the Restoration Empire, plus, despite the executioner's desire to kill the Doctor, the strategist took him before the commander and they asked for his help in their investigation. They went to Rax, nominally to analyze the rewriting of the planet's timeline. However, the Daleks also hoped to obtain the Devolver, a superweapon the Rixians used to eliminate other civilizations. Whilst the strategist and the Doctor examined the Rixians' gallery, the commander, executioner and scientist met the Rixian president, who agreed to demonstrate the weapon for them and to consider an alliance. After the demonstration, she trapped the 3 Daleks and they realized she had betrayed them and intended to use the Devolver on them. The Dalek drones were ordered to invade Rax to stop her. The Doctor and strategist worked together and managed to reach the president. The Doctor convinced the Daleks to let him negotiate, and talked the president into dismantling the Devolver in return for the Daleks' withdrawal. The commander agreed, however secretly sent the executioner back to Rax to wipe out the Rixians with the Devolver. The Doctor deduced the alterations to history originated in the Dark Times and connected his TARDIS to the Dalek timeship so they could travel back there. Audio: the enemy of my enemy. Into the Dark Times. The Time Squad traveled back into the Dark Times with the 8th Doctor. Having found the location of the source of the alterations to time to be Mordila, the Daleks brought the saucer to confront the 10th Doctor's mercenary fleet over Mordila, alongside a vampire coffin ship commanded by the 9th Doctor, to stop him destroying the planet. This instigated the Battle of Mordila, which resulted in the 10th Doctor's escape and the complete obliteration of Mordila. Pros: the Knight, the Fool and the Dead, plus, all flesh is grass, plus. Believing they'd failed to correct history, the strategist and scientist had the Time Squad harvest specimens from many species that were either extinct by their native time or had never previously existed, hoping to learn information they could use to their benefit and create a more biologically efficient form of Dalek, the symbiont. Prose, the Restoration Empire, plus, mission. To the known, plus, all flesh is grass, plus. One of these races was the natives of Velozia. The Daleks arrived under the pretense of saving them from the Kotara, and convinced them to bring their greatest minds to the Daleks, which they then harvested. Later still, accompanied by the Eighth Doctor, the Daleks discovered an abandoned ship with a source of Hune energy. The Daleks attempted to absorb the Hune energy, but found themselves in difficulty till the Doctor helped them. They thanked him for being their savior again, to his discomfort. Comic, Tales of the Dark Times, plus, though they sidelined him from their plots, the Daleks allowed the Eighth Doctor to accompany them on explorations. Prose, all flesh is grass, plus, including an abandoned spaceship they discovered adrift in space. Whilst he was fascinated by the art aboard, the Daleks found a source of Hune energy and attempted to absorb it. Comic, Tales of the Dark Times, plus. The strategist and scientist decided to focus on the creation of a symbiont that would combine genetic material from the great vampires with the Daleks, thus creating a Dalek mutant that could not die. To this end, they had the Time Squad attack the Ninth Doctor's coffin ship to capture a vampire. However, the Eighth Doctor forewarned the vampires so they could evacuate, and absconded with his future self in his TARDIS. Prose, all flesh is grass, plus, after he left, the Commander and Executioner received pre-recorded orders from the Emperor for event of their failure, ordering them to destroy Gallifrey before the rise of the Time Lords. Prose, mission to the known, plus, the Commander kept these orders secret from the strategist and began dispatching scout ships to eliminate the remaining Kotara, fearing their judgment on the Daleks. The Daleks traced one of the vampires from the Ninth Doctor's ship, Ikala, to Intrankis, where she'd been captured by the Death Brokers. A scout ship was sent to capture her. However, the three Doctors were also present and helped her escape. The Daleks destroyed an oncoming Kotara ship and then used missiles to set Intrankis' atmosphere alight. The Dalek Time Squad fight the Doctors in the Dark Times. Prose, all flesh is grass, plus. The Time Squad abducted a great vampire that was being transported aboard a coffin ship and commenced experimentation. At the same time, the Commander and Executioner alone were informed by a pre-recorded message from the Emperor of another plan, to be carried out in case of failure of the main mission, the ultimate end, the destruction of Gallifrey in the dark times, before the Time Lords had risen. Using a Bloodsman apparatus, the 8th and 10th Doctors, Brian, and Ajexin, a Bloodsman from the coffin shop the Daleks had captured the vampire from, apparated on board the saucer, hoping to rescue the great vampire. The 10th Doctor and Jelsin witnessed the creation of the symbiont, which caused an unexpected power drain that allowed them to escape with the 8th Doctor, while Brian chose to stay behind. Whilst escaping the symbiont, Brian sabotaged the saucer's drive core so that, were he to be exterminated, he would take the saucer with him. Here he learned the target of the Daleks' ultimate end and told the Doctors of it, then was rescued by the 10th Doctor. Realizing this meant that the Doctors would defend their home world, the strategist ordered 4 drones to be enhanced with symbiont DNA to ensure their victory. The Doctors came to the defense of Gallifrey in the 10th Doctor's flagship, which instigated a battle between the two forces. The original symbiont, having been sent in a scout ship to Byringi in order to exterminate the last of the Kotara Inuit, was judged by her and given instant death, which spread to all drones that were given symbiont DNA. This threw the Daleks' assault into chaos, as they panicked that the judgment may spread to pure Dalek DNA, despite the strategist's pleas to press the attack, giving the 8th Doctor enough time to apparate aboard the saucer and fit a trigger to the drive core that was earlier sabotaged by Brian. Using a Kotara crystal to amplify the blast, the resulting explosion managed to send the saucer hurling into the time vortex, away from the dark times. Pros: all flesh is grass, plus the Daleks assumed the 8th Doctor dead, however, he had actually survived the blast. Using heat shields he acquired on Athana, he continued to sabotage the saucer, trying to disguise his work as a series of malfunctions, causing conflict between the commander and strategist on how to resolve the situation. The commander favored the executioner, giving it autonomy to purge the ship of aliens, whilst the strategist worked with the scientist to stabilize the saucer. The Doctor interrupted the scientist's work by infiltrating his laboratory and tricked him into telling him about their prisoners and secretly planted an explosive on it. He helped the prisoners escape the executioner's increasingly insane rampage, with it destroying a Daleks and damaging the ship in the process. The commander was unable to rein it in, to the strategist's frustration. The Doctor detonated his explosive, exposing half the saucer to the vortex, causing it to start to break apart. The strategist sought out the Doctor and tried to bargain with him for safe passage in his TARDIS. He played along, however exposed the deal to the commander, resulting in a fight between the strategist and commander. The strategist prevailed, killing the commander, which prompted the drones to turn on him as a traitor whilst the Doctor escaped. Audio: mutually assured destruction, plus. After the saucer finally broke apart, the Time Squad was left stranded in the time vortex with no protection, with many drones being torn apart by time winds. Disappointed by the failing of the Emperor's plan to destroy Gallifrey, the strategist escaped the time vortex via an emergency temporal shift, an ability he acquired through implementation of Kotara crystals into his casing. Pros: exit strategy, plus, 1 drone survived falling through the time vortex, ending up adrift in space. It sent the message the Emperor had received at the start of the crisis. Pros: the last message, plus, the drone was eventually brought aboard the starship. Future in 2985. There it attempted to rebuild its casing and encountered the 4th Doctor. Audio: genetics of the Daleks, plus, the Restoration Empire's interaction with the Kotara crisis ended with the strategist and Emperor both intent on finally making war with Gallifrey in an ultimate conflict. Pros: exit strategy, plus, restoring the arc of established events. TV: The End of Time, plus, it. Al. Road to the Time War. This section's awfully stubby. The Great War, audio story, Paradox of the Daleks, audio story. The Dalek time controller was saved from destruction by Chorus. Audio, X and the Daleks, plus. From then it oversaw the chasing of the Eighth Doctor and Molly O'Sullivan through time and space, audio, fugitives, by using a relativity map and a temporal chamber to create a space time projector. Using retrogenitor particles implanted inside Molly, it and Chorus planned to destroy the Time Lords. Audio, Tangled Web, X and the Daleks, plus, after Straxus killed himself, he erased Chorus from history. The Dalek time controller's plans involving Chorus were therefore erased. The Dalek time controller was aware of the change in history while it occurred, and swore to Chorus before he was erased that he would destroy the Time Lords. Audio, X and the Daleks, plus. The Dalek time controller oversaw the invasion of Nexus 7, and created mines in the planet to create a Dalek superweapon. The Doctor detonated a bomb located on a nearby Dalek in the time controller's chamber, damaging the time controller and causing him to flee to his ship in orbit above the planet. Audio, the traitor, rather than destroying the weapon, the Doctor asked for the Dalek time controller's help in defeating the Eminence, who posed a bigger threat to the Daleks than the Doctor. Audio, Eyes of the Master, the Dalek time controller agreed and used the weapon to destroy the Eminence fleet. Audio, Time's Horizon. The Dalek time controller and other players of the Eminence Crisis. Audio, Dark Eyes 4. The time controller later arrived in Paris, where it created Adeline Dutemps from its own DNA. The controller then created Dalek time strategists from the criminal minds that Adeline dealt with. It used the power of the time vortex to create them. It wanted to create a new paradigm so that it could control Daleks throughout all time. The controller asked Livjankar some questions about the Eminence War, and the Doctor's involvement. The controller opened his casing to show Liv its eye. It was dark like Molly's. The controller used the Red Pagoda and the TARDIS to create a larger shell. Audio, the Monster of Montmartre. The controller traveled with the Reborn Master to the control center. The controller wanted to find Marcus Shriver. The Master told the controller that they were running out of humans to convert to Daleks, so they were now using Sunterans. The controller planned to betray the Master if the Doctor was well enough. After the Master's Dalek mutiny, he escaped with Liv and Molly in the TARDIS. Audio, Master of the Daleks, plus. The Dalek Supreme came to believe that the controller was no longer a pure enough Dalek. Having lived outside time through so many time shifts, the Supreme believed him to have been destroyed, when in actuality the Dalek time controller had transferred its consciousness to the gas created by Marcus Shriver, joining its personality with Shriver's and thus creating the Eminence. The Dalek Supreme then commissioned the creation of a new Dalek time strategist from the remains of Adeline Dutemps. Audio, Eye of Darkness. The Daleks, having readapted the bronze design for drones by this point, sponsored Free Time. Audio, Ascension, plus, a terrorist organization which attacked the Time Lords during President Romana's tenure. Audio, Weapon of Choice, Pandora, Insurgency, Imperiatrix. After Free Time weakened the Time Lords by unleashing the Dogma virus. Audio, Panacea, the Daleks invaded the Axis to plunder alternate Gallifreys, including one that Romana, Narvin and Leela from the proper timeline had settled on. The trio managed to close the Axis portals, denying the Daleks access to any more timelines. and trapping them in any alternate timelines they had entered, and returned to Gallifrey proper. Audio, extermination. The Supreme Dalek led an invasion of Gallifrey via the Matrix with Slyne, a resident of an alternate Gallifrey who formed an alliance with them, sent ahead to prepare for their arrival. Romana was able to trap the Daleks' invasion force in a Matrix projection with the aid of a projection of her future self. Audio, ascension, plus. Dalek Saucer XK-Beta-19 invaded the planet Galacton to energize its core to create fuel for the 7th Fleet. As they drilled to the core, the Daleks were attacked by local life forms. In the skirmish, one Dalek fell down the hole to the core and used its gunstick to fire on the core, sacrificing itself to achieve the Daleks' goal. Pros. Mission to Galacton. During the Battle of Magella, the 7th Incursion Squad under a Dalek commander wiped out the last of the Meccanoids. Pros. Birth of a legend. Davros and his children. Pros. Father of the Daleks, plus. The Daleks recruited Davros to lead an attack on a Kryllitan rebels base on Griffin's Reach. However, due to the intervention of the 11th Doctor, the Daleks were unable to destroy the base, and a number of Daleks were left behind on Griffin's Reach. Despite Davros' claims that he could incorporate countermeasures to the Kryllitan's cloaking technology into them, the Daleks abandoned Davros for his failure. Later, however, Davros convinced his children to give him another chance, offering to successfully incorporate cloaking technology into them and ambush the Doctor on Alacrasis 4. Despite this, the Doctor successfully tricked the Daleks into self-destructing by lying to them that he could only die if Davros was killed first. At least 50 of the 100 Daleks attempted to exterminate Davros, triggering a fail-safe system that Davros programmed into them, thereby destroying them. After the Doctor left, Davros had the remains of the Daleks transported onto his command ship, so as to avoid confrontation by the rest of the Dalek Empire. Pros. Father of the Daleks, plus. The Daleks began attacking the temporal powers, exterminating the Monon host, Sunari and Nekistni. Audio, desperate measures. After the fall of Phaidon, the Time Lords formally declared war on the Daleks, officially commencing the last Great Time War. Audio, celestial intervention. Immediately following this, the Daleks communicated with Davros shortly after the Dalek attack on Alacrasis 4, requesting his assistance in the Time War. Pros. Father of the Daleks, plus. The Last Great Time War. Main article, Last Great Time War. From the perspective of humanity, the Daleks vanished. TV, The Parting of the Ways, plus, after the 10th Dalek occupation. Pros. A brief history of Time Lords, plus, in reality, they left to fight the last Great Time War, which became known as the final battle between the Time Lords and the Daleks. TV, Dalek, plus, the Daleks were mainly commanded by the Dalek Emperor. TV, The Parting of the Ways, plus, who was guided by the Time Strategist. Audio, desperate measures. The Daleks committed untold crimes over the course of the war. Pros. Wanted Daleks, plus, the Time War also saw the creation of many new Dalek variants of questionable purity, from the Skaro degradations, pros, engines of war, plus, to secret societies of Daleks with increased creativity, placed beyond the control of the Emperor, such as the cult of Skaro. TV, Doomsday, plus, and the Volatiques Cabal. Comic, Downtime, The Organ Grinder et al. In the first year of the Time War, Davros was asked by the Emperor to make a new creature for use against the Time Lords, promising him acceptance and his own legion. The result was the Nightmare Child. The child quickly went out of control, wanting to consume everything, so Davros lured it to the gates of Elysium to destroy it. With him aboard, his command ship was swallowed by the child as it fell into the gates. Prose, the third wise man, plus, Davros was believed dead. TV, the stolen Earth, plus Daleks, Ace, and Irving breaks Seattle on the Obscura. Audio, Soldier Obscura, plus. Early in the war, a Dalek ship received a call telling them that a cache of Gallifreyan weapons was being hidden at a station in the Obscura. When the fleet arrived, they discovered it was a trap by Irving breaks Seattle, who wanted Dana to use her skills to destroy them. Dana was unable to fulfill his trap, so Breaksiatel was forced to expose the station to the Obscura to destroy the Daleks. Audio, Soldier Obscura, plus. After undoing his scheme to rewrite time by replacing Davros as the Daleks' creator, the Time strategist ordered the Daleks to capture the War Master. Audio, He Who Wins, plus, they bombarded his TARDIS and extracted him by transmat beam. He agreed to work for them in return for allowing him to retrieve his TARDIS from where it had crashed, the Dalek-occupied world of Gardeza. He ultimately betrayed them, using the damage to his TARDIS to destroy the Dalek saucer occupying the planet. Audio, beneath the Viscoid, the Daleks continued to pursue him, following him to Arking. The Daleks invaded the planet, having to utilize unusual methods due to its state of temporal grace. Audio, The Good Master. 2 months into the war, the Daleks discovered Project Revenant, a war council facility that was resurrecting Time Lords, and launched an invasion of its pocket dimension. During this time, CIA coordinator Romana opened secret negotiations with the Emperor, unsuccessfully attempting to convince him to end the war. The CIA prevented the Daleks capturing Project Revenant by arranging its destruction just as they boarded the facility. Audio, Desperate measures. The Daleks pursued Time Lord Agent Aimer in his search for an erased superweapon, following him to the starship Theseus which they boarded. Audio, The Starship of Theseus. Cardinal Olistra subsequently lured a Dalek fleet to a trap at the planet where the Theseus crashed. Audio, Echoes of War, plus, the Daleks attacked the Time Lord facility on the moon of Tenacity, deploying a reversal wave through the Tenacity system to erase its defenses. They pursued the Doctor's TARDIS from Tenacity, battling a Time Lord fleet over Jadris where it eventually crashed. Audio, The Conscript, One Life. After being alerted by an agent that the Time Lords had occupied it and were building an arsenal of rockets, the Daleks invaded the Rylabaya. They captured Commander Carville's TARDIS, however it self-destructed after he was exterminated and the distraction it caused enabled the Time Lord forces to evacuate. Audio, The Lords of Terror. A Dalek force led by the Overseer occupied the planet and enslaved the Ogrons. The Overseer conducted numerous experiments on the Ogrons, including retrospectively adding them to past Dalek battles. When the Doctor and the 12 investigated the planet, the Overseer created Dr. Ogron by mixing the Doctor with an Ogron. Dr. Ogron led a revolt against the Daleks, during which a task force arrived to relieve the overseer of command as its experiments had been deemed an abomination to Dalek purity. The Doctor, the 12 and Bliss were also captured, audio, planet of the Ogrons, and taken to a prison camp on Sangre for interrogation. Though they managed to escape, audio, in the Garden of Death, based on information from the 12's interrogation, the Admiral led a Dalek expedition to Uzmal to find the legendary Aurashima. Battling resistance forces led by the Doctor and Olistra, the Daleks found the Aurashima but were unable to communicate with it. To prevent it falling into the Time Lord's hands, the Admiral sacrificed the entire task force to kill it. Audio, Jonah, the Dalek time strategist on Thelion. Audio, fugitive in time, plus. The Dalek time strategist led a Dalek mission to Thelion to acquire a genetic modifier created by Shanath, the last of the Heligara, that she had used to prevent herself from being erased from history by the Time Lords. The Daleks were unable to land on the planet, so sent a duplicate first who arranged for them to transmat down. The 8th Doctor, Bliss and the 6th Tamason beat the Daleks to the genetic modifier and escaped with it. Audio, fugitive in time, plus. The Daleks, with the exception of the time strategist which escaped through a rift, were erased from history by the Valiant who turned their own superweapon against them on Grav. Audio, the War Valiant, the time strategist used dimensional engineering and a parallel universe version of Davros to restore the Daleks. The simulacra Davros attempted to assert his authority over the Daleks, however the strategist arranged the restoration of the Emperor. The Emperor had the simulacra put in stasis, believing he may be of use one day. Audio, palindrome, restoration of the Daleks, plus. The Daleks employed a time destructor in order to gain the upper hand in the war, destroying Polymos and creating a temporal shockwave which affected systems from the far-flung rift to the Wolf's Heart Nebula. Prose, natural regression. A skirmish between Dalek and Time Lord forces devastated the planet Drakai throughout its history. Audio, the Suntaran ordeal. The Daleks began feeding the Time Lord's intelligence in order to lure them into an ambush on Skaro. Their plan succeeded, with a fleet of battle TARDICs assaulting Skaro, only to fall victim to a new Dalek superweapon. However, the War Doctor and Petrella survived the ambush and were able to warn the Time Lords of the Dalek superweapon. Comic, ambush. The Daleks had dealings with a crime boss, Chard Mackenzie, on Unity. He revealed he had found a TARDIS, prompting the Daleks to invade the planet fully to exterminate the Time Lords it belonged to. They found Romana alone and attempted to exterminate her. Audio, Unity. However, she was saved by Irving Braxiatel. The Daleks pursued her associates, including Narvin, to a resistance base which they attacked. A hunter Dalek subsequently followed Narvin to Myclan but failed to capture him. Audio, dissolution. Romana was later captured when the Daleks ambushed Braxiatel's TARDIS. Audio, homecoming. The Dalek Emperor and Time Strategist launched a gambit to seize Gallifrey using Null's own technology. Their saucer easily bypassed Castor-Ouroboros defenses using this method but required time to recharge to land on Gallifrey. During this time, the Daleks fended off Time Lord counterattacks using the Null Zone technology and used Romana as a spokesperson to the Time Lords. Their plan failed when Narvin and War-Livia Caralis detonated a battle TARDIS by the Null Zone power source, with the Emperor and Strategist escaping before the saucer was destroyed. Audio, Homecoming. During the year 10%, the Daleks attacked Marinus. Working with the Vought, the War Doctor defended the planet with a chronic tripwire, which aged the Daleks in an attacking flying saucer to dust. Comic, 4 Doctors, plus. Late in the war, the Daleks assembled a huge fleet of timeships to invade Gallifrey. The fleet was intercepted by the Time Lords, who deployed a time destructor to annihilate it. The War Doctor replaced the assigned Time Lords and fired it himself, barely escaping with his life. Audio, The Innocent. A Dalek agent, Lara Zanis, breached the time lock around Earth, arriving in 1961 Berlin. Pursued by the War Doctor, she used the Shadow Vortex to enable the Time Strategist to invade Earth. The Daleks hoped to rewrite history by preventing the Doctor's companions existing. However, the War Doctor ended the invasion by using his TARDIS to collide the Shadow Vortex with its past self pre-activation, erasing Lara in the process. Audio, The Shadow Vortex. The Dalek Time Strategist was captured by Suntaran seeking to join the Time War led by Fesk. He was held captive with Cardinal Olistra on Rovidia, with the Daleks unable to rescue him due to the Suntaran's temporal defenses powered by the Eternity Cage. The War Doctor infiltrated Rovidia and deactivated the cage, which enabled the Daleks in orbit to descend on the planet. Audio, The Eternity Cage. Whilst the Daleks destroyed the Rovidian fleet, the Time Strategist took the opportunity to order a Dalek agent, Helena, who was on board the TARDIS that the Doctor and Olistra had escaped in, to use the Cardinal to open that TARDIS link to the Eye of Harmony. A Dalek assault squad was sent to use the link to reach Gallifrey, however the Doctor used the TARDIS reconfiguration system to delete the Eye of Harmony chamber, wiping them out. Audio, Eye of Harmony. The Time Strategist subsequently led a fleet in pursuit of the Doctor and Olistra, first to a space station and then to Beltarx. Their initial assault on Beltarx was defeated, enabling the Doctor and Olistra to escape again. However, the Daleks returned and destroyed the planet. Audio, Pretty Lies. The Daleks followed them to Grend, where their invasion was defeated by a squadron of battle TARDIs and the forces of the Lady of Obsidian. Leela. Audio, The Lady of Obsidian. The Time Strategist made contact with the Enigma, a being from another dimension, and convinced it to erase the Time Lords, turning Gallifrey into a Dalek world. The Enigma had doubts, however, so reverted things back shortly afterwards, and was finally convinced by the War Doctor, Olistra and Leela to stay out of the war. It expelled all the Daleks in its dimension. Audio, The Enigma Dimension. Several Daleks from late in the war traveled back in time to attack a munitions factory in the Mountain of Serenity where Gallifreyan children were being kept safe, with the intent of killing them before they could take part in the war. The War Doctor evacuated the children, and Tyle sacrificed himself by detonating explosives in the mountain, causing a collapse that buried the Daleks. Pros, The Stranger, plus. At one point, the Daleks managed to amass an enormous fleet and launch an overwhelming assault on Gallifrey. Facing annihilation, and with no other options left, Cardinal Olistra had Councillor Voltrix open a rift in space, releasing the great vampires, which destroyed the Dalek fleet. Comic, The Bidding War. Dalek drones begin the fall of Arcadia. TV, The Last Day, Plus. On the last day of the Time War, the Daleks broke the defenses of Arcadia, Gallifrey's second city. TV, The Last Day, Plus, and invaded it. Unable to breach the capital's sky trenches, the Dalek fleet surrounded and bombarded Gallifrey. The War Doctor planned to use a weapon known as the Moment to wipe out both the Time Lords and the Daleks. However, this option was not taken, and all 13 incarnations of the Doctor teamed up together to hide Gallifrey and the Time Lords in an unknown pocket universe, leaving the Dalek fleet to wipe itself out in its own crossfire. In outward appearances, the result of this action was the same as if the Moment had been used. Gallifrey disappeared and the Daleks were, mostly, destroyed. TV, The Day of the Doctor, Plus. Surviving the Time War. Daleks escape the Genesis Ark. TV, Doomsday, Plus. The Ninth Doctor incorrectly assumed that the entire Dalek race had been wiped out by the Time War. TV, Dalek, Plus. There were, however, numerous exceptions. Runaways. In his book On the End of the Last Great Time War, the Doctor's future incarnation, the curator acknowledged the unlikelihood of so few Daleks as later encountered by the Doctor having survived the blast that ended the Time War, no matter how great an explosion that was. He stated that his personal belief was that upon witnessing, at the moment of what should have been their final victory, the skies of Gallifrey being filled with a veritable swarm of versions of their worst enemy, the Doctor, most of the Daleks who did not die were struck with such unimaginable amounts of fear that they ran away in terror to parts unknown, and were probably still running now. Prose, The Day of the Doctor, Plus. Scattered survivors. The first of the Time War survivor Daleks encountered by the Doctor fell through time and crashed like a meteorite on the Ascension Islands. The Dalek lay in its burning crater for 3 days, screaming the entire time, before it was retrieved. Its weapon systems inactive and its outer armor heavily damaged, the Dalek was sold at private auction and passed through several hands over the next 50 years. In 2012 it was acquired by billionaire Henry Van Staten, who nicknamed it Metaltron. It sent a distress signal to the Ninth Doctor and his companion Rose Tyler. Upon Rose's touch it absorbed a small amount of her DNA, using the Artron energy of a time traveler's DNA to revivify itself. Breaking out of confinement, it went on a rampage, only to realize that its absorbing Rose's DNA had caused it to begin mutating into something different, something new, a Dalek-human hybrid with the swirling thoughts and emotions, and the reluctance to kill, of a human. Refusing to become impure, and unable to cope with the independence of mind that was coming to it, it ultimately self-destructed. TV, Dalek, Plus. Toward the end of the last Great Time War, the Daleks sent a time capsule to 70 AD Earth in order to spread the Dalek factor amongst the humans, to use humans to build more Daleks as backup for the Time War. The capsule's engine failed during the trip and the Dalek inside ejected, crashing on Earth. It died shortly thereafter and released only a small amount of the Dalek factor, leading to only 1 in 500 million humans having it. The 10th Doctor discovered the dead shell which had been a Roman exhibit until the British threw it into some caves and gave the Dalek gunstick to Frank Openshaw. However, the unearthing of the Dalek activated the Dalek factor in Kate Yates, who developed a Dalek personality and touched the dead casing, causing her Dalek life force to grow a new Dalek in the casing from the casing's databanks. The Dalek hunted down Frank and killed him to retrieve its gun arm and then went on a rampage, killing many people before finding Kate. When the Doctor arrived, the Dalek offered the Doctor a deal: if he gave it a way to travel in time and space, it would spare Earth and go to another planet to rebuild its race and spread across the universe. If the Doctor refused, it would destroy the Earth. With no way to destroy the Dalek, the Doctor agreed to the deal and provided it with an old time ring he had stored in the TARDIS. The Dalek revealed its plan to be to travel to the year 500 million, where humanity was peaceful and had no knowledge of the Daleks. There he'd get Kate to convince the humans to give it the materials it needed to rebuild its race. As the Dalek prepared to exterminate the Doctor, Rose reached out to Kate's human side, trying to get her to fight her Dalek side by reminding her of the good of humanity. After a mental struggle, Kate's human side regained control and she used her Dalek knowledge to set the time ring to self-destruct. The Dalek, trapped by Kate in a force field to protect the Doctor during her mental struggle, was caught in a warp implosion caused by the time ring self-destructing and was atomized. The Dalek factor in Kate then deactivated without the Dalek there to stir it up, and she lost everything the Dalek factor had given her, including her increased intelligence and Dalek personality. Pros: I am a Dalek, plus a group of surviving Daleks unleashed their proton cannon on 22nd century Earth, resulting in all life becoming intangible, unable to touch solids. The plan was that, unable to eat, humans would soon just waste away from the Earth and the Dalek survivors would rebuild warships and attack. The 10th Doctor used the Krikush to reach the proton cannon. Unhurt by the Daleks' rays, the Doctor made some adjustments and turned the weapon against the Daleks. The humans became solid again and the Daleks with their protective shields were left intangible. The Daleks judged this an unacceptable outcome and self-destructed. Comic: Extermination of the Daleks. One Dalek, trapped in the Matrix under Gallifrey, was encountered by the 12th Doctor after Gallifrey's restoration. The Doctor speculated it had been there since the Cloister Wars. It begged to be exterminated when it was ensnared by the Cloister Wraiths. TV, Hellbent, plus the Dalek Emperor's long game. The Dalek Emperor surrounded by his loyal worshippers as his plan reaches fruition. TV, The Parting of the Ways, plus the Dalek Emperor barely survived the Inferno, and fell through time in his damaged flagship. Damaged, but rebuilding slowly, the Emperor influenced the Fourth Great and Bountiful Human Empire as a cover for his plans. TV, The Parting of the Ways, plus, he used the J. Grafes and the editor as puppets in circa 199,909. TV, The Long Game, plus, Bad Wolf, plus, it rebuilt the Dalek race using human cells to create an army of just about 500,000 Daleks. It also built 200 flying saucers containing more than 2,000 Daleks each. TV, Bad Wolf, plus, the Emperor. Having recreated the Dalek race, saw itself as an immortal god, and so was literally worshipped by the new Daleks. These and other religious concepts such as blasphemy were new to Dalek psychology. TV, The Parting of the Ways, plus. The Emperor's pawn, the Controller, hated her masters and transmitted the Ninth Doctor and his allies to the game station to help defeat them. When he discovered the fleet and the new Daleks, TV, Bad Wolf, plus, the Doctor realized that the Daleks hated their own existence since they were partially human. Additionally, they had been driven mad by hundreds of years of solitude. Jack Harkness led a small human resistance to stop the Daleks. Thanks to Roderick, the humans on floor 000 didn't help him. On floor 500 the Doctor decided to create a delta wave to destroy the Daleks, but didn't have enough time to refine it so that it could distinguish between humans and Daleks. The Doctor decided to turn his chance down to use the delta wave to kill humans and Daleks alike, even though the Daleks had just bombed Earth heavily, wiping out entire continents. The Emperor thought he was victorious, but he and his entire fleet were atomized by Rose Tyler after she had absorbed the energies of the time vortex and became the Bad Wolf. TV, The Parting of the Ways, plus. Schemes of the Cult of Skaro. The Cult of Skaro had been created by the Dalek Emperor and were given names. Dalek Sek was the leader of the cult, and the others were named Dalek Khan, Dalek Tai and Dalek Jast. They were above and beyond the Emperor himself and were designed to think as the enemy thinks, and to imagine new ways of survival as well as new ways of killing. TV, Doomsday, plus, by one account, the cult was formed before the Time War and were just 4 ordinary Daleks originally. Dalek Sek was the Dalek commander of the 7th Incursion Squad sent to wipe out the remnants of the mechanoids on Magella, which they succeeded in doing. Dalek Khan was an attack squad leader of the 30th Assault Group. Dalek Tai was the commandant of Station Alpha, the most secret Dalek research facility. Dalek Jast was the force leader of the Outer Rim Defensive Battalion. After doing this, they were promoted to become the Cult of Skaro. Prose, Birth of a Legend. A group of researchers later claimed the cult had been formed during the war. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus. The Cult of Skaro. TV, Doomsday, plus. The cult, foreseeing a disastrous end on the Daleks' side by the end of the Time War, built a void ship for themselves, which allowed them to hide away outside the universe, in the void between parallel realities. They had acquired a Time Lord prison ship, the Genesis Ark, which contained millions of Daleks captured during the war. TV, Doomsday, plus, they leaked back into 21st century Earth, inadvertently allowing 5 million Cybermen from a parallel world to follow in the wake of their void ship and invade the Earth. TV, Army of Ghosts, plus, after emerging from the void ship, the cult held Rose Tyler and Mickey Smith hostage while Dalek Tai confronted the Cybermen. Tai turned down an offer of an alliance from the Cybermen, prompting the Cyber leader to declare war on the Daleks, while the cult, confident in the ability of even one Dalek to destroy the inferior species, stated that he deemed the wiping out of the Cybermen to be nothing more than pest control. Sek then oversaw the pulling of the Ark out of hibernation with the touch of a time traveler, allowing the liberated Daleks to fight the Cybermen, as well as human torchwood. 1 personnel, for dominion over the Earth in the Battle of Canary Wharf. Through the efforts of the 10th Doctor, however, the majority of these Daleks were sucked back into the void, with only the 4 members of the cult of Skaro themselves managing to escape through an emergency temporal shift. TV, Doomsday, Plus. The cult emerged in 1930 in New York City, where their first concern was to breed new Dalek embryos. However, they soon abandoned them to die in the sewers, as their flesh was too weak. This failure led Dalek Sec to determine that the Daleks' obsession with purity and supremacy had brought them to near extinction, and that the only way for the Daleks to survive was by forcing them to evolve. Sec thus created the human Daleks, even going so far as to splice his own body with that of a human ally of theirs, Mr. Diagoras. To do so, the cult infiltrated the construction of the Empire State Building and set up a transgenic laboratory beneath it. TV, Daleks in Manhattan, Plus, from which they planned to use Dalekanium placed on the mast as an energy conductor for gamma radiation from a solar flare to power the final experiment. Despite the arrival of the 10th Doctor and Martha Jones, the Daleks' invasion of Manhattan began to unfold, only for Sec's new human emotions to begin to change his vision for their plans. The other 3 Daleks ruled that Sec had gone too far and had betrayed the Dalek ethos. They stripped him of his authority and eventually killed him. Their attempt to make an army out of Sec's Dalek humans was foiled by the 10th Doctor and Martha Jones, after the Doctor had agreed to work with Sec to make the kidnapped humans in the experiment into hybrids that were even more human-like than Sec. Sec sacrificed himself to save the Doctor's life from Ty, Just and Khan, who then ordered their Dalek humans to take aim at him. The hybrids, however, questioned their orders and refused to fire. The Doctor revealed that his getting in the way of the lightning strike had caused his Time Lord DNA to mix with the human Daleks, and that gave them freedom. Still stunned, Ty and Just killed a few human Daleks but were killed in the process. Khan, declaring the human Daleks a failure, exterminated the new species. The Doctor confronted Khan and offered help, claiming not wanting to cause another genocide after seeing one already, but Khan once again used a temporal shift to escape. TV, Evolution of the Daleks, Plus. Khan, seeing no better way to bring the Dalek race back to its former glory, broke the time lock on the last great time war to rescue Davros from the jaws of the Nightmare Child. Davros then used his own body cells to recreate the Dalek race and rebuild a Dalek fleet of 200 ships. TV, The Stolen Earth, Plus. Creation and destruction of the new Dalek Empire. The Daleks are the masters of Earth. TV, The Stolen Earth, Plus. The planet-sized station known as the Crucible was the flagship of the new Dalek Empire. The Supreme Dalek was created and locked Davros and Khan inside the vault while guarded by Vault Daleks. The new fully formed empire transported 27 planets to the Medusa Cascade and took control over the planets. In their attack on Earth, they took many humans aboard their ships, and wiped out any resistance that they met. TV, The Stolen Earth, Plus. During the Dalek invasion, a Dalek was observed by a young Adelaide Brooke as it passed by her house. This Dalek spared her life, flying off to space. This inspired her to go to space, not for revenge, but to explore. The 10th Doctor believed it recognized her as a fixed point in time. TV, the waters of Mars, plus. The new Empire planned to use the 27 planets in conjunction with the Crucible's energy source to power a reality bomb created by Davros who intend to make the destruction of all existence, and allow the Daleks to be the sole inhabitants and masters of the universe. The Supreme Dalek made an arrangement with Davros, the creator of the Daleks would ensure their domination of the universe if they allowed him to live. The plan failed by the interference of the Dr. Donna, who closed off all of the Z neutrino energy relay loops of the reality bomb by using an internalized synchronous backfeed reversal loop, locked the Daleks' weaponry in a self-replicating energy blindfold matrix through macro transmission of a K-filter wavelength and interfered with the Daleks' systems with a trip-stitch circuit breaker in the psychokinetic threshold manipulator. Deciding the Dalek Empire was a threat too great for the universe, the Meta-Crisis 10th Doctor maximized the Dalekanium power feeds and blasted them back, executing every Dalek around them and destroying the entire fleet. The destruction of the Void by the reality bomb, which through Donna and the Meta-Crisis Doctor's interference, was reversed. Through dimensional retroclosure, TV, Journey's End, plus, though the Daleks who were sucked into the Void were still be destroyed, with only a handful of Cybermen being able to escape with stolen Dalek technology like the Dimension Vault. TV, the next Doctor, plus, Rose Tyler claimed that even the Void was dead. TV, Journey's End, plus, while the 10th Doctor said that a greater battle than the one that locked the Daleks and Cybermen into the Void rose up, which was so great that everything inside the Void perished. TV, the next Doctor, plus the new Dalek paradigm. The restoration of the Daleks. The 11th Doctor faces the new Legion of Daleks. TV, Victory of the Daleks, plus a trio of drones from the new Dalek Empire, Prose, Dalek, the astounding untold history of the greatest enemies of the universe, plus, survived its fall in their flying saucer, falling through time to 1941. There, the trio picked up the trace of the last surviving progenitor, which contained pure Dalek DNA, which they intended to create new Daleks with which to restore their race. However, as their DNA was so mangled as to be unrecognizable as Dalek to the progenitor, they were forced to start a scheme called the Ironside Project and created an android named Edwin Braceoil to claim they were his inventions, and two of the three Daleks pretended to be Ironsides for the British Army during World War II to ensure Winston Churchill would contact the 11th Doctor to trick him into delivering his testimony to the progenitor. Despite their cover blown, the Daleks successfully obtained the Doctor's testimony and returned to their ship to commence their plan. The Doctor used a jammy dodger to fool them into thinking it was a TARDIS self-destruct. To counter this, the Daleks activated a beacon to turn the lights of London on to allow German bombers to destroy the city. 5 new, larger Daleks were created, with pure DNA and a new color-coded rank. The Supreme Dalek told the old Daleks they were impure, which they accepted, and they allowed themselves to be disintegrated with no resistance. The new Daleks discovered the Doctor's deception and that the TARDIS self-destruct was fake. The Doctor told Danny Boy to destroy the ship after he destroyed the beacon. The Daleks threatened to destroy the Earth with the Oblivion Continuum inside Braceoil, unless the Doctor called off his attack. He complied and returned to Earth to disarm the bomb. After the bomb was disarmed, the new Daleks escaped in a time corridor to rebuild their empire. Based on the new Dalek paradigm. TV, Victory of the Daleks, Plus. Following their escape, the Daleks discovered the lost Time Lord artifact, the Eye of Time, allowing them to alter time as they saw fit. The Daleks returned to Skaro, rebuilt their capital city of Karlan, appointed a new Dalek emperor and began rebuilding their empire. In this new timeline, they killed every member of the human race. However, the 11th Doctor and Amy undid these events, leaving Earth unconquered and Karlan still abandoned. Game, City of the Daleks, Plus. Plaguing the universe once more. The Dalek Supreme led an attack on the SS Lucy Gray to recover the Daleks' lost time axis. The 11th Doctor defeated them by firing their ship into the sun. Game, Return to Earth, Plus. The Dalek ship escaped by making a random jump several hundred years into the past. The Daleks attempted to force the Doctor to fix their ship by attaching his TARDIS to their ship. The Doctor escaped and used his TARDIS to fling their ship into a black hole. Game, Evacuation Earth, Plus. A scientist Dalek sent an alien family plummeting through time and space to collect all the time orbs. The scientist recruited many strategist Daleks and drones. It also recruited big armies of Cybermen and Silurians as a distraction for the 11th Doctor and Amy. Game, The Mazes of Time, Plus. The chief strategist during the 41st Century War with Humanity. Comic, The Only Good Dalek, Plus. At the beginning of the 40th century, the Daleks began another war with humanity which continued into the 41st century. The 11th Doctor and Amy encountered a group led by the chief strategist who had been sent on a mission to find a Dalek mutant being experimented on by a scientist who tried to make them less aggressive creatures. The Daleks referred to this mutant as the Abomination. They attacked and destroyed Earth's top-secret space station, Station 7, and chased the survivors to the planet Strantana below. After slaughtering all resistance, they finally found the Abomination in a hidden base, but it escaped its container and disabled the base reactor's safety measures. An explosion destroyed the base, the Daleks, and all the Dalek ships that had landed on the planet. The Doctor, Amy and Jay, an SSS officer, watched from a safe distance. The Dalek mission was a failure, but the war continued. They had agents working in the SSS. The Abomination secretly survived the explosion, but the Doctor remained certain there was no such thing as a good Dalek. Comic, The Only Good Dalek, Plus. The Daleks joined the Padorica Alliance to imprison the 11th Doctor in the Padorica in 102 to save the universe. TV, The Padorica opens, Plus, as the Doctor was not responsible for the total event collapse as they thought, the Daleks, along with almost the rest of the universe, were destroyed, leaving only 2 stone Daleks, one of which hindered the Doctor and his companions' efforts to save the universe in 1996. Nevertheless, they were successful and the whole of reality, including the Daleks, were restored. TV, The Big Bang, Plus. The Doctor had an encounter with the Daleks during which they exterminated Albert Einstein's toothbrush. TV, Death is the Only Answer, Plus. The 11th Doctor confronts a wrecked Dalek Supreme. TV, The Wedding of River Song, Searching for information on the silence before going to what he assumed was his death, the Doctor found a badly damaged Supreme Dalek and used it to look up information on the silence. Shortly afterward, the Doctor was seemingly killed at Lake Silencio in 2011, TV, The Wedding of River Song, but the Daleks, correctly, believed their foe was still alive. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, Missy claimed that a Dalek learned of the Doctor's supposed death from a headless monk and then told a Draconian, who then told her. Audio, The Bechdel Test. A new Emperor. Led by a new Emperor Dalek, the Daleks planned to remove Gallifrey from existence and become the new Lords of Time. They used a piece of the Eternity Clock to put a time lock around a large part of London in 2106. Once they perfected their time lock technology, they planned to use it to put temporal bubbles around other planets, making them unstoppable. The 11th Doctor and River Song infiltrated the Emperor's flagship and managed to take back the piece of the clock. Game, The Eternity Clock, During the reign of the New Paradigm, Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, a small contingent of Bronze Daleks were sent on a mission to travel through Earth's history and analyze how humans made war so that weaknesses could be found and exploited in future conflicts with the Daleks. They called this the Dalek Project. The 11th Doctor encountered these Daleks in the First World War in 1917, where he sent their ship crashing to the ground by ramming a plane into it. The remaining Daleks were destroyed by the combined armies of the war, who had formed a very brief alliance to defend themselves. The Dalek saucer remained underground for 100 years before it was found and accidentally reactivated by a team of archaeologists. The 11th Doctor arrived in time to save them and connected the ship up to a power line, overloading the Daleks. He called this unfinished business. Comic, The Dalek Project, The Cradle of the Gods. At a point where the new paradigm was relying heavily on bronze casings, the new paradigm discovered the superweapon known as the Cradle of the Gods and learned of its ability to create or destroy on a massive scale. To make use of the weapon, the Daleks used a huge galactic recession to their advantage and created 400 planets to provide homes to the billions of people affected, which were collectively referred to as the Sunlight Worlds. It was governed by the Dalek Foundation, with the planet Carthedia of the Earth Alliance acting as a head of state. While a generation of people believed the Daleks had created a welfare state, it was in fact a plan headed by the Dalek Time Controller and the Dalek Supreme to transform the 400 worlds into copies of Skaro. However, the Daleks were unable to activate the cradle, and so they sent an anonymous message in the form of a hypercube to the Doctor's TARDIS with the intention of manipulating him into activating the cradle instead. The Doctor's investigations resulted in shock when he learned the Daleks were considered a force for good, and he was placed on trial while trying to convince the citizens of Carthedia that they were evil, which the Daleks had declared a hate crime. He was put on trial by the Dalek litigator, who was really the Dalek Time Controller, posing as a law enforcer, and when he pleaded guilty in a failed attempt to anger the Dalek and was sentenced to imprisonment, he escaped off-planet with 3 orphaned children, Sable, Jenny Beth and Ollis Blakely, whose parents, Turin and Alist, had killed themselves to prevent the Daleks from obtaining the information on the cradle they possessed. After learning more about the cradle on the desert planet of Gethria and losing Jenny Beth, the Doctor tried to spark a revolution on Sunlight 349 to cause the collapse of the Dalek Foundation. But he could not gather the necessary support. The Dalek litigator arrived and subjected the Doctor to another public trial. Sable and Olis were taken away from the Doctor's care and he was exiled from the Sunlight worlds. However, he returned to Gethria 90 years in the future and encountered an elderly Jenny Beth who had been transformed into a Dalek puppet after the Daleks took her prisoner as a child. The Dalek time controller arrived and forced the Doctor to activate the cradle, but Jenny Beth's childlike mind allowed her to resist her conditioning and she fired on the Daleks, destroying numerous drones and forcing the time controller to retreat, and the Doctor set the cradle to self-destruct. Before the cradle exploded, it reverted the Sunlight worlds to how Jenny Beth remembered them as a child, as well as turning her and her siblings back into children and recreating their parents. Although their memories were reverted to, the Daleks abandoned the plan. Pros: the Dalek generation. Fall of the paradigm. Main article: Reinvention of the Dalek Empire. Though the 5 initial members of the new paradigm had been its ruling Dalek Council, their many failures eventually caused their followers to revolt against them, reinstating the Parliament of the Daleks as the new ruling body of the Dalek Empire. Among the first acts of the newly instated Prime Minister of the Daleks was to turn the paradigm's unique style of casing into a seldom-seen officer-class design and return the active infantry to those designs used in the last Great Time War. Paradigm Daleks were subsequently reduced to a token presence in the Parliament, with the resurrected Dalek Empire. Pros: Dalek, the astounding, untold history of the greatest enemies of the universe, plus, largely being composed of bronze Daleks. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, Forgetting the Doctor. The Daleks were notable customers of the information regarding the Doctor held by the Inforarium. When the 11th Doctor discovered the Daleks, as well as the Cybermen and Sunterans, had been purchasing this information, he infiltrated the Inforarium and memory-proofed their database using methods he learned from the Silence. The information sold was thus instantly forgotten. Homevid, the Inforarium, plus. When a human Starliner, the Alaska, crash-landed on the Dalek Asylum planet, the security of the insane Daleks contained there was compromised. Fearing what would happen if these Daleks were to escape, the Prime Minister ordered the abduction of the Doctor, who he knew as the predator of the Daleks, so he could be sent to the asylum and lower its impenetrable force field so the Daleks could destroy their deranged brethren, despite their wish to preserve them and their beautiful hatred. Understanding that the Doctor was best assisted by his companions, his most recent ones, Amy Pond and Rory Williams, were abducted as well. Once the planet's defenses were lowered by the human-turned-Dalek, Oswin Oswald, the Parliament launched an attack to destroy the asylum, but not before Oswin wiped out all memory of the Doctor in the minds of every Dalek. When the Doctor came back to their ship, he was bombarded with the question, "Doctor Who?" by the entire Parliament. He left shortly after, but not before taunting the bewildered Daleks that they'd never stop asking. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus Siege of Trenzalore. The Daleks, along with the Cybermen, Sunterans, Slitheen, Pteroleptals, Silurians, Judoon, Weeping Angels and many other species, were driven to Trenzalore by a mysterious message, a question asked by the Time Lords through a crack in the universe, with the answer being the Doctor's true name. If it was answered, the Time Lords would return and the waiting fleets would fire on them, beginning another time war. The Papal mainframe arrived at the planet first and set up a force field which locked all the other species out of the planet, and the siege of Trenzalore began. While the other species attempted to sneak past the force field, the Daleks called for reinforcements, preparing for war. Eventually they attacked the mainframe, killing everyone before converting them into Dalek puppets. Information regarding the Doctor was harvested from Tasha Lem, resulting in the Daleks remembering who he was. TV, the time of the Doctor, plus the remembrance of the Doctor drove the Prime Minister of the Daleks insane, resulting in it being declared unfit for leadership and being exterminated by the Supreme. Prose, Dalek, the astounding untold history of the greatest enemies of the universe, plus, they also revived, tortured, and killed Tasha several times in an effort to learn how to break the force field. The Daleks then arranged for the Doctor to be lured into a trap, but Tasha managed to break free from her conditioning and destroyed the Daleks sent to kill the Doctor. 2 Dalek ground fighters are blown apart by the blast of the Doctor's regeneration. TV, the time of the Doctor, plus. Despite the trap failing, the Daleks managed to breach the force field, and the siege of Trenzalore grew into a war as the species orbiting the planet followed the Daleks through the force field. After much fighting, many of these species were killed or retreated. The Doctor and the mainframe's silent priests acted as the last line of defense against the Daleks, but they too were overpowered, and the Doctor, having used up all 12 of his regenerations, grew too old to continue fighting. With the resistance dealt with, the Daleks began looking for the Doctor in the town of Christmas, with Dalek fighter pods firing on the town and a huge flying saucer descending upon it. However, Clara Oswald pleaded to the Time Lords to grant the Doctor a new regeneration cycle, and the Doctor began regenerating into his 12th incarnation. The energy released was enough to destroy some of the attacking fighter pods, and the final burst destroyed the command saucer, TV, the time of the Doctor, plus, and the rest of the Dalek fleet. Prose, twice upon a time, plus, the shockwave blew apart the Daleks' ground forces, ending the war. TV, the time of the Doctor, plus, resistance from within. When the Daleks tracked Patient Zero to the Amethyst Viral Containment Station in the past, the Dalek Time Controller commanded a mission sent there, planning to move the station through time to the Daleks. The 6th Doctor damaged their operations and left them trying to fend off an explosion. However, the Time Controller realized the explosion at the Amethyst Viral Containment Station had caused the viruses to be scattered through time and allowed it to happen. The Doctor believed the Time Controller had been destroyed in the explosion. Audio, Patient Zero, it was actually blasted back in time. Audio, Lucy Miller, plus, / to the death, plus. The Daleks engaged in a race against the Cybermen to obtain the Orb of Fates, the key to a Time Lord warship and superweapon called the Starburn. One Dalek managed to obtain one piece of the orb and hid it inside its casing after it was taken prisoner by 2 Cybermen and interrogated. As to the artifact's whereabouts, the Dalek sent a distress signal which was answered by the 12th Doctor, who flattened the interrogating Cyberman with his TARDIS. The Dalek, whom the Doctor called Lumpy, claimed its nature had been altered by the Cyberman during its imprisonment, and it expressed a desire to see both the Daleks and the Cybermen thwarted in their attempts to gain control of the Starban. The Daleks, including those with white, green, and red casings, occupy the Starban. Game, the Doctor and the Dalek, plus the Doctor and Lumpy teamed up in an unlikely alliance. They discovered the 2 remaining elements of the Orb of Fates on Telos and on Suntar respectively, with the Doctor repairing Lumpy partially. Upon piecing back together the orb, the TARDIS was transported directly to the Starban. However, by that point it was already under the occupation of the Dalek forces. As Lumpy proceeded deeper into the Starban, he and the other Daleks soon revealed that Lumpy had never been changed and that the Daleks had tricked the Doctor into literally giving them control of the Starban. However, the 12th Doctor revealed that when he was repairing Lumpy, he fitted in a device to control Lumpy's armor and managed to get Lumpy to the core, while he piloted his TARDIS away, with the Daleks pursuing Lumpy unable to catch him. Forcing Lumpy to throw the orb into the core, the Starban and the Dalek forces inside were destroyed. Although Lumpy survived in a badly damaged state, screaming the Doctor's name as the Doctor bid farewell to his unlikely companion. Game, the Doctor and the Dalek, plus Return to Skaro and Beyond. BBC 1. 2015. Alt = left. A number of Daleks joined Davros, who survived the Crucible's destruction, on a rebuilt Skaro. TV, The Magician's Apprentice, plus, which they made the center of their empire. TV, The Witches Familiar, plus, and where Davros was dying of advanced age. The Daleks, due to Davros having no control over them, captured and appeared to exterminate Missy and Clara after the 2 tried to escape imprisonment on Skaro. TV, The Magician's Apprentice, plus. Later, the 12th Doctor stole Davros' chair and trundled into Dalek control, brandishing a severed gunstick. The Daleks attempted to exterminate the Doctor but failed, as the force field on Davros' chair still held after its owner left. The Daleks and Davros were later given some of the Doctor's regeneration energy to be fashioned into Time Lord Dalek hybrids, but were defeated when the Dalek city was destroyed by the decomposing Daleks in the sewers below the city, whom had also been healed by the regeneration energy and revolted against the Daleks. The city was all but reduced to rubble, and in the midst of the chaos Missy tried to escape, but was cornered by a large group of Daleks. Then she informed her captors that she had a very clever idea. Additionally, having seen that the Dalek casing could say the word mercy, the Doctor traveled back to Davros' childhood to teach the boy about mercy. TV, The Witches Familiar, plus, but the Time War era Time Lords, studying the past and future of the Daleks, considered this a failure. From what they saw, the Doctor's actions had no effect on the timeline, as they found no evidence the Daleks of their time zone understood mercy. Pros, Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus. Missy spent some time on Skaro, even writing a postcard to the Doctor with a picture of herself in front of the Dalek city. Pros, postcards from the universe, before escaping from the Daleks. Pros: The Liar, The Glitch and the War Zone, plus, Davros also survived the encounter, writing a study on the Daleks to be used in case he ever died. In the report, he wrote that he was still connected to the life force of his children but that he also had the regeneration energy. Pros: Secrets of the Dalek Laboratory, plus, stolen from the Doctor. TV, The Witch is Familiar, plus. Believing the regeneration energy presented great prospects for the future, he concluded his study by stating all non-Dalek life needed to be destroyed. Pros: Secrets of the Dalek Laboratory, plus. As recounted by Missy, the word among the Daleks was that the Doctor was retired and on Derelium, TV, Extremis, plus, following the 12th Doctor indeed spending 24 years on Derelium living a quiet married life with River Song. TV, The Husbands of River Song, plus. Nevertheless, he would find himself chased by a black Dalek at one point, yet he managed to trap it before he escaped. WC, A Hero Like the Doctor, plus, during his travels with Bill Potts, the 12th Doctor also encountered a Dalek harvest ship. Comic, Harvest of the Daleks, plus, the Doctor also had a VHS copy of the Daleks' master plan in his TARDIS and, when he saw Archibald Hamish Lethbridge Stewart hold up the tape, speculated to himself that the Daleks wanted to get the documentation back. Pros: Twice Upon a Time, plus. Rusty billions of years into his crusade against the rest of the Dalek race. TV, Twice Upon a Time, plus. A short time after that, Pros: Twice Upon a Time, plus, seeking to learn the truth about the Testimony Foundation, the 12th Doctor travelled to Villingard to access the Dalek pathweb from Rusty, the very Dalek he had turned against the rest of the species much earlier in his life. TV, Twice Upon a Time, plus, still fighting though his casing showed signs of age and dilapidation. Pros: Twice Upon a Time, plus, Rusty had spent billions of years destroying the Daleks, eventually having set himself up in a tower on Villingard where he stood watch, blasting apart the casings of all the Daleks sent by the rest of the Empire to kill him. TV, Twice Upon a Time, plus, able to fire out the many windows in what appeared to be a former throne room, Rusty was hooked into machines that, based on the Doctor's assumptions at least, were keeping the mutant live. Pros: Twice Upon a Time, plus. Many of the Daleks Rusty blasted managed to survive the destruction of their casings, left to crawl around the ruins without their travel machines for as long as they could. When the Doctor arrived, he convinced Rusty to help him learn about testimony, citing that helping him in any way would hurt the rest of the Daleks. Rusty provided the Doctor with the information he wanted. Before the Time Lord, who had been joined by his first incarnation, a glass avatar of Bill Potts, and Captain Archibald Hamish Lethbridge Stewart, departed from Rusty's lair, having learned Testimony was not a nefarious organization. TV, Twice Upon a Time, plus. Enemies of the 13th Doctor. Although the 12th Doctor had reminded her that the Daleks were the only constant throughout their lives as he regenerated into her comic, The Many Lives of Doctor Who, plus, the 13th Doctor implied she had thought herself free from the threat of the Daleks until she encountered the reconnaissance Dalek from early Dalek history, TV, Resolution, plus. At some point in or prior to 2020, the Daleks once more took control of Earth. One took control of a social media account with millions of followers, through which it declared the victory of the Daleks and ordered that it be celebrated as Dalek Day. However, the Doctor soon began to interfere with the transmission, and a few moments later, the Daleks left Earth, albeit vowing to come back by the 1st of January 2021. Audio, incoming transmission, plus the death squad that was lured to Earth by the 13th Doctor to fight the new Dalek army. TV, Revolution of the Daleks, plus on that day, WC, the defense drones, the 13th Doctor summoned a Dalek death squad that was stationed in the time vortex to the Earth, forcing them into a confrontation with a force of impure Daleks, which had been created by a clone of the reconnaissance Dalek she had previously fought, during their invasion of England. After the defeat of the so-called New Dalek Army, the Death Squad's flying saucer was destroyed by explosives planted by the Doctor's companions. The remaining units were lured into a spare TARDIS by the Doctor, who had programmed the TARDIS to fold in on itself and then dispose of itself in the void. TV, Revolution of the Daleks, plus when a king wanted her dead, the Doctor ran across hills and hid behind a Dalek. Pros: the death list. Facing the flux. During the great disruption caused by the flux and the Ravagers, TV, once upon time, plus that made time run wild, the Dalek Empire, like other hostile powers, tried to assert its power, exploiting the power vacuum and lack of opposition. The Daleks expanded their empire quickly, with their borders growing to encompass a sector, which Bell dubbed the Dalek sector as she tried to escape it, of the galaxy, including conquering abandoned Lupari space. In effect, powers like the Daleks, the Cybermen, and the Suntaran Empire were acting as they always did, expanding and fighting for, as Bell put it, the spoils amid a universe-wide destruction. As such, she hoped that the three powers would destroy each other in the end. After avoiding a Dalek patrol on a forested world, Bell managed to barely escape the sector while under fire from Daleks, later avoiding the expanding borders of the Dalek Empire once again, after escaping a Cyberman-invaded planet. TV, once upon time, plus, as the flux continued to rage, the Daleks knew the danger it posed to themselves, so they and the Cybermen agreed to meet the Suntarans to form an alliance. TV, the Vanquishers, plus, the Dalek War Fleet, TV, Eve of the Daleks, plus, was sent to the designated location in the year 2021, but the Suntarans had tricked their rivals and, once all Dalek and Cyber battalions had arrived, the Suntarans shielded behind a battalion wall of Lupari vessels intending to let the flux ravage the Dalek flying saucers and cyber ships, only for the Suntarans themselves to be left outside of the shield due to the Doctor's meddling, leaving their craft to face the same fate as the Daleks and Cybermen. TV, the Vanquishers, plus a Dalek executioner in 2021, TV, Eve of the Daleks, plus after realizing her role in the destruction of the War Fleet and locating her TARDIS in Elf storage on New Year's Eve in 2021, 3 executioner Daleks were dispatched to execute the Doctor by Dalek High Command. When they succeeded, the damaged TARDIS created a time loop, which repeatedly resurrected her as the Daleks kept killing her. Eventually, she lured the executioner Daleks to a pile of explosives she'd arranged to detonate, destroying them. TV, Eve of the Daleks, plus alliance with the Master and Cybermen, Main article, The Master's Dalek Plan. The rage the Daleks felt towards the Doctor was used by the Spy Master to convince them to ally with him and the Cybermen. Inspired by the Doctor's fame, he promised them that, together, they would finally be able to destroy the Doctor and conquer the Earth. Per what he dubbed the Master's Dalek Plan, while the Master forced the Doctor to undergo a forced regeneration into himself and tarnished their name, the Earth would be left to the Daleks and Cybermen to become a production planet, but both sides displayed different understandings of the plan's end goal. The Cybermen under Ashad wanted to convert humanity into a new cyber army, while the Daleks wanted to wipe out the entire human population. To fulfill the plan, a force of bronze Daleks under a bronze commander traveled to Bolivia in 2022 to force all of Earth's volcanoes to erupt and wipe out humanity. The Daleks also became aware of how the Master had destroyed Gallifrey, as he was willing to admit as such in their presence during their plot. Daleks capture the 13th Doctor during the Master's Dalek Plan, TV, The Power of the Doctor, Plus. At the same time, the Daleks discovered a traitor in their ranks. A Dalek drone had come to the conclusion that its race had failed because, instead of keeping the Kaled race alive, the Daleks had become devoted to their own survival as the supposed supreme beings of the universe. To entrap the Doctor, the Daleks allowed the traitor to contact the Doctor's TARDIS and offer her a chance to destroy their entire race. Although overwhelmed by the reemergence of the Cybermasters and the Master himself, the Doctor agreed to meet with the traitor upon learning the Daleks were preparing a new invasion of Earth. While meeting with the traitor, however, the Doctor and it were cornered by 3 Daleks, who exterminated the traitor and forced the Doctor to enter its casing before she could escape with its intel. The Daleks forced the casing to perform a spatial temporal shift and travel to St. Petersburg in 1916, where several Daleks and Cybermasters watched as the Master carried out the forced regeneration with power supplied by a conversion planet he had the Cybermen create. After waiting for him to return from destroying 2 planets and give the word, the Daleks in 1916 returned to the overall force in 2022 to carry out the eruption plot, unaware that their operation had been infiltrated by Ace and Graham O'Brien. After Ace and Graham destroyed a Dalek standing guard, they detonated the controls to the operation with Nitro 9, leaving the volcano to erupt around the Daleks. When the Doctor, restored to her true self by Yaz and Inston V. Vinder, returned to 2022 to rescue Ace and Graham, the Daleks realized she had survived the Master's plan, but she managed to escape their pursuit. The Dalek force on Earth was destroyed by the volcano as they attempted to flee. The Doctor then used the conversion planet to stop the eruptions around the Earth, saving the planet from the Daleks' interference. She was, however, fatally injured by the Master in his final moments, leading to her regeneration into the 14th Doctor, TV, The Power of the Doctor, Plus, whose first adventure resulted in him being embroiled in the Dalek Dome's 1966 Dalek Invasion of Earth attraction. Comic, Liberation of the Daleks, Plus. After the Master's Dalek Plan, a group allied with Unit, Pros, Wanted Cybermen, Plus, put out an arrest warrant on the Daleks under Article 412 of the Shadow Proclamation. The group listed the Daleks' current status as having endured multiple extinction events that devastated their fleet, but the group still warned the Daleks always survived such crises. As such, it asked anyone reading to be on high alert. That the group felt the need to put out an arrest warrant on the Daleks proved they were still alive. Pros: wanted. Daleks, plus. Hypothesis: final defeat. In the year 200,100, the Daleks were thought by humanity to have disappeared thousands of years ago, as they had left to fight the last great time war. TV, The Parting of the Ways, plus. The final Dalek War was a hypothesized future war that was supposedly started by Skaro's penultimate destruction. Pros: The Infinity Doctors, plus. According to one account, Skaro was destroyed via an implosion in the unforeseeable future, by which time Zone X Daleks existed. Comic, The Test of Time, plus. Alternatively, Jack Harkis believed that, thanks to Davros' engineering, the Daleks would be able to survive until the end of time itself. WC, Monster File. Davros, plus. Some historians from the post-Time War universe considered that the Daleks' final defeat could have been at the Siege of Trenzalore. However, the historians knew that the Daleks remained active on Skaro, hidden behind its invisibility barrier, and concluded that the species survived. However, they believed that any time the Daleks took up arms against the universe, they would be defeated. Pros: Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus. Indeed, while they believed that their Matrix extrapolations of their foes' future should be taken as theoretical, the Time Lords of the last Great Time War stated that the Daleks would survive beyond the Siege of Trenzalore, dating the 12th Doctor's visit to Skaro occurring some time after it. Pros: Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus. The Daleks were all wiped out by the god of death Sutekh, when they, like the rest of the universe, fell victim to his plot to create a woman wherever the Doctor's TARDIS landed, who would spread the dust of death. This was notably observed by the Doctor and much to the astonishment of Melanie Bush. However, they were all restored once the Doctor defeated Sutekh. TV, Empire of Death, plus. Undated events. War with the Galactic Resistance. Main article, Dalek Invasion of the Galaxy. The Daleks during their war against the Combined Galactic Resistance. TV, Into the Dalek, plus. At some point in their history, the Daleks waged a war against the Combined Galactic Resistance. Though a Dalek unit, named Rusty by the 12th Doctor, possessed access to data from events that succeeded the last Great Time War, TV, Into the Dalek, plus, with even the Time Lords believing the unit to have come from a time after the Siege of Trenzalore. Pros: Dalek Combat Training Manual, plus. Several accounts placed the Dalek as operating during the reign of the Dalek Empire, either during the Dalek Wars or the Great War. Pros: Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus. The Secret Lives of Monsters, plus. The Universe, plus. During the conflict against the Resistance, the Daleks gained a major presence in the Rizark solar system. Pros: The Secret Lives of Monsters, plus. After the 12th Doctor rescued Journey Blue, the Resistance asked him to help fix Rusty as he had been turned good. The Doctor, Clara Oswald, Journey and two soldiers traveled into Rusty and located a crack in his power source that was spewing radiation and killing him, losing one soldier along the way. The Doctor repaired the crack with his sonic screwdriver, but the radiation had been causing the Daleks change and it turned evil again, breaking free of its restraints and calling in more Daleks to destroy the Aristotle. At the insistence of Clara, the Doctor, Clara, Journey and the remaining soldier attempted to turn Rusty good again by reactivating his suppressed memories, particularly that of a star being born which would open him to the Doctor's influence. Clara succeeded in reactivating the memories, opening Rusty's mind and the Doctor telepathically linked with him to get him to see the good in the universe through the Doctor. However, the beauty that Rusty saw was the destruction of the Daleks by the Doctor in the past, and realizing they were evil, Rusty turned on the Daleks who were attacking the human resistance fighters and slaughtered them. After Rusty's victory, and after telling the Doctor that he wasn't a good Dalek but the Doctor was, Rusty ordered the Dalek flying saucer that was docked with the Aristotle to retreat, claiming that the humans had activated the ship's self-destruct, then left with them to continue his war against his own kind. TV, Into the Dalek, plus, according to the research of human historians, Rusty managed to destroy his saucer but was left adrift in space. Upon being recovered, Rusty was brought before the ruling Dalek Council, who called off their invasion out of fear that Rusty's hatred could spread to other units. Finding his hatred too beautiful to destroy, however, the Council exiled Rusty to the Dalek Asylum for his deviance. Prose, Dalek, The Astounding Untold History of the Greatest Enemies of the Universe, plus, though he managed to escape the planet before its destruction, continuing his crusade against his own kind over billions of years. TV, Twice Upon a Time, plus, prose, Twice Upon a Time, plus. Other events. A bronze Dalek arrived in the River Thames on the 19th of August 2020 through the time fracture. The Dalek was quickly intercepted by military personnel before it could harm civilians. WC 14683. Unit Field Log. Bell and Inston V. Vinder had experience fighting the Daleks before the Flux event. TV, Once Upon Time, plus. At some point in their history, the Daleks nearly succeeded in conquering Earth, as the Doctor was distracted by reading Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Audio, The Nightmare Realm. Alternate timelines. In an alternate timeline created when the Seventh Doctor's TARDIS got trapped in the temporal plexus, the Daleks were peace-loving academics, with Skaro being the universal center of civilization, philosophy, democracy and art. The Time Lords of this timeline were on good terms with these Daleks. Ultimately, the Seventh Doctor erased this timeline from existence when it began to threaten the stability of the original timeline. Prose, The Ripple Effect. In an alternate timeline created by the Black Guardian, in which the First Doctor never left Gallifrey and instead became Lord President, the Daleks had amassed an enormous empire that even the Time Lords feared. The Imperial Daleks were among the 12 species that invaded Earth at the same time. This timeline was erased when the Seventh Doctor acquired the key to time, on the instructions of the White Guardian. Comic, Time and Time Again. In one timeline in which the First Doctor's TARDIS never landed on Kembel, the Daleks successfully developed the Time Destructor and embarked on an uncontested campaign of conquest through space. After reaching the third galaxy, they annihilated the planet Baraldar, intent on forcing the swift surrender of neighboring Urbinia for use of its population as slave labor. The ensuing crisis pitched the Daleks against the first and second Doctors, and in the absence of a meaningful surrender, the Dalek Supreme opted to destroy the planet. However, the second Doctor averted the timeline by preventing the initial collision which had sent the first Doctor to Urbinia instead of Kembel. Audio, daughter of the gods. The aborted timeline Daleks created by the War Master after he killed a young Davros. Audio, the Master's Dalek Plan, plus, the War Master, Big Finish Productions, 2019. In an aborted timeline, the War Master used the antigenesis codes to travel from the last Great Time War to Skaro during the Thousand-Year War, where he killed Davros, audio, from the Flames, and infiltrated the Kaled scientific elite to create his own race of Daleks. Audio, the Master's Dalek Plan, plus, the War Master, Big Finish Productions, 2019. Shockwave. In this timeline, the Daleks successfully conquered the universe, but gradually developed a resentment of their creator, audio, he who wins, plus, antigenesis, the War Master, Big Finish Productions, 2019. As the Daleks had with Davros in the original timeline. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus, Doctor Who Season 12, BBC One, 1975. It al. Ultimately, these Daleks were erased from existence in a combined effort from the Master's future self, a parallel universe Master, and the Dalek time strategist, as the Master's rewriting of the Daleks' history threatened to erase all of creation. Audio, he who wins, plus, antigenesis, the War Master, Big Finish Productions, 2019. In an alternate timeline where John Hart was the King of England, Hart had Torchwood 1 open the Void Ship. Thus, the Daleks destroyed Torchwood 1 and the majority of the home counties. Audio, the death of Captain Jack. In an alternate timeline where Rassilon and the Cyberear had allied to conquer all of time and space, the Cybermen conquered Skaro and erased the Daleks from history. The Daleks were restored when the 12th Doctor and Rassilon used the Eye of Harmony on Gallifrey to restore the original timeline. Comic, Prologue, the 5th Doctor, Supremacy of the Cybermen. In a number of timelines scavenged by sibling same and sibling different to create the paradox. TARDIS, the Daleks fused with the Bad Wolf entity, causing metal copies of Rose Tyler to populate all of time and space. In addition, some of the components of the Doctor's TARDIS that the duo stole from the timelines they explored were scarred with energy fire from Daleks. Prose, the Paradox Moon. In an aborted timeline, the Master of a parallel universe attempted to use the Daleks of N space to destroy the entropy wave, a representation of the Master of N space's final incarnation, but the Daleks failed and were completely destroyed. This timeline was eventually erased after the entropy wave consumed several of the N-Space Masters' incarnations, including Missy, thereby creating a paradox. Audio, masterful. Alternate universes. In a parallel universe created by the Quantum Archangel, the Daleks were the enemy in the war. In heaven. Prose, the Quantum Archangel, plus. The Dalek Emperor once summoned Daleks from a parallel universe for assistance in conquering Mutter's spiral. These Daleks, however, were appalled by the actions of their counterparts, who they termed enemy Daleks as they sided with the remnants of the Earth. Alliance against the Dalek Empire. Audio, Project Infinity, plus, Dalek Empire 2, Dalek War. The Daleks existed in the universe of another Doctor. Audio, Old Mortality, prose, The Innocents. The Daleks from the Unbound universe, whose species creation was influenced by the Quatch. Audio, Masters of War, plus. In the Unbound universe, the Daleks split into two factions after the disappearance of their creator, Davros. One Dalek faction remained loyal to Davros and left Skaro to search for him. And the other went renegade and began an interstellar empire, encountering the Doctor on several occasions and attacking Earth in 1972. The Loyalists eventually returned to Skaro to protect the Thars from the Quatch, the species responsible for the devastation of Skaro. The Doctor and Alistair Lethbridge Stewart arrived and, after discovering the true purpose of the Daleks' return home, helped the Thars and Daleks defend against the Quatch. The Doctor discovered Davros was working with the Quatch and persuaded him to turn on them by revealing their role in Skaro's devastation. After the Quatch's defeat, the Daleks and Thars decided to live in peace together on Skaro, with Alistair staying to assist. Audio, Masters of War, plus. The Fourth Doctor once theorized the absence of the Daleks in some alternate universes as an explanation for realities in which the Crotons, Quarks and Ogrons respectively emerged as dominant powers. Indeed, a leader of the Ogron Confederation of Planets was unfamiliar with the Daleks. Comic, The Lost Dimension. The Skaro degradations were Daleks from alternate universes whose creation points had been intercepted by the Daleks of N-Space. They were used by the N-Space Daleks during the last Great Time War. Prose, Engines of War, plus. Using the powers of the quantum harvester, Dorothy Bell once observed a parallel universe where the 10th Doctor was chased by a Dalek heavily resembling an Egyptian sarcophagus. Comic, Old Girl. In the Warriors universe, Sarah Jane Smith convinced the Doctor to destroy the incubation chamber only for an already active prototype Dalek to both kill her and Harry Sullivan and fatally wound the Doctor, only for him to transport it back to Gallifrey before it could deal the killing blow. Enduring despite the Doctor's actions, the Daleks discovered the abandoned time ring. Joining with the Kael'ds and Thars, the Daleks became part of the unified Skaron alliance and reverse-engineered the time ring to become a temporal power, waging a time war against Gallifrey. Audio, Dust Devil, Aftershocks. Society and Culture. Overview. The Daleks were best known as a warlike race who waged war across whole civilizations and with races all over the universe. TV, The Daleks, plus, Doomsday, plus, when the 11th Doctor was on the Dalek Asylum he considered the Daleks the most advanced warrior race in the universe. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, and the 12th Doctor later concurred that the middle of a Dalek war zone was the deadliest place he knew. TV, The Pilot, plus. Appreciation of beauty. Although Daleks proudly proclaimed that they had no concept of elegance, TV, Doomsday, plus. And the 1 in a million Daleks' willingness to protect the perishable beauty of flowers was seen as an aberration by his emperor. Comic, Shadow of Humanity, plus. The Thars knew that the Daleks' forefathers had been great thinkers and philosophers. TV, The Daleks, plus, though they did not sing. Audio, Jubilee, plus, the Daleks were still known to write poetry. Prose, the also people, plus some of the more elaborate Dalek battle cries had an almost poetic quality about them, for example, advance and attack. Attack and destroy. Destroy and rejoice. TV, the chase, plus, and repetition of words such as predict. 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 TV, the parting of the ways, plus, and explain. 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 TV, journey's end, plus. As a means of entertainment, the Dalek Survival Guide claimed that the Daleks occasionally enjoyed watching reruns of great Dalek victories, but stated that their true passion was for reconnaissance. A Dalek would go to any lengths to gather new information, and they would often put themselves at great risk to do so. The guide presented an image of a Dalek using its sucker arm to take a copy of the complete works of Shakespeare, prose, Dalek Survival Guide, plus, in an alternate timeline where they ruled over Earth, the Daleks claimed to have a fondness for the works of William Shakespeare, but the Eighth Doctor understood this to be a lie. Audio, the time of the Daleks, plus, according to a diary kept by a human time traveler, the Daleks observed a holiday known as Extermination Day every other day. Prose, time traveler's diary, plus. Several insane Daleks in the asylum, only kept alive because the rest of the Empire valued their hatred. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus. More disgustingly, in the words of the 11th Doctor, the Daleks viewed pure hatred as beautiful and worth preserving even at a great cost, which was the reason for the existence of the Dalek Asylum, where Daleks so blithely hateful that they presented a danger to their own people were kept. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, earlier in Dalek history, the Dalek Prime strategist implemented a plan that defeated an entire Mechonoid army on Skaro. When the Emperor of the Restoration looked for a word to describe the plan, the strategist suggested effective, but the Emperor instead called it beautiful. WC, Day of Reckoning, plus. The 10th Doctor believed that music was all just noise to the Daleks, an observation which inspired him to temporarily repel a few Daleks by amplifying a radio's harmonies into a screech that was already painful to human ears, but seemed downright unbearable to the Daleks. TV, Evolution of the Daleks, plus. The Doctor. Due to their frequent defeats by the Doctor, he became a legendary figure in Dalek culture and mythology. They had standing orders to capture or exterminate the Doctor on sight, and were occasionally able to identify him despite his regenerations. The Daleks knew the Doctor as the Ka Farak Gatri, meaning the bringer of darkness or destroyer of worlds. Comic, bringer of darkness, plus, indeed, after the Doctor had shattered the Daleks' ambition to wipe out all of creation save for themselves using a reality bomb, an enraged Davros screamed to the Doctor that he named him, forever, the destroyer of worlds. TV, Journey's End, plus. The 9th Doctor told the human-born Daleks he met on Satellite 5 that the ancient legends of the Dalek home world referred to him as the oncoming storm. TV, The Parting of the Ways, plus, the Doctor was also referred to as the Predator of the Daleks. Shortly before the destruction of the Dalek Asylum, Oswin erased all knowledge of the Doctor from every Dalek's memory. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, however, the Daleks regained their memory of the Doctor from Tasha Lem. TV, The time of the Doctor, plus, remembering their foe drove the Prime Minister of the Daleks insane. Prose, Dalek, the astounding untold history of the greatest enemies of the universe, plus. The Seventh Doctor seen through a Dalek eye stalk. TV, remembrance of the Daleks, plus. The Daleks had also been a vital part of the Doctor's growth, as he made it his mission to combat evil in the universe after meeting the Daleks during his first incarnation. TV, into the Dalek, plus, though the Doctor sometimes thought he had totally defeated his nemesis, the 10th Doctor was angered by the belief that, while he would lose everything, the Daleks always survived. TV, Daleks in Manhattan, plus, after the years of combat between the Time Traveler and the Dalek race, Davros stated that the Doctor had slaughtered billions of Daleks. TV, the which is familiar, plus. The Daleks saw the Doctor as their greatest enemy. TV, the chase, plus, victory of the Daleks, plus, evolution of the Daleks, plus, even though he once referred to the Master as his archenemy. TV, the deadly assassin, plus, the Doctor also described the Daleks as his greatest foes, comic, defender of the Daleks, plus, and archenemies, going as far as to view them as the greatest sin in the universe. TV, victory of the Daleks, plus, similarly, during his 12th life. The Doctor stated Davros, the creator of the Daleks, was his arch-nemesis. TV, the magician's apprentice, plus, when talking about the Daleks to Ace, the 7th Doctor's voice developed a hard edge that unsettled her. Prose, illegal alien, plus. According to Clara Oswald, the Doctor was scared of the Daleks, which made their companions' fear increase as well. Prose, the companion's companion, the war. Doctor once reflected that he feared what the Daleks represented more than the Daleks themselves. Audio, the Enigma dimension, whereas the 9th Doctor was mortified upon seeing a Dalek after the Time War, screaming in fear before relishing in its agony. TV, Dalek, plus. While talking with Rusty, the 12th Doctor stated that, if he was helped in any way, the Daleks would be hurt. TV, twice upon a time, plus. The 13th Doctor stated that encounters with the Daleks were personal. TV, resolution, plus, the Daleks did not make up part of the 5th Doctor's Antimorbius alliance, but he had a nightmare where they offered their help. Prose, warmonger. Psychology. Daleks had little individual personality and a strict hierarchy. They were conditioned to obey a superior's orders without question, even if these orders resulted in pain or death. Audio, the curse of Davros, plus, indeed, Dalek just told a Dalek human that Daleks did not question orders. TV, evolution of the Daleks, plus, whilst Dalek Time maintained that Daleks did not take orders from non-Daleks. TV, Doomsday, plus, with another Dalek stating that Daleks did not answer human questions. TV, the Stolen Earth, plus. The most fundamental feature of Dalek culture and psychology was an unquestioned belief in the superiority of the Daleks. Other species were either to be exterminated or enslaved, and then exterminated when no longer necessary. The default directive of a Dalek was to destroy all non-Dalek life forms. TV, the power of the Daleks, plus, Dalek, plus, it al. They interestingly tended to project a similar mindset on other species, they found it difficult to understand that humans sometimes destroyed members of their own species. TV, the power of the Daleks, plus, and several Daleks observed that there was something admirable about the Doctor's hatred of the Daleks and intent to wipe them out completely, even if they found it monstrous that this exterminating intent was directed at them. TV, Dalek, plus, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, into the Dalek, plus. Because of their belief in their species' superiority, TV, Daleks in Manhattan, plus, Daleks even regarded Daleks whose DNA deviated from their race's standard genetic makeup as their enemies and worthy of extermination, considering these deviant units impure. TV, Revolution of the Daleks, plus, the civil war between the renegade and Imperial Daleks was an example of this. Each faction considered the other a perversion despite the relatively minor differences. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus, this belief also meant that Daleks were intolerant of such contamination even within themselves. TV, Dalek, plus, the Parting of the Ways, plus, Evolution of the Daleks, plus, Audio, the Mutant Phase, plus. Despite this, Daleks felt offended by exterminating their own divine hatred, and deviant Daleks would sometimes instead be sent to the Dalek Asylum, should their hatred be deemed pure enough. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, at other points in their history, however, they showed no hesitation to exterminating those they deemed impure. In fact, when a cloned Recon Dalek noted it could be purified thanks to its remaining Dalek DNA, a Dalek commander responded by ordering its destruction, proclaiming that extermination was the only purification the Daleks offered. TV, Revolution of the Daleks, plus, a Time War Dalek. TV, Dalek, plus. Another result of this superiority complex was their complete ruthlessness. This was due to genetic modifications made to the original Kaled mutants by Davros. It was because of this that it was nearly impossible to negotiate or reason with a Dalek, and it was this single-mindedness that made them so dangerous. Their reliance on logic and machinery was a weakness, albeit one that they recognized. Daleks considered illogical actions impossible. TV, Destiny of the Daleks, plus, they transferred emotions from other life forms twice, in one case humans, having refined the human factor with the help from the second Doctor to create humanized Daleks. TV, The Evil of the Daleks, plus, in another instance, they refined slyness from the Xarkon, cruelty from the Tentrax and insane hatred from the Glarosius. Comic, Doctor Who and the Dogs of Doom, plus. One unintentionally humanized Dalek occurred after it used Rose Tyler's DNA to regenerate. After sustaining injuries, involuntarily developing positive feelings. Its traditional Dalek psychology remained, however, and it ultimately self-destructed in disgust. The emotional capacity of Daleks was limited to largely negative emotions, hate being chief among them, as human emotions such as compassion and sentimentality were considered by them to be weaknesses. However, they were capable of comprehending these emotions, and often used them to exploit their enemies. A prime example occurred with the lone Dalek in Henry Van Statten's vault. While talking with the Ninth Doctor, the Dalek chose its words carefully, hoping to goad the Time Lord into initiating a physical attack on the chained mutant. Later, the Dalek played on an unwitting Rose Tyler's feelings of pity and compassion, leading her to touch its battered casing and restore energy to the near-dead Dalek. TV, Dalek, Plus. Additionally, the Daleks used the greed of Theodore Maxtable to make him their ally. However, Daleks never formed permanent alliances. Once their allies outlived their usefulness, they were usually exterminated on the spot. TV, the Daleks' Master Plan, Plus, The Evil of the Daleks, Plus, Audio, The Mutant Phase, Plus, a Death Squad Dalek claimed that Daleks did not need allies. TV, Revolution of the Daleks, Plus, and a Xylon Dalek claimed that Daleks did not require the cooperation of inferior creatures. TV, Death to the Daleks, Plus. The Ninth Doctor claimed that Daleks were incapable of any emotion except hate. TV, Dalek, Plus. And later that they had removed all their emotions, though he speculated there remained one little spark of fear somewhere in their DNA. TV, The Parting of the Ways, Plus. However, many Daleks were shown displaying a wider range of emotion. Missy claimed that Daleks used emotions such as hate and anger to fuel their weapons. TV, The Witch is Familiar, Plus. The Metaltron claimed that Daleks did not fear. TV, Dalek, Plus. However, the cult of Skaro displayed fear of the 10th Doctor, physically recoiling at the mention of his name. TV, Doomsday, Plus, and another Dalek begged River Song in terror for its life. TV, The Big Bang, Plus. The Daleks were also capable of anticipation, preferring to wait for their victims to run before exterminating them. TV, The Magician's Apprentice, Plus. The 12th Doctor believed that if a Dalek's Cortex Vault were to be deactivated, then it might be possible for a Dalek to experience a wider range of emotions. TV, Into the Dalek, Plus, when discussing the comparatively less aggressive mindset of the Daleks who had fought in the Dalek battle, the 7th Doctor and Bernice Summerfield pondered that several centuries without victims to exterminate had allowed the Daleks' better nature to influence their attitudes. Audio, The Lights of Skaro, Plus. A Renegade Dalek. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, Plus. According to the 10th Doctor, Daleks were brilliant scientists and engineers. Prose, Prisoner of the Daleks, Plus. According to K9 Mark II's files, the Daleks' chief characteristics were ruthlessness, cunning and implacable resolve. Audio, The Dalek Contract, Plus. Davros considered the Daleks to be single-minded, determined and ruthless. In the 27th century, Bernice Summerfield described the Daleks as the most evil race the universe ever came up with. Audio, The Lights of Skaro, Plus. According to the 11th Doctor, the Daleks were the worst thing in all creation. They had no conscience, no mercy, and no pity. He claimed that hate looked like a Dalek and that the Daleks were death. TV, Victory of the Daleks, Plus. The 7th Doctor declared the Daleks irredeemably evil, although the Grey Man disagreed. Prose, Falls the Shadow, Plus. While he originally thought there was no hope in the prospect, it was the 12th Doctor's hope that he could turn Rusty good, thereby opening the door to turn all Daleks into a force for good. However, he was saddened that Rusty instead simply redirected its hatred towards the Daleks. Journey Blue of the Combined Galactic Resistance said a Dalek was a raging lunatic. The 12th Doctor described the Cortex Vault stoking the fire of a Dalek's hate as evil refined as engineering. TV, Into the Dalek, plus. The Suntaran subliminal education matrix's entry on the Daleks acknowledged that they and the Suntarans shared a bloodlust and a will to bend all opposition to their iron rule. However, it maintained that the Suntarans were motivated by honor and their own superiority, whilst the Daleks were motivated by their hatred for all other life forms, which was characterized as a dishonorable weakness and sickness that dwarfed the Suntarans' own animosity for the Rutans. It did, however, observe that the Daleks were the right height. Pros, a soldier's education, plus. Daleks were prone to making blunt, absolute statements and would respond sincerely even to jestful comments. TV, Eve of the Daleks, plus. The Black Dalek leader insisted that Daleks did not make mistakes. TV, Volcano, Rusty believed that Daleks did not have souls. TV, Into the Dalek, plus. One Dalek, after exterminating a group of fake singing Daleks, insisted that Daleks do not sing. Audio, Jubilee, plus. During the planetary relocation incident, a Dalek stated that Daleks did not accept apologies. TV, The Stolen Earth, plus. A Dalek prisoner claimed that Daleks did not capitulate or plead. Pros, Prisoner of the Daleks, plus. A defense drone stated that the Daleks did not make jokes. TV, Revolution of the Daleks, plus. Several Dalek executioners stated that Daleks were patient, supreme, unstoppable, not fair, not worried, and that they did not store stuff or have friends or managers. TV, Eve of the Daleks, plus. A Red Supreme Dalek told Georgie Gold that Daleks did not plead. Comic, Liberation of the Daleks, plus. Children of Davros. This section's awfully stubby. Section should be expanded. Davros called himself the father of the Daleks. TV, Journey's End, plus. The Daleks were willing to kill their creator, Davros, on a number of occasions. TV, Genesis of the Daleks, plus. Resurrection of the Daleks, plus. However, as recounted by Jack Harkis, the Daleks repeatedly realized they needed their creator, specifically requiring his knowledge, genius, expertise, and creativity. WC, Monster File, Davros, plus. Davros stated that, thanks to a genetic defect he failed to remove, the Daleks showed respect and mercy towards him. This was why they allowed him to siphon their life energy to sustain himself while he was dying. TV, The Which is familiar, plus. Religion. As noted above, the Daleks created by the manipulation and mutation of human genetic material by a demented Dalek Emperor were religious fanatics. They worshipped the Emperor as their god and even had a concept of blasphemy. Normal Daleks had no religion, other than their fanatic belief in their own supremacy. TV, The Parting of the Ways, plus. With some Daleks accordingly claiming there was no god. Audio, The Final Phase, plus. However, two Dalek organizations, the Cult of Skaro and the Volatiques Cabal, did adopt names usually used to refer to religious groups. TV, Doomsday, plus. Comic, The Then and the Now, plus. Legal system. Although the Daleks had no regard for due process and galactic law, there were a small number of occasions on which they took enemies back to Skaro for a trial rather than killing them on the spot. One such enemy was the renegade Time Lord known as the Master, whose remains they even allowed the Eighth Doctor to collect and carry back to Gallifrey. TV, Doctor Who, plus another was their own creator, Davros, whom they put on trial on several occasions. TV, Revelation of the Daleks, plus comic, Emperor of the Daleks, plus prose, War of the Daleks, plus audio, Davros, plus accounts differ as to whether some of these instances were trials in the criminal sense, comic, Emperor of the Daleks, plus a test to see if he was in fact worthy of becoming the supreme leader of the race, audio, Davros, plus, or, to some extent, both at once. Prose, War of the Daleks, plus the Daleks on Vulcan once referred to the precept of Dalek supremacy of humans as the law of the Daleks, which they would have to teach to the human colonists when they made their move. TV, The Power of the Daleks, plus Dalek Hierarchy. Main article, Dalek Hierarchy. Although they saw their entire species as superior, the Daleks had a hierarchical system. This included a wide range of ranks bestowed upon selected Daleks. TV, The Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus The Evil of the Daleks, plus Victory of the Daleks, plus Dalek Writings. Main article, Dalek Writing. Main article, Dalek Language. The official language of the Daleks was simply known as Dalek. Swear words existed in the language and were used to describe non-Dalek life forms, as they viewed them to be inferior species. Prose, Twice Upon a Time, plus Daleks used inscriptions as recognition codes. They also measured time in rules. TV, Doomsday, plus they were able to read human numerals and words, even using them upon occasion. TV, Planet of the Daleks, plus names. In the early days of the Daleks' development on Skaro, some individual Daleks had actual names, as evidenced by the scientist Zeg. Comic, Duel of the Daleks, plus one such Dalek was named DK3. Comic, The Defeat of the Daleks, plus, however, by the time of the Dalek Emperor's scheme to isolate the Dalek factor and implant it in all of humanity, it was a mark of the humanized Daleks' oddness that they took on names, starting with Alpha, Beta and Omega. TV, The Evil of the Daleks, plus, the 10th Doctor later noted that the cult of Skaros having names, Sek, Tai, Khan and Jast, was one of their unusual features. TV, Doomsday, plus the 11th Doctor made reference to Bob the Nasty Dalek while speaking about time. War combatants. Comic, The Then and the Now, plus, in place of names, Dalek soldiers could be designated with a number by their superiors. The newly created Daleks on Vulcan were referred to by the original three by designations such as Dalek 9 and Dalek 10. TV, The Power of the Daleks, plus, Daleks also referred to each other as such during their invasion of Triodos. Comic, The Triodos Ambush, plus, and one of the Daleks participating in the conquest of another planet was known as DK3. Comic, The Defeat of the Daleks, plus several other Daleks throughout history were granted names, not by themselves, but by the Doctor, including Dal, Audio, Echoes of War, plus Rusty, TV, Into the Dalek, plus Twice Upon a Time, plus, and Lumpy. Game, The Doctor and the Dalek, plus the Space Security Service also. assigned numbers to captured Daleks. Comic, the only good Dalek, plus. Cultural effect. Main article, Daleks in popular culture and mythology. The Second Doctor shows the Time Lords a mental projection of the Daleks. TV, The War Games, plus. The Daleks had a devastating effect on the races and individuals that encountered them. For the most part they epitomized fear and danger, especially for the Doctor, who in their 11th incarnation considered them to be his enemy, and him theirs. TV, Victory of the Daleks, plus. Upon arriving in 1966 and seeing the post office tower that contained Votan, the first Doctor remarked to Dodo he had felt like that when the Daleks were near. TV, The War Machines, plus. The Second Doctor used his encounters with them to warn Zoe Heriot of what she might encounter. TV, The Wheel in Space, plus. The Second Doctor also later used a mental projection of a Dalek to show the Time Lords of his enemies. TV, The War Games, plus. A Dalek was one of many fears that assaulted the Third Doctor in the Keller Machine. TV, The Mind of Evil, plus. When he approached his fourth regeneration, a vision of a Dalek came to the Fourth Doctor. TV, Logopolis, plus. An amnesic Eighth Doctor once looked suspiciously at a pepper pot, which was similar to a Dalek's shape. Prose, The City of the Dead, plus. The Eighth Doctor also described the Daleks as the greatest threat this universe has ever seen. Audio, Blood of the Daleks, plus. Their power over the Doctor continued through his personality when he used a chameleon arch, his human self. John Smith sketched a Dalek within his Journal of Impossible Things. TV, Human Nature, plus. Daleks were among the creatures in the Atraxis files of races that invaded Earth. TV, The 11th Hour, plus. Survivors of the 22nd century Dalek invasion took to calling them the invaders. Prose, A Star's View of Caroline, plus. The Fourth Doctor knew that it's just one Dalek. Were famous last words, claiming that countless civilizations had fallen to single Daleks. Audio, Genetics of the Daleks, plus. Their danger was on occasion negligible compared to a greater threat. When speaking of his fellow Time Lords at his trial, the Sixth Doctor stated that the Daleks were still in the nursery compared to them. TV, The Ultimate Foe, plus. When Rassilon threatened to break the time lock on the last Great Time War, the 10th Doctor warned the Saxon Master that not just the Daleks would be unleashed if it were broken. TV, The End of Time, plus. Nonetheless, when the Doctors united to save Gallifrey at the end of the war, they were concerned with the threat of the Daleks above any other danger. TV, The Day of the Doctor, plus. A human is horrified by the mere appearance of Kodeth Squadron. Comic, Children of the Revolution, plus. The Daleks' impact on those humans who encountered them had different effects on their psyches. They appeared in dreams or visions. Ace associated the Daleks with Nazis. A Dalek with a swastika chased her, chanting Hail Doctor following her time in an alternate universe populated by Nazis. Prose, Timewim, Exodus. She later called the Daleks the catch to traveling with the Doctor. Audio, Enemy of the Daleks, plus. To Bernice Summerfield, a Dalek appeared in a dream, alongside several other beings such as the Suntaran Grinks and a Cyberman, in which the nature of evil was dissected. Prose, The Also People, plus. Sam Jones, on awakening from unconsciousness, exclaimed, "Anyone get the number of that Dalek?" Prose, the taint, plus, upon seeing an inert Dalek in Unit's collection, Cleo Proctor felt deeply afraid, even though she did not know why. Audio, recruits, plus. Alternatively, encounters with the Daleks took a certain pride of place for some individuals. Rose Tyler and Sarah Jane Smith compared their experiences encountering Daleks. And, in Rose's case, the Dalek Emperor, upon meeting, TV, school reunion, plus, yet both were terrified, deep down, of the exterminators, with Rose even warning her mother of them. TV, Doomsday, plus, The Stolen Earth, plus, during the 2009 invasion, upon hearing the transmission of Exterminate, Sarah Jane and Jack Harkis reacted with undiluted terror, crying and holding their loved ones close. TV, The Stolen Earth, plus, the Doctor's friend Winston Churchill originally saw the Ironsides as our salvation and as a weapon to use to destroy the Third Reich and for the Allies to win World War II due to their hostility. When the 11th Doctor attacked them with a spanner, Winston described the machines as precious, only to then learn of the Daleks' true nature and watch as they murdered 2 Marines. TV, Victory of the Daleks, plus. Although most of the humans on the frontier world of Red Rocket Rising forgot about the Daleks, to the point where acting President Eileen Clint initially believed them to be pitied and not feared, Tom Cardwell recognized them from the old records as the worst of them all, and tried urging the other humans to run for the hills. Audio, Blood of the Daleks, plus, the Suntarans knew of how dangerous the Daleks were and, if a single Dalek were to make its way to Suntar, Major Scar was prepared to put his armies on high alert. Game, The Doctor and the Dalek, plus, the Time Lords thought similarly, understanding that a single Dalek drone would be all it took to bring down Arcadia. TV, The Last Day, plus. When Chris Quedge went to Skaro to negotiate with the Daleks during the War in Heaven, he was horrified to be dealing with the greatest threat to life in the universe. After his discussions with them, he was left in a state of horrified shock and was questioning his humanity. Having sex with Christine Summerfield in an desperate attempt to regain the feeling of being human. In Dead Romance, Christine called the Daleks the Machine People and dedicated the book to them, ignoring the fact that they were mass murders to instead focus on how they had survived the Time Lords trying to wipe them out. Prose, Dead Romance, plus, The Testimony Foundation, an organization that existed during the era of New Earth, knew of the Daleks and Davros. Encounters between the Doctor and the Daleks were among the events they showcased when confronting his first and 12th incarnations. TV, Twice Upon a Time, plus. Dalek Technology Overview. The Daleks flew on hoverboats throughout their history. Comic, Fire and Brimstone, plus. The key item of Dalek technology was the casing, derived from the Mark III travel machines built by Davros. The casings of Davros Imperial Daleks were made out of bonded polycarbide. TV, Remembrance of the Daleks, plus. The eye stalk of the casing bestowed superior vision to the Dalek creature. The plunger-shaped attachment functioned as a flexible and adaptable limb. TV, Dalek, plus. The Contagi arm was a wasp-like machine that produced nanites within a victim, infecting their brain to turn them into a Dalek slave. Comic, Fire and Brimstone, plus, on the Dalek Asylum. There was a nanocloud virus that physically transformed organisms into Dalek puppets which removed all emotion except anger and hatred. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus. On the surface of Skaro, within the confines of the Dalek city, the machines ran on static electricity fed from the city floor. They were incapacitated if removed from the floor. The casing technology changed over the years. The first Daleks to emerge from the bunker in which they had been entombed built a city and power from those. TV, the Daleks, plus, those occupying Earth. During their 22nd century invasion had dishes on their backs. TV, the Dalek invasion of Earth, plus, later models of Dalek casing had internal power supplies, and even repulsor system. Audio, the enemy of my enemy, that allowed them to hover. TV, remembrance of the Daleks, plus, Dalek, plus, and fly. TV, the parting of the ways, plus, army of ghosts, plus, / doomsday, plus, the stolen earth, plus, / journey's end, plus. Throughout time and space, there were many Dalek variants that sported different casings. A Dalek's ability depended on what features its casing offered. TV, the Daleks, plus, the evil of the Daleks, plus, the default manipulator arm could be replaced with the likes of flamethrowers and seismic detectors. TV, the chase, plus, the Daleks' master plan, plus. Using their force fields, the Daleks were protected from various attacks, even basic bullets. TV, the parting of the ways, plus. By the era of the last Great Time War, Daleks had force fields. Whereas previous versions of Daleks could be destroyed by a well-placed basic bullet, such bullets could not get close to these Daleks' casings. TV, Dalek, plus, the parting of the ways, plus, however, they could be penetrated by their own weaponry, and variations thereof. TV, evolution of the Daleks, plus, victory of the Daleks, plus, they not only could hover, but travel independently through space. TV, the parting of the ways, plus, if an individual touched the casing, they could be burned alive. These Daleks could also use the DNA of a time traveler to regenerate their bodies just by virtue of the traveler touching the casing. TV, Dalek, plus. The Daleks were also experts in biological warfare, and used, or attempted to use, biological weapons on several occasions. TV, the Dalek invasion of Earth, plus, planet of the Daleks, plus, death to the Daleks, plus. Dalek travel technology varied over time. Dalek spaceships were, almost, consistently designed in a saucer shape. TV, Bad Wolf, plus, / the parting of the ways, plus, the stolen earth, plus, / journeys end, plus, victory of the Daleks, plus, and hoverboats allowed individual Daleks to travel without using their own power. Audio, fugitives, the Daleks could apply dimensional transcendentalism to their ships and had their own version of the chameleon circuit. Audio, the apocalypse element, plus, they were also able to hack into virtual reality systems, creating attack ships in pewter space, although they were not particularly good at it. Pros, love and war, plus. A Dalek flying saucer uses a time corridor to travel in time. TV, victory of the Daleks, plus. The Daleks also developed time travel capabilities, usually in the form of time corridors which allowed limited transport between one era and another. TV, Resurrection of the Daleks, plus, the Daleks also developed their own kind of time machine of similar capacities to the Doctor's. TARDIS, though they could not change shape, they were also dimensionally transcendental. TV, The Chase, plus, the Daleks' master plan, plus, members of the cult of Skaro could initiate emergency temporal shifts, which acted as teleports through time and space to let the Dalek escape a threat. TV, Doomsday, plus, Daleks in Manhattan, plus, the Stolen Earth, plus, Dalek weaponry. Main article, Dalek weaponry. Dalek gunsticks could kill almost any sentient being. TV, the Daleks, plus, it al, and could paralyze their victims temporarily or permanently. TV, the survivors, plus, a Dalek fires its death ray. TV, Dalek, plus, the Dalek's gunstick evolved alongside other aspects of Dalek technology. Daleks could also change the effects of their guns' energy projectiles. At the lowest level, they would merely temporarily disable an individual in the area the projectiles struck. TV, the Daleks, plus, the highest setting on a Dalek gunstick would reduce a human to atoms, but the Daleks rarely used that. Instead, they made certain to dial their guns down to the lowest possible setting that would kill a person. That way, Daleks would ensure that all of their victims died as slowly and painfully as possible. Pros, prisoner of the Daleks, plus, indeed, it had been the goal of scientist Daleks to ensure their gunsticks did not simply kill victims, but exterminate them. Pros, Dalek, plus, instead of simply destroying worlds from orbit, as their starships often could. TV, Asylum of the Daleks, plus, the Daleks thus waged large-scale invasions on most occasions, shooting their victims with their gunsticks. Game, City of the Daleks, plus, comic, Liberation of the Daleks, plus, and therefore making non-Dalek species die in pain. Pros, Prisoner of the Daleks, plus, Dalek, plus, the survival of a planet also allowed the Daleks to mine its resources. Pros, Engines of war, plus, the Dalek gunstick and manipulator arm could be repurposed depending on what task was likely to face a specific individual, or removed altogether to render them defenseless and prevent mad Daleks from turning on them, particularly the ones in the intensive care in the Dalek Asylum. The alternatives were far-ranging in the different functions they performed. TV, The Chase, plus, The Parting of the Ways, plus, Asylum of the Daleks, plus. As showcased by Rusty on Villingard, a Dalek could also detach a gunstick from its casing, effectively able to throw the weapon a short distance. However, the Daleks were also telekinetic in some respect. The mutant would be able to recall the thrown blaster to its casing in a few short moments. Pros, Twice Upon a Time, plus. Other references. A Dalek among Charlotte Eskdale's toys, top. Comic, Sky Manor, plus. When holding Karlojex at gunpoint, the 11th Doctor said he honored the victims of the Daleks along with others. TV, A Town Called Mercy, plus. In the video game Happy Death Day, played by Izzy Sinclair on the time-space visualizer, Davros and his Daleks were among a host of every single enemy that the Doctor had ever defeated, who were assembled by the Beige Guardian and pitted against the Doctor's first 8 incarnations. Comic, Happy Death Day. At some point after humans began colonizing other planets, they made Dalek toys. Charlotte Eskdale had a toy Dalek in her bedroom. Comic, Sky Manor, plus, the 8th Doctor once used a small plastic Dalek toy to explain temporal physics to Sam Jones. Prose, The Scarlet Empress. On Verticulus, one trick-or-treater wore a Dalek costume for Halloween. Comic, Halloween. After the 12th Doctor's mind was connected to a mind scythe, the holiday snaps the Doctor showed Kygan Brox included Rusty. Comic, The Instruments of War. The Daleks were filed in the 4th Doctor's memory files. Comic, Doctor Who and the Iron Legion. As noted by the 12th Doctor in propaganda broadcasts to an occupied Earth in the late 2010s, the Daleks were among the menaces to humanity whom the monks took credit for defeating. Shortly after that broadcast, while pretending to be a servant of the monks to ensure Bill Potts was not under their control, the Doctor claimed they were a benevolent race who had protected humanity from itself, remarking that he and the Earth were lucky that the Daleks had not stepped in first. TV, The Lie of the Land, plus. Ace compared one of the Rob Dens on parking to a stunted Dalek. Audio, The High Price of Parking. When the Skith leader scanned the 10th Doctor's mind, the Daleks were among the alien creatures shown to him. Comic, The First. When the Doctor's TARDIS landed on Ashtala, the First Doctor and Ian Chesterton decided to split up their party in the event that the natives proved hostile, citing the Daleks as an example. Susan Foreman and Barbara Wright did not see the logic in this decision, noting that for every hostile Dalek they'd met, there had been a benevolent censorate. Audio, The Invention of Death. In his first meeting with Missy, the Doctor attempted to use the lifts only to learn that Missy had disabled them. When he correctly gambled that the 3W Institute still had stairs, Missy scoffed that she wasn't a Dalek. TV, Dark Water, plus, among other parties, the 12th Doctor threatened to summon the Daleks to Trap Street, London if Ashild did not remove Clara Oswald's chronologue. TV, Face the Raven, plus. During a multi-Doctor event, the 10th Doctor, knowing he had only one regeneration left and already having met the 11th Doctor, referred to the 12th Doctor as a abomination who sarcastically praised his predecessor's usage of a Dalek word. The 10th Doctor later mistook the roundels in the 12th Doctor's control room as Dalek bumps. Comic, 4 Doctors, plus. The 10th Doctor and Jack Harkis discussing the Daleks in the year 100 trillion Rousdianer's memories of his Time Lord heritage. TV, Utopia, plus. When this led to Yana remembering he was the Master, the Doctor, in a discussion about how the last Great Time War ended, mentioned that the Daleks had more or less been destroyed alongside the Time Lords. TV, The Sound of Drums, plus. At the onset of the Kotara crisis, the 10th Doctor pondered if, by defeating the Kotara in the Dark Times and removing death from the universe, the many scare ocean wars that led to the Daleks would be averted. Prose, The Night, The Fool and the Dead, plus. Behind the Scenes. Other appearances. A Dalek on display for Doctor Who Worlds of Wonder. 2 Doctor Who movies starring Peter Cushing featured the Daleks as the main villains, Dr. Who and the Daleks, and Daleks Invasion Earth 2150 AD, based loosely on the television serials The Daleks and the Dalek Invasion of Earth respectively. However, this wiki only considers the original televised stories by Terry Nation as valid sources. The movies used brand new Dalek props, based closely on the original design but with a wider range of colors. Originally, the movie Daleks were supposed to shoot jets of flame, but this was thought to be too graphic for children, so their weapons emitted jets of deadly vapor instead. They also appeared in the Doctor Who comic relief parody, The Curse of Fatal Death, plus one of the visions of his future the Eighth Doctor saw in Father Time, plus was a Dalek, foreshadowing that one of the upcoming BBC Eighth Doctor adventures was supposed to feature them. This foreshadowing, pros, Father Time, plus, would have been paid off in Some Time Never. Plus, as Sabbath Deer's allies were supposed to be the Daleks. However, copyright stopped this from happening. DWM 341, test pages for a possible 12th Dr. Dalek comic were drawn by Brian Williamson for Titan Publishing Group. However, Titan would only manage to debut the proper Dalek design in its comics in Time Lord Victorious 1. Outside of Doctor Who, Daleks also made an appearance in the film Looney Tunes, Back in Action and the Star Wars comic strip, Fett Club. A Dalek-based transformer that would transform into a Mark III travel machine features in an issue of Marvel UK's Transformers comic, as well as the Decepticon Starscream picking up Dalek transmissions while flying over a field. In England, Spike Milligan wrote a sketch which featured a working-class Dalek with a family of his own, and a Dalek spoof race, known as the Deacons, made an appearance in a Futurama comic. Story titles. Beginning with the 1965 stage play The Curse of the Daleks, the best-known title format for stories featuring the Daleks has been, of the Daleks. This was first used on television in the 1966 serial The Power of the Daleks, Plus, and was used most recently on TV in 2022's Eve of the Daleks, Plus. In fact, if comic strips, audios and novels are included, more stories exist that do not use this title format, but, of the Daleks is considered ubiquitous enough that the spoof film Myth Runner includes a joking reference to an apparent future Who story entitled Deuteronomy of the Daleks. The word Dalek has been titular to more Doctor Who televised story titles than any other noun. Although Planet and Death are more ubiquitous if Hartnell-era adventures, which originally did not have story titles as such, are identified only by their episodic titles. Indeed, in the whole of the Hartnell era, Dalek was used exactly once as an on-screen title, for episode 2 of the adventure later rechristened as the Dalek Invasion of Earth, plus, the Daleks, plus, a Nazi by any other name. As he grew up during World War II, Terry Nation had vivid memories of the war and, in particular, the Nazis. The Daleks share many characteristics with the Nazi Party deliberately. They both believe in the superiority of their race, whether it means the entire species, like the Daleks, or their ethnicity, like the German Nazis. Genesis of the Daleks, plus, is the most clear depiction of this. Parallel, with the Kael'ds showing dedication to their cause and near complete conformity. It also showed the killing of any opposed to their ideology, in this case, the Kaeld scientists. Their shrieking voices were designed to parody the loud repetitive chanting and rants associated with Nazi rallies. The casting out or forced labor of the Mutos is comparable to the Holocaust, as is the Kaled consensus of them as lesser beings. Another comparison to the Holocaust appears in the Dalek invasion of Earth, in which Daleks refer to the destruction of Earth as the final solution, a phrase associated with Nazism. They even greet each other by raising their plungers vertically in a way reminiscent of the Nazi salute. Another blatant reference appears in Journey's End, with Daleks chanting Exterminieren as they invade Germany. Just War, and Daleks Among Us, more explicitly highlight the parallels and similarities between the Nazis and the Daleks. Contrariwise, other writers have pointed out the flaws in comparing the Daleks to the Nazis. John Peel noted in the introduction to the official Doctor Who and the Daleks book. They have been compared over the years with Nazis, but this is a tenuous connection at best. Certainly there is a lack of individuality, an unquestioning obedience of orders and a willingness to die for the race. All of this epitomized the Nazi stormtrooper ideal. It isn't hard to see, though, even in the most evil member of the Nazi hierarchy, some spark of buried humanity. Even the elite had their fears and superstitions. The Daleks had none of these. John Peel, SRC. In A History, Lance Parkin expands on this idea. Real-life analogies quickly fail when applied to the Daleks. At times they are compared to the likes of Nazis, but in truth they're literally lacking in humanity. Even conquest as we generally understand the term doesn't really interest them. Sometimes they put foes to work as slaves, as in Death to the Daleks, but this is almost inevitably in the interest of facilitating new atrocities and exterminations. The point is that one can, and should, hope to use reason against real-world governments, but there is virtually no chance of diplomacy succeeding against the Daleks. Basically, the Daleks collectively remain united behind one goal: kill everything that isn't a Dalek. Lance Parkin, SRC. The catchphrase. The single word most associated with the Daleks is exterminate, which has been uttered by generations of British children impersonating the creatures. However, although a variant of the word exterminated can be heard from the very first appearance of the Daleks, it was not until the final episode, Flashpoint, of their second story arc, TV, The Dalek Invasion of Earth, that a Dalek finally was heard uttering the word exterminate. This was referenced in Return to Skaro, a direct sequel to the Daleks, in which the first Doctor states that he remembers the Daleks using the word extermination during his previous encounter. He claims the word fits so easily on the Daleks' tongue. Design. When Doctor Who was about to return in the mid-2000s, reimagining how the Daleks would look was a hotly pursued job. On his first day as Doctor Who production designer, in 2004, one of the earliest tasks Ed Thomas had was to select art department staff members from a stack of portfolios on his desk, about which he later noted, everyone who had ever drawn a Dalek in their entire life had sent in their CV. The assignment of redesigning the aliens was ultimately given to Matt Savage, with whom Thomas watched the Dalek invasion of Earth on Savage's very first morning of employment on the series. He remembered, Ed said, "We'd like you to spruce up the Daleks." I was a massive fan. I couldn't believe it. I was grinning from ear to ear. Savage was thereafter instrumental to the redesign of the Dalek's exterior casing. I put rivets everywhere and some text under the eye stalk, which was like their barcode, he said. Image FX Magazine, October, 2008, pp 61 and 62. Music. In the BBC Wales version, Murray Gold has given the Daleks multiple leitmotifs, with the first being in the form of the track identified as the Daleks on Doctor Who, Series 1 and 2. This track was heavily choral and the operatic elements were recorded with the Crouch End Festival Chorus in early 2005 at Air Studios, London. The confidential for the Series 1 episode Dalek Plus features a segment that shows the choir recordings taking place, as well as an interview with Murray Gold. Later Dalek music also continues the choral presence, with Evolution of the Daleks and the Dark and Endless Dalek Night containing similar chanting. In all of Murray Gold's Dalek leitmotifs, the lyrics are in Hebrew. Cameos. Due to the popularity of Doctor Who, Daleks feature briefly in many other shows, movies, and popular culture. In The Simpsons episode Holidays of Future Past, for example, a blue Dalek briefly chases a woman in and out of a revolving door at the Benny Hilton Hotel, accompanied by the theme song from The Benny Hill Show. In the comedy film Looney Tunes, Back in Action, the characters visit Area 52, a government facility where numerous extraterrestrials, most of them modeled after 1960s theatrical and televisual aliens, are held. Among the most prominent are two Daleks, in a design based on the alternate continuity film Dr. Who and the Daleks, who join the other aliens in trying to attack the protagonists, but end up blasting each other instead as their quarries escape. In the David Walliams novel Grandpa's Great Escape, kids dress up as Daleks, along with Cybermen and Sunterans, using costumes stolen from a Doctor Who exhibition, and pretend that there is an alien invasion of Earth. In the game Lego Dimensions, they act as enemies who serve Lord Vortek. Their design is different due to the greyish color casing and golden eye stalk, while the physical figurine is the exact color. Other Daleks have appeared such as the Emperor and Rusty. In the Lego Batman movie story mode, they replace the Paradigm Daleks and have different build fenders. In the Lego Batman movie, a number of Daleks, colored according to the new Dalek paradigm, can be seen among the inhabitants of the Phantom Zone, alongside many famous villains from a number of fictional franchises. Like the others, they are unleashed upon Gotham City by the supervillain known as the Joker at the climax of the film, only to be defeated and sealed back inside the prison dimension. Archive audio of Nicholas Briggs exclaiming, "Exterminate!" from The Parting of the Ways, Plus, is used. A Dalek appears in the movie Ted 2, where it fought Robbie the Robot. Invalid sources. The Discontinuity Guide made the claim that, originally, Davros was killed and forgotten, and that the Fourth Doctor's interference with the creation of the Daleks created a new timeline where Davros survived, the Doctor's warnings about the Daleks having made Davros paranoid enough to activate a force field in his chair. As a result, whilst the Daleks originally had a solid, cohesive empire, always with one purpose, Davros' presence reduced them to a mess of squabbling factions which were incapable of the unity needed to develop dimensionally transcendental time travel. Published before the last Great Time War was established in Doctor Who lore, the Discontinuity Guide went on to claim that whilst Davros lives, the Daleks will remain disorganized, and will never become the threat that the Time Lords so feared. 2. The Daleks were responsible for the destruction of Daxus and the genocide of nearly all Dax in the Corinthian project. Other matters. As of 2020, the Oxford English Dictionary includes the word Dalek in it, where it describes it as a member of a race of hostile alien machine organisms which appeared in the BBC science fiction serial Doctor Who from 1963. Invented word, named after an encyclopedia volume covering the alphabetical sequence Dalek. Tabrenil Sodvoravitas, a member of the first wave of the House military, is described in a farewell to arms similar to a Dalek mutant. While the story cannot legally say so, the Great House members of Faction Paradox are meant to be the Time Lords during the War in Heaven. Indeed, author Nate Bummer previously had connected the Night of the Doctor, plus, line about the Time Lords becoming like the exterminators during the last Great Time War to how some mutated Great House soldiers, such as in Terradora, resembled Dalek mutants. 1. External links. Dalek 6388, a detailed history of the Dalek props 1963 to 1988 and beyond. Dalek-related quotes at Wikiquote. Project Dalek, build your own Dalek. Dalek at the Doctor Who Legacy Wiki. Dalek at the Faction Paradox Wiki. Dalek at the LEGO Dimensions Wiki. Dalek at the Fallout Who Vegas Wiki. Show. V. Dalek Television Stories. Show. V. Dalek Audio Stories. Show. V. Dalek Prose Stories. Show. V. Dalek Comic Stories. Show. V. Dalek Video Games. Show. V. Proposed Identities of the Enemy. 1 https://down-the-tubes.net/daleks-debut-at-last-in-titan-comics-doctor-who-time- 2 bbc.co.uk Discontinuity Guide article on Dalek History, Part 2 in the original series of Doctor Who. Categories. Languages. Community content is available under CC-BY-SA unless otherwise noted. More fandoms. Fantasy. Horror. Sci-fi. Doctor Who. Facts. More about Dalek. RDF feed. First appearance. The Daleks, TV story, plus Who's image. Files Egg and the Emperor.jpg plus AD. Recent images. James Corrigan. 19 hours ago. Mark Hawkins. 19 hours ago. List of future releases. 3 days ago. Others like you also viewed. The Doctor. Doctor Who Wiki. Time Lord. Davros. Dalek Mutant. Weeping Angel. Last Great Time War. 10th Doctor. 14th Doctor. Popular pages. Weeping Angel. Sutek. List of Doctor Who television stories. The Toymaker. The Doctor. AD. 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 Fan feed. More TARDIS. 1 Weeping Angel. 2 Sutek. 3 List of Doctor Who television stories. The Doctor TARDIS. Doctor Who Wiki TARDIS. Time Lord TARDIS. Davros TARDIS. Dalek Mutant TARDIS. Weeping Angel TARDIS. Last Great Time War TARDIS. 10th Doctor TARDIS. Explore properties. Fandom. Mufid. Fanatical. Follow us. Overview. What is fandom? About. Careers. Press. Contact. Terms of use. Privacy policy. Digital Services Act. Global Sitemap. Local Sitemap. Community. Community Central. Support. Help. Advertise. Media Kit. Contact. Fandom apps. Take your favorite fandoms with you and never miss a beat. TARDIS is a fandom TV community. View mobile site. Follow on TikTok Yuan Fan Lab. Search this wiki. Search all wikis.